sound right, boys.
Vici Gaming's turn to pick.
The last time that this was run, of course, they had like the ET and a Drow.
They had a Drow, yeah.
Roshan will be falling very quickly. And for Vici Gaming, when you pick up the double spirits, it's about trying to poke and prod. But if they do that and they're out of position, they will instantly die to one stun and the layered damage that PSG has.
I want some more spirits. Some Vengeful Spirit, some Storm Spirit.
Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker. Like, they have options.
Darkseer.
Okay, Darkseer and Earth Spirit together. It hasn't really done too much recently, but this is scary. Ember with Darkseer with Iron Shell.
It's a tough TA game.
It's a very this TA literally dies in 2 seconds.
Yeah, he needs a BKB before he fights.
If you Iron Shell the Ember and Iron Shell the Earth Spirit, if they jump her, she's dead. I give it 2 seconds max.
Yeah,
just disappears. Your health bar just goes. It's gone.
We've also seen this style of draft in regards to like Darkseer, Ember, Earth Spirit. It wasn't an Earth Spirit, it was a time for Team Spirit. Their laning phase was not that optimal, and these heroes, when they don't have a good laning phase, instantly fall behind. So there's just a lot of kind of notice to put on like the Ember. He needs to do well in his lane, steal away the jungle, and then Darkseer, Earth Spirit, they need to find kill threat. And PSG, they have last pick, so this carry matchup will be advantageous going into a Darkseer.
I would usually agree, but Ember, even if he sucks in the laning stage, as long as he gets level 6 or 7, and he goes to the, as long as he says, yo, Darkseer, can you Iron Shell me?
Please.
Please. He's gonna do so much damage in that mid game.
So, Vici haven't picked it in this tournament, but I would say like a Sven to me looks really good here. It's a surge target, so you can make him super powerful with the Darkseer. It's a hero that's going to do really well with the Ancient Apparition. You have the stun as well as the Cold Feet and the nukes.
Talking because of the armor.
In the armor, exactly. So it's like an anti-minus armor carry.
If they pick Sven Jenkins, I don't know.
They also don't really want to pick like an Agi
what
hero.
can I do? I'll give you $10.
Okay.
If they pick Sven, because I don't think they're picking Sven. Let's see.
They picked Trill.
Saved.
That could have been expensive for you.
Yeah, career ending.
Quite the melee-heavy lineup coming out for Vici Gaming. Is that something that PSG.LGD can abuse with the last pick somehow?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Drow. Is it banned?
Drow seems really good. I mean, Drow against Troll is insanely good,
yeah,
right?
It's one of the best.
That's a great matchup.
They've played this almost exact lineup before, haven't they?
They go.
Not with Doom, though.
Okay, now I'm very confused. I don't know which one of these
is it
carried.
Okay, it's carried.
It will be Ame Doom.
Okay.
Ame carry Doom.
All right, these guys do not.
Because you can devour the creep that's handshelled. Is that it?
I guess so.
Until level 3 at least. You're not gonna try lane, I don't think so, but it's possible.
The main thing for Vici Gaming, they picked this troll into a Slardar lane, and he should have a great time. It's such a good matchup.
Yeah.
And it means that, Ember TA, Ember should have an okay time, Troll's gonna have an okay time. It simply is, what is the effect that Earth Spirit and Darkseer will have? Because they need to get like a skirmish, they need to break down the map quite quickly and just constantly run at them, like make PSG use Doom defensively, and then take the fight after that to really break down the economy of PSG. Because if they don't do that, this game could be kind of weird, where it's like you just Doom the Darkseer, and then suddenly you're blowing everyone up with the kind of the TA +1.
Not sure. I like what Vici's got. I'm not sold. I think Drow would be better for PSG.LGD, but PSG.LGD has been on point so far. They're yet to lose a game, right?
PSG.LGD have lost 2 games.
2 games?
Yeah,
not the single series.
Not the single series. I mean,
they drew with Spirit.
They drew with Nigma and they drew with Spirit.
Yeah. You're right.
I would actually go with Vici as well. I don't think the Doom is an answer to like a Darkseer combo lane.
And you're putting all your eggs into this TA basket, right?
But then the TA is hard. The TA is hard countered by all damage. I would actually go with Vici on this one.
I mean, PSG speed ran the draft, so maybe they're going to as well. We'll see.
Possible.
We will see, and we will see who takes this first game of this 2-game series. There we are. And I get to hand you over to our lovely commentary duo. We got ourselves a good duo of Gareth and Lacoste right up there.
Thank you, Shiva. Hello, here we are.
Hello.
We coming over?
No, I think we're staying here. There's
Sorry,
a pause
Gary.
in the game.
Gary B.
Yeah, you guys
A
failed.
player
Wait a
has
bit.
paused the game.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they were in such a rush. What's wrong, T?
Are we coming to us? Oh, hello. Yeah, here we are.
Oh, it's us.
Lacoste, the -1 draft from LGD, something we've seen from them previously. But honestly, I feel like Vici Gaming have had a chance to self-reflect after the losses to Nigma. A lot of tempo, speed, team fight for them.
Yeah, they're getting heroes that can play Dota early on, which their loss against Nigma, it was a pretty big one. It was a devastating. I want to see them bouncing back in this one. Both of these teams, they know each other very well, playing in the DPC second season, playing in the I-League. One of the reasons why draft was going on so quickly. A lot of overtime damage against the Templar Assassin, so she's not going to have a good time in this one.
Refraction is like not a spell, basically.
Yeah, carry-to-carry matchup. It's not a carry-to-carry matchup because it's a carry Doom. He dooms Troll. Troll's just like, I'm out of here, probably gonna get Surge. He might start thinking about possibly also dooming out the Darkseer in the team fight, something that we see when there's like a hero like a Centaur or a Darkseer on one side. If you don't doom him, if you doom someone else, they will just stampede away, Surge away. Looking at the minus armor, 3 heroes. You have Templar Assassin, Slardar, and Snapfire. Snapfire also builds into Medallion, potentially Solar Crest on top of it, so they need to be very careful about that one.
That physical burst, right?
Yeah, one thing I'm worried about is they don't have enough AoE to deal with Darkseer illusions from the wall. It's pretty much a single target what they got. A bit more damage coming up from the Scorched Earth. Mortimer's cases, you do not want to use it on the illusion. Same goes for the Phoenix spells. So a lot of value gonna come from that Darkseer wall in this game, and
lots of things for him to combo with, right? Both of the spirits love being iron shelled. They've got that gap close to go on top of the TA. Yeah, I think the panel also mentioning that lane matchup where Troll Ward last pick looks pretty good for Vici Gaming, especially against Slardar. Faith Beyond on that Slardar, so good against the melee heroes, but you put a Troll in there with ranged axes, and you make sure that he doesn't get that full strength from his bash. Get ourselves properly into game 1 here of this best of 2.
in this lane, I don't think you even need the skill bash until level 4 possibly. Because if you get a sprint on level 2, you could potentially just run at the Ancient Apparition if he's caught outside of position. And we see more and more carries just starting out with magic sticks, Troll starting with the magic stick, and we've seen also like bracer build-ups on some of the heroes, like GH prioritizes that one on Phoenix, and now we see Ame on the bottom lane with casual bracer going into 2 bracers. It's not bad.
Oh really? Double bracer Doom. Well, he'll tank himself up, you know, against the Iron Shell. Of course, that Devour against the Iron Shell creep that Jenkins was mentioning, just try and stop that lane shove coming in towards your tier 1. Vici Gaming there, all set up around the bottom bounty runes, under radiant vision, so PSG.LGD know exactly what's going on. No aggressive moves needed. Sit on their side of the map and set up their lanes. As you said, you've got that Doom down bottom. Going to be paired up with the Phoenix. As Ame sitting pretty far forward. Is he going to try and devour as quickly as he sees that creep? Because they're moving in for a tri-lane down here.
He might be in trouble if he decides to go for that play. Iron Shell already on Darkseer.
And there's not too much that Y can do down here to really get jumped.
Ame might be a bit too tanky, even with the 2 Iron Shells, sitting at almost 800 HP. Nothing to say.
Excuse me?
Sorry?
Thanks, guys.
What?
Thanks a lot.
That is actually unbelievable. Ember Spirit dies
I'll see that one again.
40 seconds into the game.
It might be that Templar Assassin hit level 2 faster, and I see no refraction build, so it might surprise him with that belt hit.
We were joking about this at the start, looking at the Magnetize, the Iron Shell, the Ice Blast, all that damage over time, saying refraction's not really a great spell, but the Flame Guard added into it. I mean, Melt Strike, Sideblade's level 2 TA.
Considering how much overtime damage they got, it might be Psyblades, Meld, and Stats build. I'm just joking, but you know, we've seen different kinds of build on Faceless Void when they're putting their only 1 point in time dilation. Same goes for TBs with the reflection, and now puts a point in refraction. So that's gonna give it more damage. We're gonna see it.
It just didn't
meld level 1.
Did not respect the meld level 1 in the right click.
It's -5 armor. I don't know. I feel like TA might be a bit overbuffed.
Overtuned, yeah. Bottom lane, our main now being shoved out. You know, an old 11 getting up on it, but what a start for your Templar Assassin, 9 and 2.
When I saw it on the screen, I see nothing to say drew a first blood. He's mid laner, right? What?
Yeah, we both have this moment of not just disbelief. He's keeping the pressure on as well. Ori having a tragic time in that mid spot. I mean, what kind of itemization is he going to go for? Because that's going to delay his bottle, that's going to delay any kind
bottle is coming to him. Nothing to say already has a bottle. Nothing to say has been impressive throughout this tournament, throughout the second season. The guy plays some insanely good Dota, and we can see here Meld
is he gonna get another
available
kill?
again.
He's got Fairy Fire on the Ember Spirit, still taking some real heavy hits from this Templar Assassin, and now she does go into the refraction. Oh man, this TA is going to be a beast. And top lane, something we've not looked at just yet. And of course that Slardar having a good start, even farm with the Troll Warlord, and Ori dead again.
Okay, I'm not even watching the other lanes. I'm just going to be watching the mid, and he gets the tips from his own teammates. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's going to be a highlight reel of nothing to say. TA solo killing Ori over and again. And so coming back to the idea here, Vici Gaming with a kind of fast tempo draft, right? The Iron Shell, the lawnmowers of the spirits just rolling over people. If you have a poor start, I think Lizard was saying, you're always on the back foot. You don't really want to be catching up and looking to farm as these heroes. There's a bit of a turnaround onto DY there. With Cookie into Crush. Very far up though, and the Ancient Apparition back behind his tower safely.
Okay, so they have something to close the gap. Fire Snap, Cookie into Slither and Crush. We're gonna see this one again. Psyblades.
And he goes for the hit. Oh, the Meld Strike coming. Oh, yeah.
Just one-shots him.
And he's going more. You need these chains just to hold that in place. Oh man. LGD. What a beginning to this series. China versus China, we expect great things. And nothing to say, just prove it. How much of a stellar star player he is. 28 and 8 on that TA right now.
Against
2 solo kills.
In terms of net worth, it's already 1.2k for Assassin.
At 4 minutes, and Ancients are being stacked before she's even gone over to clear them. She's taken out his small camp and trapping it. Perfect. Really, just perfect stuff from the TA. And Vici Gaming are going to start thinking out, the mentality of the team, considering what they need to do to pick up the pieces here is aggression. We need to play aggressively, and that might fall into the hands of LGD, who can look to, stand their ground with a Supernova later on, with a Snapfire Kisses. Of course, that Slardar, who's going to be an incredibly tanky, oppressive force.
I'm on the bottom. Very interesting build. The double bracer, he's also sitting near the tower, so 7.5 HP regen per second. Doesn't care too much about the Iron Shell. Every single time there's Devour off cooldown, he's gonna eat the Iron Shell on.
What does Ori start to do now? Like, is that lane playable anymore in the mid spot?
Well, not really. He's level 4, while Templar Assassin is level 6.5, and huge stacks being made.
Oh, yes. Misses the last one on the Ancients, I believe, there. But still a huge, large camp.
Yeah, what a noob. I didn't stack it the 6th time already, 6 minutes in.
Does TA come and clear them now? Like, everything is happening so fast for LGD. T was saying they've speedrun the draft, they're going to speedrun the game, and it looks like they're looking to set a new world record here. But Vici Gaming with some moves of their own. Cold Feet there, holding Faith Beyond in place. Slardar slain by DY. And Old 11 also cutting waves bottom. So a bit of action created by Vici Gaming to try and unsettle LGD's early lead.
And while all this is happening, TA farming the Ancients, Snapfire goes to the mid lane to collect some of the XP. 11.
Yeah, dead on the tower. Trying to cut these waves. Y just dives on him.
Not sure that was needed. Free XP and gold for Y there.
Comes back to their series against Nigma, where Vici Gaming have been shaken a bit.
Probably, because they lost, what, the whole series in less than 40 minutes?
Yeah, it's like a 15-minute game, then a 25-minute game. Very, very speedy best of two that Nigma took over them. They've definitely got Got to get something done here. Bounty rune grabbed up by White. Mid lane being held there, like you say, by the Snapfire. So PYW and Ori, considering their options, can't really go gank Doom bottom. He's too tanky. TA is not under any kind of vision here. Ready to have that one observer ward in their own triangle. Well, nothing to say. 4,500 net worth, 6.5 minutes in, and a huge lead building up. 3K doesn't seem like much, but at this period of the game, we're usually seeing 900 gold difference between these top teams.
Yeah, he's too speedy. Usually what you want to do is clear the ancient stacks after the 7-minute mark, so you get all the neutral items from him. They're so far ahead. They don't, he's level. I think this might level 9 mark.
Crazy. Yeah, just go back the camps again. Sleep for those neutral items. Doesn't matter too much. Ironwood Tree comes out now for nothing to say. New camps have spawned. And TA gonna have a well-deserved break after all of all the heavy lifting she's been doing.
Jinq says there's some kind of a bug. Bug indeed. He's way too farmed.
They're wondering how the TA's level 10 already.
I think why he paused the game is he wants them to unpause so that the enemy can catch up. He stays AFK in the base, 2-3 minutes, just give them enough time to recover.
Man. Arme being gone a little bit bottom lane, but like what? Freeze, raindrops, double bracer, 1300 HP, 10 armor, and he's not even under the tower yet. Just leave the Doom alone, and he's scaling with this Devour maxed out pretty much. Yeah, okay. You make your move. Sunray keeps him topped up. Jinq now arriving, so they need that vacuum silence. Roll away by PYW. No real force of aggression there from Vici Gaming, and they might even lose their Earth Spirit. Good cookie with the Fiery Spirits, and PYW's down. LGD on another level this game.
They have a 1k gold lead for every single kill that they got.
Every kill matters incredibly here for them, and this Troll Warlord is the only real performer on Vici Gaming so far. 3,500 net worth, having a decent lane there, and keeping Slardar down a little bit. But nothing to say, he gets the free lane, no showing in mid spot. Ori doesn't feel like he can do too much. Level 6 against level 10. When last time you saw this kind of disparity between the mids?
The other day when I was playing pub, I was the guy that was level 6. No, in a professional game, I don't remember seeing this because mid matchup should be much closer since the introduction of the water runes and everything. But that meld level 1 surprised him and
it's crushed him.
He snowballed.
Spirits crushed. That's Dragonlance done with a side play talents as well. So now you've got that incredible range TA. She can just keep farming jungle. There's no
another stack.
But the thing is, there's no rush here for LGD either. You know, quite often in these kind of situations, we're thinking, hey, this team with an early lead needed an early lead to actually fulfill their draft. But PSG.LGD, they've got tons of minus armor that scales into late game. They've got Doom with Devour, scales into late game.
Nothing to say. he might be able to solo Roche at this point.
He might.
Like, this is going to be the play. Once he finishes the Deso, if Slardar is there, they can smoke up with two of the heroes and be able to just kill the Roche alone. Good pickoff on the bottom. Ori being involved.
The one kill on the map that they can get, and you're right, yeah, Ori moves into that bot lane, put a bit of pressure onto the tier 1 tower, while DY defends mid tier 1, glyphing it up as well. LGD a little bit late to the path top. They're not really collapsing on that opposing objective. It's just Slardar up there, it looks like. Troll Warlord a little bit afraid of his life. Does get into the trees. Poyo going to cut through, consider where he wants to move as they roll towards. Nothing to say. A big kill if they can have it. In comes Ori, the traps are thrown. Nothing to say. Turns with a battle strike. The Sunray, the heal, not enough. Massive pick-off for Vici Gaming. And a deny on the tier 1 tower.
So they even get the gold from denying the tower. 270 gold for DY. He is going to get closer to level 6 so they can start setting things up on the side lanes. Troll Warlord having a decent amount of farm. Like, compared to Templar Assassin, he doesn't have that much, but yeah, he didn't get the solo kills.
Well, it's a long time to by the TA. Yeah, you're right. As soon as she's back up, LGD can get on the map and think about their next move. Faith Beyond without Herd going into incredibly tanky Slardar can frontline for them with the Doombringer who's rushing BKB. So it is a fast-paced tempo set by LGD with a scaling lineup.
Sometimes it's bad to be this good. Chat knows. Chat is on this nothing to say level. They know how it is to just be 4 levels ahead, then die and stay dead for 30-35 seconds and minutes in.
Man, what's her XPM at, actually? Like, level 12. 10 minutes in. 4 levels ahead, literally anybody else in the game. It's Doom and Slardar closest to her, 9 and 8 there. But,
this sounds like it's illegal. Level 12, 10 minutes in.
Yeah, there's something. That bubbles they had, maybe that's got something to do with it. Old leveling TP out of bottom lane. And tier 1 top, still an objective that LGD are yet to claim. AniMajor's on the wave, so the remnant's in from Ori. W and DY there, the Ice Blast connecting, and Doom, he chucks his ulti onto the Ember Spirit. No real backup here. Poyo's even going to come in to lap up some of that golden experience shared across his squad.
Good rotation from Vici Gaming. They get the kill on Templar Assassin, now they get a kill on another core. What I want to see from PSG.LGD is Smoke, get a kill or 2. Once that Deso is finished up, that into Roche, you only need pretty much Slardar to be alive, and Templar Assassin on top of it.
He's keeping his farm rate going so well. Giving up a kill here or there doesn't seem to matter too much to LGD. Vici Gaming are the ones running around scrambling, looking. There's a few windows here for the vision from LGD is pretty spot on right now. Watching for that top rune spot on that radiant high ground. Entrance to their own jungle also covered. And now fend their TA mid. Make sure that she's got all the free farm safety she requires. Now having a Snapfire medallion.
Big timing on PSG.LGD, where they're gonna have BKB done in the next minute. Deso already done. That medallion that you talked will be turned later on into Solar Crest. Hood on Slardar. They just have too much farm. It's very hard to synchronize when one of your cores is just popping off. Like, you need to slow down, you have an extra item.
You have to think about your synchronization with that BKB timing.
Straight into Roche bit. So done. Little Shredder maxed up.
What's the minus armor like on that Roshan, man?
Minus 18, minus 36.
Okay. There we go. Big man, he's dead. See you in 8 minutes. And now TA with it. Just kisses launch. DY in trouble. Brought within and into his life. The kick away by PYW. Saves the AA. But LGD with such a firm grasp on this now. And ready to fight at any given moment like this Doom. We've seen this Hand of Midas Doom go into that later game scaling in towards like Refresher. 35 minutes in, he's gone straight. BKB looking for the blink next. So he's going to be one of their main forms of initiation. Him and Slardar just jump people, so TA's given cover.
They have enough tower damage, so this is why he's itemizing into these earlier items to be able to keep the pressure on the map. Now with the Assassin picking up the ages, they will go for the top tier 1 tower. It's not going to get defended, it's already too late. And then going into Blink Dagger, I also want to see an earlier BKB on a Templar Assassin. We've seen Templar Assassins just sometimes they don't want to go for it, extremely greedy, but there's so much magical and overtime damage that burns through your refraction.
Feels like you desperately need it. Yeah, I think you might be right. But at this rate, you know, the Blink Dagger is going to come so quickly. She could just jump the AA, one-shotter as the roll in towards that Aegis carrier. They've got the diving Supernova Phoenix. Great one on that high ground behind it. Yeah, and she's not even dead yet. Ice Blast connects. Nothing to say. Will fall inside the wall. Oh, Nori. He's retreating. Well, GD considering the move forward to defend this TA because she might die twice here. Cold Feet going to snap her in place and a good roll forward. Oh, they're jumping away with the cookie, and now the Doom onto the Troll Warlord who already popped his battle trance. Nets up at the Blink Slardar, crushes it, and he's been left alone. Vici Gaming initiate. They take the Aegis, but they lose their Troll for it.
It was a good initiation first on Templar Assassin. I would prefer if this is a BKB. Like, Blink Dagger is so greedy, and they can easily kill you. Refraction doesn't actually do anything against the Ion Shell, against the Ember Spirit. We'll see if he decides to go with the Blink Dagger. It's also a farming tool where you jump between the camps much easier. You can blow up Ancient Apparition if you have a good vision. Now with Slardar also picking up a Blink Dagger, you can play with him. It is gonna be a Blink Dagger in the end.
Yeah, the triple blink threat, I guess, there. And I think you're right. The farm rate definitely matters a lot to Nothing to Say. He wants to break records this time. 10k net worth at 15 minutes has got to be something up there with the greats.
All the 11 going for Aghanim Scepter. Different Darkseers, different builds. Whenever I see Mind Control playing the Darkseer, he almost never goes for it as the first or second item. He tends to fight a lot more with the team early on, so mech, pipe, to be able to tank up. I also wouldn't mind seeing maybe some 13 Greaves. Crimson Guard doesn't sound too bad against all this. Yeah, exactly. Because 1-2 cores actually deal so much physical damage.
Yeah, I guess the charges on that Iron Shell make a lot of sense when you've got Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit. Heroes that can really utilize the Iron Shell damage incredibly well and want to be tanky and need that extra burst of HP against this minus armor Strand, even the Doombringer, who nearly has his own blink. Found his Centaur creep, so he's got War Stomp. And the lead keeps on building for LGD, outscaling and outmaneuvering Vici Gaming every step of the way. As Doom clears out that bot wave, not the hero they want to be going on. They're grouping around down there though. AA, Troll, and even that coming into that bottom jungle, but under Radiant Vision, so Ori will realize no jungle camps here, nothing that I can get done, and an immediate D-ward from DY.
And look at the way Ame's farming. He's hiding behind the trees, dragging the creep to his side so that he has like time to react. It's all about that small things in Dota, efficiency.
Poyo, a hero we've not really seen too much of. The Troll Warlord's been farming for the most part this game.
Different item build, not a single farming tool, no battle fury, which is not a thing anymore, unlike playing into the Lancer matchup. I've seen Diffusal Blades, I've seen Maelstroms to be able to increase your farming potential. This time around wants to be able to dispel those fiery spirits and dispel corrosive haze.
Here they come. Okay. Nothing to say, just blow straight through. And this DDPA, good stop as well. The Doom in towards Ori. They're just being run over. LGD are crushing it. Vici Gaming have no response.
They jump on Darkseer, who is pretty much the damage for Vici Gaming, so he also needs to be able to reset if someone gets them, surge him away.
LGD on the front. They'll spend the Magnetize for him. They get one kill off the back of that disastrous battle around their tier 2, but nothing to say. Templar Assassin just destroys the building. The structural damage from LGD is substantial. And the DD rune, of course, helping out a fair amount. It's outpost time. That's going to make life even harder for Vici. They're losing out on their ancients. Yeah, just so freely floating around, finding runes, bounties, and arcanes. BKB's coming up for her soon as well. Control Warlord going into Aghanim Scepter next year. That Manta Ags. So no Maelstrom, no BKB, no SNY.
I think it's a bit of an overkill, where you dispel enemies and you dispel yourself. Where's the damage gonna come from?
I'm really not sure, yeah. Iron Shells and Ember Spirit, I guess. You're still so reliant on all that magic damage when the BKBs are all here for LGD. Your ability to kill people off is going to be minimal at best. And great positioning here from Y. A little bit delayed reaction to that slight effect, but he still pops the smoke. 4-staff dive away.
My concern here is you have Manta Staff mostly for... It's a good stat item. It doesn't give you too much damage. It's a dispel mechanic, so why do you need another form of, like, dispel?
Yeah.
You can dispel Level Shredder, you can dispel Solar Crest, Corrosive Haze, Fiery Spirits.
Melt Strike?
That's not dispellable.
Okay. Even the Dharma debuff's not? Because you can't dispel her invis, right? Like, it's with those tooltips you can get a little bit confused. I'm not questioning you, Lucas. I'm just wondering myself.
You're right.
It's the same with Arctic Burn. Remember we had this discussion with Arctic Burn as well.
Yes, because I mean the cannot be dispelled means that like you cannot remove, you cannot use, I don't know, Brewmaster's split to dispel it. It's but minus armor can be dispelled.
Okay. So maybe they're thinking about the fiery spirits and the minus armor for sure to try and focus the egg or do something, because he's the only one that can really hit the egg. Smoke from LGD invading the triangle, getting onto that dire side of the map, forcing Vici Gaming to play top side.
Say, last time I tested it, it worked like that, so I have all the bases covered.
Last time we tested it, Lacoste. Yeah, last time we tested it.
Last time I tested it in 2017, it did the spell. So yeah, Phoenix a bit unleveled, level 9, you would want to have that level 2 Supernova, possibly buys a book, which will get him closer to that, but still need one more big fight to survive. And now Templar Assassin, level 18, means more traps, and also means more damage.
More damage. Yeah, and LGD playing for second Roshan here. Roll onto the Ice Blast. Arme has the backup though. BKB and the Star PYW will roll out of danger, but the Doom comes straight onto the Darkseer, and Arme runs forward. The kisses landing in onto Vici Gaming, and Arme, he's popped his one.
Good
he's
board.
more stabbed away from the Remnant chase. Ori finds the catch in the back while PYW cleared up. The TA's on the supports. The backline's been shredded. Poyo, you can do all you can against this. Nothing to say TA, but Ori can't stand his ground against it. Y comes out, double kill, and the troll is stuck in the tree.
There's the ulti just to buy a bit more time.
He can't lifesteal enough to deal with a Sunray burn and a minus armor pummeling from LGD.
And now they're gonna go for a tier 2, maybe even try to knock on tier 3. Good Doom on a Darkseer. This is exactly what they need to do 2 times in a row. Not get his back off, does not get Wall of Replica, so no real damage. He can't surge people away from the fight. Double Force Staff on one Force Staff, apologies, on Y, which pushed him, and one on Slardar, never mind. Just making sure.
Yeah, that ability to get away from the jump, keep the TA moving. Because now she can use the Blink Dagger, just focus on aggressive moves with it. Nothing to say. Don't know if she's getting gone on there, but here's the replay, the kisses. Landing in perfectly, zoning them out. That Doom on the Darkseer meant there was no vac wall, no turnaround play, and the burst damage from that Templar Assassin shredding through everybody on Vici Gaming's side.
Invisibility.
And why coming out with that double kill, really beautifully done. All set up by Arme's Doom. You know, he dies in the end. He's not the real carry. Templar Assassin, the position 1 basically in this match.
Roshan will respawn in about a second, so they can go inside and kill it. 40 seconds until the next Doom, and also a big item coming out on Doom as well. Give us guard to be able to deal with the illusion, slow them down.
You even give vision into the trees.
Yeah, that's most important. Just provide vision so that your Templar Assassin and Slaughter can get good jumps.
Especially when you've got a few slippery heroes there. The 2 spirits can hide in the trees quite successfully. Vici Gaming smoking. Completely obscured by the fog of war, and they're walking into the Roche Pit.
On Ori. Casual chainmail,
yeah,
and the Lotus Orb. So another form of dispelling, which also gives them armor.
He needed it. So he went phase boots chainmail with his wand to the bottle, and the rate at which he was dying, he needed some kind of small build-up item. He couldn't really go for anything too big too quickly. Roshan here, not attempted by Vici, but they know that it's alive, and they know that this is very likely their last chance to have some kind of fight with LGD.
Vici, they need a big wall. Right now, King of the Hill, yeah.
Troll with the axes, spots inside there, but Arme, he's one to kick it off. Ice blast towards him, Poyo down to half HP, being burned by the Sunray as well, and these kisses. They're zoning out Vici Gaming while PYW was in the pit. They'll try and chase back onto Arme's Doom. He's changed up at Poyo, being kited around. The troll is isolated. TA with the melt strikes finishes him off. They get Wise Phoenix on the right-hand side of the fight, as well as the Doombringer.
Wall still available, plus a vacuum.
And it's a pick off on the Slaughter as well. Nothing to say, has to BKB up. Inside that wall, time to run away as LGD do get picked off around the Roche Pit.
It's still a big W.
PYW, they're going for this. Trap slow and a scatter blast hit.
They managed to kill the Roche while all this was happening, and he goes in, 2 shots him.
DY. Destroyed! And old 11 might be going the same way.
Now Templar Assassin has Shard, also picked up by Roche, which is silence, so up to 3.5 seconds, long duration silence, and going into Daedalus. Like, we see the power of Vici Gaming once they use their combo, Vacuum Wall, AA Blast, a lot of overtime damage, and they need to be able to kite BKBs, try to reset, and then go in again. Problem is, Templar Assassin just deletes 1 or 2 heroes before the fight even starts.
Yeah, you need these buybacks. You need some way to reset the fight, and I think Darkseer, he's going to play Fog for the majority of the battle, just to, like you say, look for that counter initiation. But that was a good fight, though. Vici Gaming holding out, making sure second Roche doesn't immediately get picked up by LGD. but they will come again for round 2 in a few seconds or so. And another 5v5 should be brewing. Ori clears out that mid-wave. The rest of Vici Gaming behind him. They've got to know. They've got to know. Something's up there. And blink in from Arme. It's turned on though, as Poyo being found down in the bottom lane. Ice Blast connecting onto nothing to say. The kisses towards that Troll Warlord bot though, as Faith Bian tracks back onto Poyo. Troll down to the Sunray, no. He gets the battle trance off, but the kiting begins. 4 stacks, and that Corrosive Haze with the chain stuns coming in. Crush and Cookie landing perfectly. Well, UIW, the long-range projectile, clears him up as that Aegis reclaimed out by the TA.
Ame's madman. He jumped in with no KB whatsoever.
We go straight on them. They're going to back, but it doesn't matter. Or can't maneuver himself away from the egg.
They get the kill. Good usage of the Aegis, and they still didn't do any real damage to tier 3 towers. Problem is Troll. He doesn't have any damage whatsoever. Like, this build doesn't do anything.
Hey, yeah, he's been a non-factor the entire game.
I'm just thinking, if I've seen this item build without seeing which hero it is, try to guess. Definitely not say Troll, especially in this current meta.
That's quite a weird one.
Maybe it's more of a Morphling who has a Dark Willow on his side. You know, still want to have Manta to dispel things, and then Aghanim Scepter turn into allies.
But he's not a Morphling.
He's not.
He's a Troll Warlord. Well, he's got his axe finished now. Y and Faith Bian, the dastardly duo. They're doing such a great job. Look at that, just scouting out, making sure nothing's coming their way. And the crushes and the stuns from Faith Bian have been defending this egg, which have been positioned so perfectly by Innocence. And we still have the cheese on someone.
I think Cheese was consumed during that Roche fight. Can't find it on anyone.
Yeah, it's all gone. They spawn out Poyo Troll, dispels off the Corrosive Haze straight away. D-warding coming in. As LGD prime position from this. Bit of high ground here to play into that
double
box here
damage.
too. Okay. And she's got Daedalus, yeah?
Yep. We'll just pick it up. Going into Hurricane Pike. Another 4 staff, so they will have 3.
Here come the one-shots. As soon as they see this DD, they're going to be thinking about what their plan's actually going to be. I mean, Poyo, they saw this happening. They cleared out the mid-wave. Kisses. Troll Warlord getting pummeled by it. And Faith Bian still trying to chase down this Troll Warlord. LGD realize they've not got the full gap closed to get there.
Good thing is he has all these dispel mechanics, where he used the melee axes, dispels himself. Using the Manta style. Problem is, if he gets silence, might need to pop that Manta style to get rid of the silence. Gotti.
Yeah, I guess he wants to try and tank up, get as many stats as he can. Well, we have seen Vici Gaming make that jump. They can successfully take team fights, but it's so dependent on having vision of LGD, of knowing which targets you're going on. And when Arme's able to do this, he breaks vision. He gets on, starts the fight without you even knowing what's going on. He's got the chain stuns on Poyo. He's going to have to battle trance. The damage coming. Oh, he gets himself to high ground, ever so barely. Holding onto the ulti as well.
Vici Gaming will think they have a ward there, the Tinker ward near the tier 2 tower. But they do not. Nice jump from Ame, providing vision with Shiva's guard. It's very hard to counter this specific item build on Troll, because enemies probably also don't find any sense in it. You know, they don't know what's happening, so...
How do we deal with the dispels? Just kill him. Just catch him and kill him. And he's gonna start becoming a bit of a menace, though. 20k lead built up by LGD. Maybe thinking that they're a bit tentative here, pushing actual high ground up against that vac wall, the ice blast, the combos from Vici Gaming still incredibly powerful. They want to wait for third Roche.
I feel like they do. Vici Gaming on the other side. Smoke Fate Beyond. Baiting with his illusion.
They're not going to find anyone, though. Slowly walking themselves across the map, finding Bounty Rune. It's a pretty good line on there, figuring out what the next move is going to be for them. They haven't even taken that mid-tier 1 tower yet. Some pings coming out.
Ori's item build is pretty much whatever gives armor, I'm going to build in this game.
Oh, look at Faith Beyond. Baiting so hard. The illusion. Not real, guys.
It's time to go. And like they instantly smoke. No AA blast.
The blink's done. Catches 2. And they're on the darts here. The melt strike. The jump from Arme. And Old Levin's gone. Up as well. Kisses, they ended, but they've got Infernal Blade and damage over time. That'll be enough to bring down the troll. There's a buyback out. Darts here. Oh, the ball! They get them all inside of it. But the Supernova and the turnaround Sunray. All Button has to run. Jin Q, he's being brought low, but they don't have any finishing touches. PYW, he's trying to magnetize and catch him out. But they've
BKBs are down.
Slaughter going. Troll Warlord finds him.
They catch two cores, but they expended 2 buybacks, 1 on 11, 1 on Poyoyo. Roche may respawn in 3 seconds. If it's a fastest spawn, this could be a game changer, and it's 9 seconds. It's instantly gonna spawn.
So quick. This could be the start of the turnaround for Vici Gaming. They don't know about it though. Going for tier 2 mid instead. Jin Q positioned behind the trees. A creep, clear out the wave, make sure the push ends right there. Vici Gaming sticking around. They don't have a back wall, they don't have some of these big cooldowns that they would like to play with, but a roll in. Ember Spirit started on the Snapfire, they dive in Fiery Spirits, but that's Jin Q gone for a minute. Now nothing to say, being dived.
He might jump in.
Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower.
Could maybe, one shot into some of these heroes. Wants the creep wave instead. Gets a bit of a side blade splash back there onto Vici.
Roshan is being pinged out. They have a trap inside it. Unfortunately for Vici, they didn't check the Roche. They would have enough damage with the troll. You know, just pummeling. Doesn't have a damage item, but eventually would bring it down. And now they go in. Aghanim Scepter on top of Cheese and Aegis. Who do they give Axe to? I wouldn't mind
TA.
Yeah. Why? Because why not?
Yeah, Aghanim Scepter has been so powerful, jumping around, controlling the map. I think we saw Sumail also doing that little bottle refill, right? Going back to Fountain, refilling bottle, and then jumping out across the map again. Paladin Sword there as well for the T8, going into Nullifier next.
In this situation, I would love to find Spider Legs as tier 3 item. This is one of the reasons why Spider Legs feels like the best tier 3 item, because you are out of slots. Would prefer to have BKB, would prefer to have some kind of a move speed.
I guess Pike and Blink Dagger give you a bit of maneuverability, and you've got double Force Staff on your supports as well. So they'll rely on that to give a movement in the team fight.
Yeah, tier 4 items dropping in the 3 minutes, so he might get some move speed from Flicker.
Yeah, like a Flicker, yeah. But here comes that
or Ninja Gear.
Nullifier, 6-slotted TA.
This Nullifier is pretty big. He ruins Ancient Apparitions build completely. No Force Staff, no Ghost Scepter. Same goes for Earth Spirit. He has 1.
And with some lucky crits there, TA could definitely, 1 or 2 shot some of these heroes. Still being quite patient with the way they're moving towards the base, though.
Level 25 on TA is so good. You have 14 refraction charges. They have a lot of overtime damage, but the damage that you get from it, not just defensive one, but offensive, is pretty damn good compared to old talent. 1 sec the melt hit bash before it was 1.5. Now that it got nerfed, I'll keep that thought.
Trying to do something drastic here, but they've lost twice. I mean, comes that Templar Assassin, just find the backline. The Ghost Scepter all away, PW escapes, but Ori found out by Faith Bian. Unfortunately, can't get the crush there, while Poyo just doomed by Arme. They come in and slay all 11. The Darkseer's gone, no buyback on him, and the Troll Warlord, he's dead. Nothing to Say comes out with a triple kill after finding PYW, and GG's called. And it's a long time coming. I mean, since those 2 kills that TA got on that Ember Spirit, we felt this game just completely slipping out of the hands of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, it was a complete disaster. Getting him out level 1, being able to surprise him with that -5 armor gets...
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. it sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
There's three of us. There's three of us here,
that's
so
true. That's true.
you guys.
They have the numerical advantage.
Our pillow is bigger than yours.
You're literally
All right, Owen, can you guys please keep it down over there? Owen, what do you think is going to get picked up here today in this draft? I think there's going to be a bit of a punch game coming up. Jenkins, I agree with you, mate.
I think it's going to be a great game.
Oh, there's Owen. There he is.
You English-speaking friends, please let me analyze a little bit. It's Nyx Assassin and Mars. Mars I like a lot. It's very strong man, big biceps. I like.
Like me.
And now Lion as well. Very manly name, Lion. It's a king of the animals.
Oi, we got a warlock. Oh.
Is this PSG.LGD speed drafting again?
Yeah.
Is it happening?
They both are, right? More or less.
They're just Both teams just getting through it. Honestly, like this is the type of game where we'd love to have an interview. Just like, guys, why were you drafting so quick? Was it because
why?
Like,
if yesterday PSG.LGD was already going for dinner right after their one series, this time they're already out of the building. I don't know. They have got somewhere to be.
I think
I don't think they're allowed to be out of the building, but you know,
they're playing from the restaurant. I think right now.
They want to go grab that lunch instantly after. The lunch at the hotel is pretty solid, so.
Can we get the camera? Okay, so they are there. I mean, this could be pre-recorded.
This could be, yeah.
There's nothing that indicates that this is actually happening right now.
Also, it could just be one person.
Yeah, look at him. Look at
Fabian, you could have read those patch notes earlier, sir.
So this is what Slardar does? Oh, crazy.
Wow.
What is he doing? He's looking through a replay.
It's like a watch
shit, Mel does -5 armor at level 1?
Gee, is it meant to crush Ember? What?
Yep. They actually ban out Life Stealer on the side of PSG.LGD, even though Mars is picked up against them and they have Nyx. I feel like it could have been a decent pick for themselves, but they don't want to play against it. They ban it.
He has a little stress ball. I like it.
So the Willow is still available for Vici, which I know this is like, I mean, this is their favorite hero in general. I mean, even without the Mars, they like this Willow. I would. Oh, okay, banning out the Phoenix instead.
This looks like Lion plus ET for Vici Gaming. If it's not banned out, it's probably the two heroes that they play the most on support roles in the season. That is, I'm not sure that it was as good here. Maybe they can go with something different. Some Clock versus Nyx is also pretty solid versus Warlock too.
Yeah, normally against Warlock in lane, you want some type of cleanse, or in the game, sorry, you want some type of cleanse, but when you
cleanse,
the Kyle,
I heard the
purge. Okay, all right, hold up.
Cleanse.
Sorry.
Wait, what does purge have to do with this?
What is okay? We're gonna do a weatherman on how bad cleansing is. All right, no. Yes, there is some need for some purge, some dispel, some way of getting rid of the fatal bonds. The team traditionally like some. But they go for fight instead. Whew.
Good hero too. Previous game, we had Vici Gaming in the second ban phase banning out the axe. We've seen Ame's axe a couple times. Very good. Still an option here, paired up together with the Warlock, or would you rather see something different? Also, is this a game where you feel like Nothing to Say's hero is going to be saved for last?
It's most likely going to be the 4th pick in the draft for PSG, because that's going to be closing out the second phase. You cover it with 2 bans. Right now for PSG, they're trying to decide kind of what offlaner they'd like most likely. Or the sacrificial Ame hero. Yeah, like DK or Doom, yeah.
When you're thinking about Nothing to Say, it's Magnus, Dead Prophet, something that we haven't seen that many times from them here, but they love it. Lena's
still in the pool.
Still in the pool.
If they pick a DK, I think Lena would.
You're playing versus a Mars, but still, Lena is pretty
it's tough, but that's why like if they pick some sort of like front line and some heroes to actually take.
Is there though? Like Void has been banned, Mars has been taken away from you. Is there something that works as well as those two? I don't think so. Those two are like the bosses. Maybe Axe, but it's not as good though. You have Golem from Warlock.
These are really squishy supports. You can definitely pick something to abuse that.
And that's what Warlock will thrive in, right? Warlock loves playing into these squishy supports that don't have a way to kind of keep themselves alive. It's just PSG need to have a couple more heroes to force the fight so that they get hit by the bonds, hit by the gun, and then subsequently die.
What are they discussing? What could they be talking about?
I know what they're discussing.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Tinker?
Axe, Tinker, Pudge.
Pudge. Okay.
This is
2 squishy supports. They're gonna feed to you. You can hook out of the Mars arena. You can eat somebody out of the Mars arena.
You can eat someone from the AO.
Exactly. This is gonna be a Pudge carry.
You can eat Magnus after he RPs as well, so he doesn't kill enemies.
That's such a good combo, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's so strong.
Don't you love when someone initiates and then you just eat him?
You eat them, yeah. It's
Does it ever happen to you that you eat the wrong target, not on purpose? You just eat the wrong target.
No, for me, no.
Yeah, with the shard, really?
No. I don't buy the shard because it's defensive. So.
You're not a defensive kind of a guy.
No, just full aggression.
I know. I see that in your eyes. I understand.
I appreciate that. I do.
Mag has been played mostly by Nothing to Say in the middle lane.
The one game that they played it on carry, it completely sucked. I hated it. They lost with it. I just wish when you have someone like Nothing to Say on your team, I want to see him playing it because he just owns Magnus. And he will be the one.
This is all very stable.
Yeah.
Why would they send out a tweet saying, hey, which one of these crazy heroes you wanted to pick, and then
the same thing that happened in European DPC. Remember when the teams would like,
very disappointing. But there's a difference in fan base, mostly. There's a massive fan base for PSG.LGD. They're going to be very sad.
And wasn't there a Singapore major team that tweeted out IO and then never picked it because they actually couldn't play it?
That was done the Predator.
I was
yeah.
I think it might be a debate, although it didn't seem to work with the bans at all. So
it's not as if the heroes like, oh, should we pick, you know, the Ursa, the PL, or the TB, you know? But
I don't like the PL though. This hero overall hasn't done way too much in the major. Maybe they'll find a different way of playing it. Most of the time, when I've seen PL work, it's with the Aetherlance and Shard, and then later on, Octarine.
I do think the mana burn works really well though against the Mars plus the DK. It's two like strength guys that have really low mana pools but need to use their mana, so you can fight based on these heroes having no mana. You don't even need to kill them. Just drain their mana. I get that. I agree with you. I think the hero. I think the hero's just way weaker.
And you have Breathe Fire against you as well. You have Lion level 25. Kappa. We're gonna get there.
Even though Vici Gaming has last pick, I still think that Juggernaut, for example, would be really good. I remember during European DPC, Jug PL matchups were pretty decent for Jug. You go for the Shard, you have like a Mjolnir, you just kind of spin him down, and they kind of need a little bit more, you know, pace within their carry to get them out of the game. Like Vici Gaming is looking to play before the PL comes online, because PL, there is no answer right now. You know, they picked it fourth after seeing all of Vici Gaming's heroes.
What about Ho Yo Yo Troll again?
It can only get better.
Yo.
That did not look that.
That was pretty bad.
That was
that's So give him a chance.
You know what?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say Leshrac, but the Nyx kind of blocks that. But I'm thinking like, you know, why not go with something that's more of a mid-game kind of carry? I like DK, Mars. Like I feel like these 4 heroes that Vici have.
Just play the tempo.
Yeah, play tempo.
Yeah, Shiver, what do you think about that? Like, what tempo heroes? She literally flew under the radar this whole panel.
Dude, if you guys are talking about the draft, I'm not going to interrupt you.
Please.
Nobody wants to listen to me predict picks.
Take over.
I will tell you what he has played that is still in the pool. Let's see. We still have in the pool Wraith King. Terrorblade? No. Terrorblade banned, sure.
Wraith King with Radiance AC could...
Medusa, but Medusa's been figured out, I feel. Morphling, that's it. And Jugger. He's not really had a very wide hero pool. And Troll, of course, as well.
Jug is honestly probably the best one, just because you have the heal versus all the Warlock damage over time.
No.
It's a hero that can own Nyx in lane. He can't carapace your spin, and then you have the Aghanim Shard PL clear that Gov was talking about.
Good the DK as well.
Thanks, Jenks.
I got you.
What do we want to see from PSG.LGD, though? Is there still a chance for something crazy for Faith Beyond, assuming it is and Nothing to Say Magnus and then Ame PL? Then we are going to see Faith and Leshrac.
Ooh.
Shrek coming out from them still.
Okay.
The offlane Lesh, yeah. I like the fact that PSG is one of the few teams that is still running like melee 4 or ranged offlane. So many, you know, people just go, by Vanguard, that's tanky.
For them, Fate Beyond really thrives on these heroes.
Yeah.
In the Singapore Major and Season 1.
Oh, there you go.
It was the Prophet and the Viper. Now it's a little bit of Lesh. Also Viper banned out. Oh, yo, Juggernaut.
I just hope I read
his
it like
set.
DJ did.
Oh, you guys can't see it at home.
Carry, so just saying.
What is that set? You'll see it soon. Don't worry, you'll know exactly what I mean. Looks cool. Very.
Oh, on Jug?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's very cool.
I like the Dragon Knights one as well. It's badass.
We can't talk about sets too much because they don't see it at home.
I actually think the Lesh matchup versus Jug is good for Lesh. It's one of those ones where people you think, oh, you know, magic damage, Jug just spins, but you kill him really easily with the edict. You just go physical, you just go 2-4-0, and then with the ult you run him down, and if he spins you just run him down with the edict. Like he can't turn an Omni. You go 1 armor item, he can't kill you with the full Omni. You can just mow him down and keep your distance.
It's another one of those games where I think Leshrac, if he goes for like a quick shroud into like 4 shields, he's going to be an absolute menace in this game, tanking up like the Vici Gaming's kill threat is basically they kill one hero and that's it. Like a blast plus a stun, that's the kill threat. If that's not online, they might struggle to clean kill someone, and that's where PL 20 minutes plus will thrive. And there's a lot of emphasis on Faith_Beyond just kind of being a nuisance like he has been so far.
I don't like the PL, but I'll still go with PSG. They just look much better, in much better form at the moment. I dislike the PL pick though.
Is it gonna be as fast as game 1? Especially the first 10 minutes. We're gonna not wait for their answer. We're gonna find out if it's gonna be a commentary team is ready. Let's head over to Lacoste and Gareth.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, here we are, game 2, Lacoste. I mean, Vici Gaming again with a solid-looking draft. Do you think it's going to be enough against that speed at which LGD have been playing?
Didn't see too much of a Phantom Lancer, but every single time I see him, there is a lot of counters to PL. This is not the last big Phantom Lancer, so they have some answers. They have this Juggernaut that builds into either Maelstrom or Battle Fury. Not a big fan of Battle Fury, but they have a Dragonite with the splash as well on top of it.
Yeah.
So should be okay. Looking at the PSG.LGD, nothing to say on his signature hero, Magnus mid. He has like, I believe, around 80% win rate on the hero. Last time I checked, pretty insane.
Not really the same kind of TA Ember matchup that we saw where a couple of solo kills on Ori's Ember. We shouldn't see that kind of scenario again.
We
but
should
you
not
never
see
know.
that even in the previous game, but hell yeah, it happened. Nothing to say. Using Skewer.
Is there a reason for that? Skewering trees, deforesting the area. LGD holding that Radiant, triangle.
Faith_Beyond really loves to spray Arteezy on the cliffs.
Oh, is that why they're here? The strat. Put Arteezy on the cliff top. Get your morale. Sprays. And they stay under their high ground vision. Well, a very good adaptation from Vici, moving onto that left side of the map. Get themselves a couple of bounty runes so they don't lose out anything before the creep wave spawns up. PYW with AO, Lion, Juggernaut.
That high ground ward that they placed will be the ward that maybe there's something that I'm not aware of. Why he skewered there. There was no heroes around, so that means that they had no vision. But maybe it's one of those little tricks.
Oh!
Skewer back.
Into tower. Taking a lot of damage and forced away to the right side of that lane. I mean, Ori, he's going to have to battle his way back to just try and hit creeps. He can't do it. How many denies do we get here then? Nothing to say. Good stun with the Dragon Tail, deny for Ori. And so far, DK02 against Magnus's just one. Yes. Good courier snipe top though coming through. Tango's down and Jinkyu
going in for
the double, but the Earth Spike catches out the next assassin. A good spin there, back through the stun, and Jinkyu. That's your first blood. Poyo picks it up.
Debated by the courier. Did they get the second one as well?
They did.
They did.
Poyo.
So that's 50 gold times 5, 250, and they got the 290 for the first blood plus the experience, so really not worth it.
No, Faith_Beyond needs a salve. Healed up by Jinkyu. That mid lane again, I mean, nothing to say, just keeps finding these skewers back under tower. Shockwave skewer, something that a lot of players have kind of figured out the combo there. You get a fair amount in the off lane in particular with that Magnus Lina dual lane we've seen.
What do you think pro players can get any better? Then you see the combo that you mentioned, Shockwave into skewers. We see Mars getting better and using the spears just to pull people back from it. Beautiful stuff coming up from these professional e-gamers.
Yeah, absolutely is. And speaking of the Mars here, you know, looking very Ice Blast. You've got the combos there to be able to set up once you hit your level 6s. Laning stage-wise, how's it going for Old 11 and DY?
Mars having a okay time for CS compared to that. Not really okay, but a lot of harassment from Warlock. Warlocks, they usually start with Fatal Balls level 1, secure the first creep wave for their carries, and this is pretty much the same thing always for Phantom Lancer. They start with a stick to have the mana spam, and then get Band of Elven Skin. Was it called Boots of Elven Skin before?
Oh, jeez.
Back in the Dota 1 days, maybe, at the start of Dota 2, I don't know why. And then they get Gloves of Haste, turn that into Power Treads. So Dragon on the mid lane should be fine, even with the skewers back, 2 points in Dragon Blood. This is a new type of build on Dragon Knight where Dragon Tail actually deals damage, 70 mana, 70 damage, 2.5 second duration stun. So instead of getting that Breathe Fire, I've seen even like 1-4-4 build on Dragon Knights.
And just maxing it out. You can even use it to secure range creeps or whatever you want to in that lane. Nothing to say, going to clear that small camp while these Fatal Bonds bottom lane really are a nuisance. Mars and this Ancient Apparition is taking Fatal Bonds and Lances to the back of the heads consistently. Obviously, Magnus clearing through small camp as he does. A good stun top. Impale back from PYW allows Poyo to get away from Jinkyu. So far, across the board here, 3 Radiant Cores all farming very comfortably. While the Cold Feet snaps bot. Old 11 can't really do anything else.
The panel talked about how this is a good matchup for Lesh against the Juggernaut, which I agree with. I would prefer if he doesn't have a point in Lightning Storm, especially against Jug. 2-4-0 build is kind of what I want to see.
Yeah.
Juggernaut uses Spin, Diabolic Edict, he dies. He cannot trade with you.
So what's the Lightning Storm for? Is that just to kind of slow people?
The range group may be set up for Nyx Assassin Stun, because he needs to be close. It doesn't have Boots of Speed yet, just casual Windlace.
Well, a good pick off onto that Y Warlock. He was running pretty low on resources, so not a big deal for him. Could even consider the bottle refill if he needs to get back into that mid lane, but yeah, they've got water runes in that mid lane. Now pretty self-sustaining, so he just gets back down to the bottom. Poyo, CS-wise, 20-4. Chain pulling out from PYW, trying to make sure this lane is a bit closer to the towers, so those chain stuns don't come from the Nyx and the Leshrac too much.
Talk about the Vici Gaming support. How I feel, I'll say DYW for some reason. Combination of the two players.
DYW. What is DY up to? He's stacking Ancients. Who's going to be clearing these? EK? I guess the Juggernaut can a bit later on, but needs some items. He misses out on Ancient Camp as well.
Maybe better. Sometimes you don't have the heroes to kill the stacks with. Mars can help out with the God's Rebuke. Juggernaut has some damage, but doesn't have that steroid, doesn't have the Empower. Especially against Mag, Leshrac, you need to be careful what you're stacking. We've seen so many times teams invading the enemy triangle and stealing the stack.
Okay, he's actually skewered back to his tower. Stun and Cold Feet though, trapping nothing to see there. And even though he's potentially under that tower and tanky, 3 heroes surrounding him.
Very fancy interaction there with the Impale and Skewer.
Floating in the air, sliding across the map, yeah.
A little bunny hop.
Jumping around. Someone fed him a cookie, but there's no grammar in this game.
What is this voice line? Steady beepy? I kind of like it.
Team SMG, straight out of Southeast Asia. Mori, PYW, they're fine. 6-minute mark hits, Illusion spawn bottom. They safeguard both runes there. Looks like DY gonna have to grab it, so nothing to say, can't refill his own bottle. Continues to play under that dire vision while Warlock has left the bottom lane. And leaves Old 11 now in a pretty free spot here to Phantom Lancer and get tons of farm for himself. Like 14 denies on Old 11. It's playing out of his mind.
Something Old 11 does pretty much always whenever he plays Mars is buy that Ring of Health to have the sustain in the lane.
All the stuns. Poyo fairy fires and spins. Going though, that physical damage with the right click from Jinkyu. Finds the kill on Jug while in comes Lion.
Another stun available.
They've got the turnaround on him, you're right. Oh, wow. Lion wanted to chip away at Faith Beyond, but instead gives a double to Jinkyu.
I am Lion, but this was pretty bad. It really wasn't great. And they already used the Glyph. Didn't deal any damage to the mid tower.
Get me out of here.
Phantom Lancer, he needs level 6 before going back to jungle. Just wants to be able to collect some XP. Good thing he has a Warlock with him, so he can provide some sustain.
Oh, Poyo looking for revenge. Slices the Nyx Assassin, gets rid of the pest in his lane. That was before the Leshrac could have regened and returned to that top lane himself. There's a Tranquil Boots Lesh there. Something that I haven't seen too much.
Now he's just keeping it for the extra movement speed. We'll turn that possibly into Era Hood. And the Yule Scepter, so the efficiency is there. Like, you can keep this throughout the whole game if you don't get hit while you have Tranquils. Something that Milan on his Earth Spirit does quite well.
Absolutely does. That's a good shout. Set up by Jinkyu. He knows that this move from Vici Gaming is coming. Obs and Sentry going to get dewarded by DY, and a good two-man start there, and an RP catching Lion under the tower. Nothing to say. Hex to finish. Tower damage is enough, and now Vici Gaming kind of stuck in this spot. Lion Jinkyu have that help of the Magnus to skewer forward, and another shockwave drags him back for a double kill.
Great execution. He just gets solo RP. Doesn't matter too much. In the start, if you get the solo RPs on a target, you get a kill. And now in the mid lane, that Edict level 3. A lot of pressure on tier 1 tower mid.
It sure is. Nyx has come in here trying to force Ori away, so it keeps Faith Beyond safe, pushing that tower. Taking it down to about half already.
Cute little play there. Drops his Tranquils when he was about to get hit, and already has it available again. A lot of efficiency, something that IG was very good during the Singapore Major, giving heroes Ocean Heart when they're just running inside the river, keeping the books in case someone needs it. I believe there was one game they had 3 books available, books/tomes.
So the little micro plays. Yes. That do make a difference. Why? Scouting out some stacks. 2 supports surround him though, and it looks like Ori has to come in and clear that one up, get himself a kill for the Dragon Knight. Check their stacks and make sure it's not stolen out, like you were saying, that Magnus with the RP, the Fatal Bonds, even the Leshrac to a large extent. So good at moving into the enemy jungle and taking the resources which have been built up for them. And a good spread of the map here from Vici Gaming on us. Poyo is farming top. They've got a bit of aggression mid from Ori. Faith Beyond going to run back towards that tier 1 tower though. And at some point, you've got to bring numbers to defend this. LGD have everybody grouped up mid, looking for the push.
And there's the numbers. This is what they need. Mars
cancels.
The TP actually cancels because they were going back. Next assassin, 3 fluffy hats. Okay. Like usually there's a meme, like 6 boots because they have 6 legs.
How many heads has he got? Well, he's got to catch onto that Mars. Shockwave in, but nothing to say, not wanting to commit. A little bit spooky there for LGD.
Super tanky. Next assassin has a Ferris Trinket, which also gives him an extra 100 HP.
Dire Sentry, Dire Observer board. Get cross onto them, and Warlock isolated behind its own tier tower. So this should lead to that first objective really being claimed here by Vici Gaming. Tower down thanks to the catapult and TP back across the map. They've got to be fast though. They've got to stop LGD in their tracks from building up this lead, because Arme Phantom Lancer with Empower is going to be an incredible force.
Arme immediately TPs to the top lane, wants to be able to got that Diffusal Blade. They can still take this fight 4 versus 5 because Warlock is level 6. Fluffy Hats are not saving him here. Multiple Fluffy Hats is, at least in pubs, what was Shadow Amulet before.
Oh, is it really?
And it really is.
That meme item you just built a ton of.
You get 4 or 5, you know that's pretty much the Shadow Amulet. They're done.
So yeah, like you mentioned, hits level 6, 3-2-0-1 build, so he's definitely going for this one big fight hit.
I love the build with more points in the Fatal Bonds, especially with Leshrac, a lot of shared damage.
It's cool though. Arena Spear and the finger there for P1W. LGD, it felt like they were the ones that were out on the map finding these first moves, but it's been a really good, tight group up. Vici Gaming play small map together, take these clear-cut fights and objectives, not really wasting too much time and spreading out back into the lanes and keeping the pressure on LGD as that slight net worth lead is building up for Vici.
Because they didn't take a single fight last few minutes when Golem was available. I believe PSG.LGD will wait until there is Diffusal Blade done. On Phantom Lancer, Magnus, Blink Dagger already done, going into Echo Saber, pretty standard stuff, and nothing to say plays Magnus. A little track, however, I believe that's Hood that he's building. No point to get Guardian Grease this game. You're playing into Ancient Apparition, something that offlane Leshracs love to build. So Hood, more tanky.
Yeah, go Hood, Yules. Think about the Eternal Shroud. I think that T-Governor was talking about. Maybe even scale into that more carry-oriented Lesh for the Kaya Sands, the Bloodstone, things along those lines. We'll see what direction he goes, though, because LGD right now moving with Jinkyu leading the charge. Vendetta Smoke gonna pop. That smoke of
Instant dust.
DY. They get the dust on him, but the engine apparition. Oh,
that was so close.
They cancel on the RP. That was a 3-man lined up, but they've still got the goal and dropped in on for them. Ori, he's trying to escape from this. The steer through to Magnus, old 11. Trying to claim the life of nothing the same with the Ice Blast. There he does. Faith Bian now being Omni-slashed. Vici Gaming. Beautiful strike back onto LGD. And they've got a fourth one, a third one. Sorry, it's Nixon Septon caught with the stuns. Demolished by the God's Rebuke.
So unfortunate for LGD. If he gets that RP off on 3 people, they would follow it up with the rock, with the last and on from the map. And it would be an easy fight, but unfortunately did not get it, so that means 3 big kills. We talked about the itemization. This time around, Juggernaut going into Battle Fury. It's an item that in certain situations it's good, as we talked about in the previous game. Very good against the Phantom Lancer. You do not want to buy a Maelstrom. He gets the hood possibly on Phantom Lancer and you still don't... Well, with it, it only jumps 4 times or more illusions than 4. So it makes a lot of sense.
And you always have that fear that an empowered carry is going to be outscaling you and out-farming you.
Something to notice that Carry started to do with the implementation of the stats. Juggernaut, we're going back to... Was that era? You know, when he went for 1-1-1 build and then the stats?
It was like 2012-13, right? Where we had Anti-Mage and Juggernaut going 1-1-1 stat build.
It was the Map of Madness. I believe it was 7.7, 7.8 with the Troll, Sniper.
Good catch. Hold the again. These aggressive steps forward. Finds the Lash Rack, and that's the combo we've been waiting for. The Arena Ice Blast. So easily capable of taking down core heroes with just a pairing. And LGD, they're being set up on here. PYW looking to spring that trap. Well, they don't get too over eager on the tier 2.
Look at Juggernaut's stats. Plus 18, he gets the stats talent, some from the Magic Wand, some from the Ironwood Tree. Still doesn't feel too tanky considering all things that he got. 1400 HP seems pretty low.
Yeah, it's going to build up with that Sanjin Yasha though. Status resistance going to help him out tremendously against the RP. The Nick stuns. LGD just looking to make a base camp up in that top side of the map. That jungle now double warded up by Y. Looking to catch out any smoke moves the Vici Gaming make, because that's the primary way Vici want to play right now. Make sure that they can get out on the map, find these Arena Ice Blasts, get the Juggernaut farming safely. It's almost a race against time here. Juggernaut DK up against this Magnus Phantom Lancer.
They will have tools to deal with the illusions. The Dragon Knight is up, so there is splash damage. There is Battle Fury done on Juggernaut, as we already mentioned. I want to see a big fight. I want to see a smoke from PSG.LGD. Get this usage of the rock once again. Fatal Bounds maxed out. Echo Saber done on Magnus, so another good item. I don't think they can wait for Phantom Lancer to get his second item. It takes a bit more time.
Go with what we've got. We've built up some nice key timings here. Probably go time for them in a matter of seconds. Vici Gaming is very patiently playing 3 lanes basically, farming out very efficiently. Dragon Knight nearly stepping toe-to-toe with Wise Warlock, who's been sat up here for a good 2-3 minutes. Both teams really not too eager to make any rash decisions. Bide their time and wait for their carries to give them the green flag. It does feel a bit awkward though for Vici Gaming having to always come back and defend this top lane though. I think that's something LGD are doing very well. Compare it to the bot lane, which is pretty much always in the bottom right-hand corner, the elbow of the map. Whereas LGD here with Edict on the tier 2, hiding in the trees. Lashrak taking that tower down. And Vici Gaming being scouted out. Those wards again. The double coverage spots them out. Ice Blast coming in with a blink stun from Ori. They catch Faith Bian. They will turn around onto DY. Ancient Apparition spotted out by Jinkyu and Arme. Illusions there. Starting to irritate old Levin and Ori as well.
Dragon Knight plus Mars, they're very tanky, so PSG.LGD does not want to initiate on them early on. Juggernaut will become more tanky once he finishes that SNY. Stun durations are not going to be as long.
Ooh, they walked into that. Smoking straight into the PL. Dragon Knight loses the majority of his mana pool.
He still deals damage. Like, Dragon Knight's one of those heroes that doesn't care too much about his mana.
So they want to fight this.
Burn.
They will catch the Warlock. Dragon Tail, God's Rebuke, Chain Stun up. Why? No answer from LGD there, even with, you know, Golem, with RP ready. They want to be fighting as a 5-man unit, and without Fian, they don't feel like they've got the damage, and he's shown himself on that mid lane. Finger of Death and the slices from Poyo. Down you go.
Poyo, what a bro. He uses Omni Slash just so that Lion gets that fingers.
Kills them off quick enough. 2 core kills. Quick succession there from Vici Gaming, both on the Leshrac. Shutting down his game, basically. 6k net worth. He's a good 2,000 behind the Mars at this point. He's only going to feel squishier as the game progresses.
Next set of items for Vici Gaming, Blink Dagger on Mars, Dragonite with a BKB, and you will have a SNY done on Jug, so they can start getting some more pressure on the map. Right now, they did a very good job at just being able to split the fight, not take the full 5-on-5 engagement, get a pick off, and feels like the game's done. Without Leshrac, they don't have enough damage.
Yeah, and then keeping Juggernaut in that bot lane, you know, he's top of the net worth right now against an empowered Phantom Lancer, against this Magnus, who should be farming incredibly quickly. I think the macro play here from Vici has been absolutely spot on. Making sure that now LGD don't let them have the ancient camp. And also, potentially, going on to Ori with the RP. Doesn't have any mana to burn. The Ice Blast flying in. Ori incredibly tanky. They need to drop the Golem on him as Old Levin arrives now. Ori will die, but Poyo through, healing wall sniped out. Mars Arena catching out the Nyx with a spear. About to get critted down by Poyo, and there's a stun, finishing him off. But alas, they do lose that DK first, and now Nyx Assassin it out as DY. This Phantom Lancer, no real way to deal with him, and the illusions, Poyo chased down by Arme. They missed the stun though. Why with the Golem running forward, and with nothing to say there. Great shockwave, skewer forward and catch out that Juggernaut. Old 11 is trapped down on the low ground, now he's stunned up. LGD find a 5-man, they've killed everybody.
PSG.LGD, he used the strength of a Phantom Lancer in that fight, going in and out times, just being able to burn all of their mana, because Juggernaut used that Omni Slash on a mid lane, didn't have it for a fight, and this is the big damage that they need.
Man, Juggernaut's on the back foot, like, you just can't handle that PL. Now they've got a crest for him as well. And all of that net worth in your Juggernaut felt like it was close to meaningless in that fight.
It took them quite a lot of time to kill Dragonite.
He didn't have any mana to burn.
He didn't have any mana. Pop the magic one in the end, and you can feel how much more damage PL does once the hero has mana. BKB done now on plus level 15 as well on top of it. Didn't go for the talent. I love the Dragon Tail stun talent. If you're playing for the really late game, if you manage to get that level 25, it's insanely good.
That AoE Dragon Tail. It's nuts. And PYW, they were looking for an Ice Blast jump there. Lion has the blink. He needs to get a fight.
Lion, after getting the Blink Dagger, trying to build the shard, the multiple mana drain, which is great against some of the heroes, and also you can deal well with the PL illusions. Nothing to say, getting jumped on plus Hex.
Can they kill him off here? They've got an ancient apparition coming in too. Yeah, and he can't save his butt. Nothing to say. Skewered up to that high ground, thinking he'd have a free bounty rune, some free jungle camps to farm, but Ori ready and waiting for him. And now Vici transfer it towards a tier 1. They're looking for any stragglers. Nyx Assassin is still up in that top tree line though. Tier 1. Now gonna drop. Well, they're starting to creep wave to kill it off when you got Dragon Form. Engine Q, yeah. That way.
Feel for Manta style this game, instead of S and Y, there are things that you can dispel. Breathe Fire is okay. You still have one form of dispelling with Doppelganger. You're playing into Lion, so I would prefer you get status resistance.
Yeah, it'd be pretty good. Maybe he's worried about being isolated and Omni Slash. You know, after Doppelganger, maybe they clear the illusions. He wants something a little more to try and get away from the Jug. More illusions is good. Faith Beyond back into that BKB. The itemization that we really expected and we wanted from him. As Vici Gaming ready themselves for Roshan. High ground ward, DD rune for DK. Mid lane dealt with, for the most part anyway. PL illusions, of course, always going to be a perpetual nuisance.
Yeah, and it's gonna become tougher and tougher for supports to deal with it. Shard done. That means it bounces one more time, and then illusions, Spirit Illusion, deals 60% of the damage.
That bouncing lance. Faith Beyond, Yule's up old 11. Can he move fast enough for the phase boots and the Yules? He wants to catch this Leshrac. He's diving tier 2s. LGD knows this is happening. They've just looked Faith Beyond stranded down here. They're not going to come and help him. Bringing TPs now, but he looks pretty dead. Poyo and old 11. Some real aggressive moves there. Down to that bottom lane. Well, Jinkyu can't move forward. Just wait it out. Buy BKBs. Get to that additional timing, like 25 minutes in. Feel much better about themselves.
They managed to get some more farm on the map. Nothing to say playing the top part, getting closer to his BKB. I believe it's flying on the courier. Yes, it is. So you need to care pretty much about the Omni Slash and Ancient Apparition ulti. Other things, not so much. Dragonite, he's even itemizing to deal with PL even more. Has splash damage going into Maelstrom.
He's also got GQ here, yeah, PYW making the jump. Tanks down the next. LG, several times now it feels like they're putting these heroes, yeah, it's 4 stacks of finger kills there. Really huge for PYW with an Aghanim Shard to his name. Do you think LGD, is it sloppiness, or is it them just trying to extend the game as long as possible? Because there's lots of heroes out on the map. Force Vici Gaming to make plays on their side of the river.
Vici Gaming, they just have a better late game with 3 scaling cores, and Mars is even itemizing, skipping the Blink Dagger, going into Satanic to be able to deal with the PL. God's Rebuke will give him back a lot of HP. It's also a Dispel mechanic against the Fatal Bonds. Not too bad.
It's going to be massive. Massive Mars. LGD feeling that. Smoking up towards the road pit. Iron Vision, of course, as we've seen it is there. I think, yeah, White will try and get rid of some of it. DY and PYW. 2 supports out in the open. Courier on the high ground. They'll see the sentry. Hello, Courier down. 11 can't jump towards them, but the Ice Vortex slows them down.
Lion, killing 3 illusions and also becoming spell immune, which will save him against possibly Nyx Assassin, getting his mana burned. Great shot.
There's the counter D-ward by Vici. Roshan completely untouched. It's very delicate gameplay from both sides.
If Lion gets to level 20, I want to see which talent he's going to go for. Mana Drain restores allies is not bad against Nyx Assassin and PL. I don't mean they have more mana, so they deal more damage, but if the fight is like over, if you kill one of those heroes, then you can replenish their mana possibly, and you're also spell immune while doing it to allies.
Oh, nice. Just, another save for yourself.
I repeat myself.
Arcane Rune up at top. That's good.
Nice way to grieve inside pubs. You're playing against mana burn, means more damage dealt by mana burn.
More damage. Vici, smoke breaks. PYW, the immediate hack. The golem drops on the Lion. Well, the reset and the up. They come back onto the heroes. Jinkyu with a turnaround stun, catches out. But Jinkyu's dead. Poyo spinning. And all returns with a stun onto Faith Beyond. Yes, they fight the Mars. But they got so much more with the Omnic Slash. Cancelled out by the Yules. Into the creep wave, he'll jump. Poyo now trapped behind the tier 2. But Phantom Lancer is struggling to stick on targets.
And now it's time for PL to shine. He needs to burn the mana.
He gets on them now. Ori down. Y comes out with a double kill, and Poyo's spin has ended. Skewer forward, nothing to say. He gets the shockwave back. EY down again.
They can go inside a pit. This is the first rush, 27 minutes in. Usually we see an earlier rush kill because there's a lot of Templar Assassins, a lot of Ursas in the game. Both of these lineups are really not that great at it. Great rock from White to split up the fight, and then nice RP. Well, I believe it was on 3 heroes.
Hey, caught out a couple of cores there. Well, I was getting worried, man. That Phantom Lancer losing pretty much his entire team. Has the Warlock to back him up and starts to get on top of these heroes.
Just super annoying to play against PL, who's sitting in the back with the shard. Etherlens has that cast range, so What they want to do is try to prolong the fight.
Yeah.
Keep them busy during the BKB. They have BKB piercing abilities, rock, and then go in again with PLs. Now he's holding Aegis, going into Scotty next to him. I'm fine with Ether Lens. I'm not a big fan of upgrading it to Octarine Core straight away. I would still prefer if that's like either Scotty or maybe one more damage item like a Butterfly. Scotty completely fine, being able to reduce the healing that comes out from the Juggernaut's healing ward. You have Dragon Knight as well on top of it. Mars will have Static. Nope, changing his mind. It's just a casual Reaver for now.
Oh, he's going Overwhelming Blink.
Overwhelming Blink.
So wanting that jump factor. It does look like it comes down to Vici Gaming. Well, like you're saying, PSG want to extend the fights, and Vici Gaming want those snappy, quick kills with Finger, Arena, Ice Blast. They need to blow up not just one target, but several. Really, they've got to focus on some of these core heroes too, as we saw Old Levin really get on top of Lashrak whenever he possibly can.
They also lost the gem, nothing to say holding it now, so we'll be able to get rid of the Some Vision. Earlier gems, something the Chinese teams love to pick up. Be able to devord, especially if they're ahead, and they're also playing against the Nyx Assassin. Q, a lot of farm on the map being found by this Nyx Assassin, who does not have a farming tool, has Ether Lens done, and also going into Aghanim Scepter, just 400 gold away.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're coming back to what I was asking before about LGD playing very sporadically on the map, very spread out as well, making sure they've got heroes in every lane, push waves, scouting out any intel they can spot the Vici coming and also picking up that little bit of farm here and there.
Cast range is going to be insane with Lens and Aghanim Scepter on the damage production that he gets. I don't know if they can blow him up.
If he's burrowed, yeah, it's going to be difficult. You need to chuck everything at him. And again, you need these ultis to be able to kill off core heroes, not just the supports. Group up again from Vici, hold some staircases. Wait for LGD to move towards you because they've got this Aegis, and the pressure will start mounting against objectives. It looks like the pings started as if LGD wanted to push tier 1 bottom lane. But first they want to claim a bit of...
Ame will connect with the team right now, just wants to be able to get that Scotty before the next fight. So we'll push out the bottom lane, go to the side shop, buy Scotty, kill tier 1 tower. We can already see why he's positioning behind the tower, plants down a sentry ward and an observer ward.
Oh yeah, keep that vision going. The double wards from LGD throughout this game. Y has been very specific about where he wants to keep that coverage. If you remember back, 20 minutes into the game, we had the double wards in the top part of the jungle when they needed to control Roshan, control the top outpost. And now they're thinking about these tier 2s and high ground.
I thought that was just the sentry ward. Places them at the exact same spot.
And now Ice Blast, they're blowing him up, and they've got the pick on, nothing to say. Vici Gaming, they spend 3 ultis there, 4 I guess with a D as well, popping drag. And Magnus down for 70.
This ward that WA plays, it's I think same thing what you're doing with techies. I'm not a techies expert where it looks like there's one mine, but there are multiple mines, so same ward at the same exact spot. Beyond force back.
Yeah, he's got his BKB as well, and that's stun. Catching out a couple. Pierre Lucian is causing some serious problems in the golem. Why get from Old 11? Oh, man.
Golem gone.
They're going to try and get out of here. The Golem is dead as it's static charge from the Dragon Knight, spreading damage out onto Q as well. He's a tanky next, but he will fall. The high ground push gets halted.
Surprised they decided to take that fight without Magnus, not respecting the damage coming up from the Omni Slash and also Ancient Apparition ulti. First, Juggernaut uses the Quick Slash, follows it up with the Omni Golem. Sometimes this ability does not feel strong at all. You drop the Golem and that buys a couple of right clicks for Jug.
I mean, how much of this is LGD thinking, hey, they need to spend Omni Slash here, and now we've got 100 seconds where everyone's going to be respawned, ready to go again?
Not the best timing. I don't think they can take another fight with Aegis. It will expire in 40 seconds. Maybe if they had extra 30, they would definitely go in and try to force a fight, possibly tier 2 tower on the mid lane.
But not an option right now. That's a good hold by Vici. And they spend every ulti killing off the Nyx, killing off the Magnus, and then into that Nyx, and the rest of them down bottom lane. Limited vision though there, as we see. Just one observer ward placed into that lane spot mid. To say, Deja Vu gets hit in the middle again. Ice blasted and gone.
There are no saves whatsoever. They get a good jump, YW with Lion has been really on point after picking up the Blink Dagger. Now with Etherlens, it's going to be even more easier. 4 sticks of Finger, as you mentioned, getting closer to level 18, so might be able to get the two-phase fight.
If you can catch a glimpse here of somebody, you're going to mana drain the illusion first. They do scout out Vici Gaming here. Oh, mate. He's sending illusions out so they know someone's lurking there. It's Jinkyu and Faith Bian for now. A little bit of a spooky position to be in, though, for Vici Gaming. Even with their ultis up and then the jump. DK PKPs, the Ice Blast Finger, the combo onto Jinkyu. Nick's gone for a minute. No buyback, you're right. So nothing to say, he's going to on his plate now. The good Earth Split lands onto Ori. Phantom lands are going to start opening up on the DK. Beautiful from LGD. Demolishes Ori as Old 11 left stranded. The rest of his squad, they've bailed. The stuns from Faith Bian connecting, giving double kill here to Ori. Oh, can he get it into? Oh! No.
He loses everything. The skewer range talent actually messes it up. Couldn't blink back. Whew, unfortunate there. That would be a big kill because he used the buyback in that previous fight. Phantom Lancer finds the healing ward straight away in a team fight, sends a couple of illusions to kill it, which needs to be done.
I feel like a broken
Down for a minute though, and with this full edict just look, it shreds through your buildings. They don't stand a chance. Structure ceases to exist here as Faith Bian puts it into 5th gear, and Phantom Lancer doppelganger to high ground. Sends the illusions forward, try and burn some of the mana and do a bit of chip damage to the supports. There's no buyback here for DK or the Mars, is there? No? Nope, not at all.
And this shard on Leshrac, first I thought it was a hot garbage, and then I saw it in the action. It's one of the best shards. Top 5 shards in the game, no doubt about it. Allows you to just stand inside of it and keep fighting, because eventually it will pop off. Now they get one set of barracks, so they can go back. Need to be a bit more careful with Magnus's positioning. Now going into AC, use the buyback in the previous fight. I possibly want to see some, like, this being, there's one staff, one Warlock, next assassin. What is he building?
You gotta get some kind of save.
Any kind of save, because I like what Vici has been doing last 2 fights. They know the threat of the next assassin if he managed to get out multiple impels in a fight. So they just blow him up, Ancient Apparition. He is the target.
That's a good point, right? The chain stun you've got, you mentioned the Axe Shard here on Faith Bian, gets jumped, but quick BKB, the Golem, they throw things towards Ori. Faith Bian's being hit with a physical damage. Poyo tracks back onto Leshrac, the fuels, and now the arena comes out. The Hex and no spike, Finger of Death. White's still alive, tanks through it as Faith Bian is back. White is at long last, and Poyo picks up a triple kill, but LGD still ready to fight. Oh, mate, full HP.
Full
it gives the Phantom Lancer. It's his game to win. I don't think LGD are going to let anything more out of this. Poyo with a good spin TP, and DY is back in Fountain 2.
2 buybacks again, expanded by PSG.LGD. One on Fate Beyond, one on Jinkyu, and once again, Ancient Apparition just aiming the bug in a fight. Roche will respawn in 50, so they need to outpush the top lane. Bottom lane is being pushed. No RPs whatsoever being used in the last 4 or 5 fights. Nyx Assassin only gets one set of stun, one set of mana burn, and then he dies. So I wouldn't mind seeing...
Love you too. JJ drawing hearts on the map.
Thank you, JJ.
Can you draw a cat? That's my favorite.
I think you're asking too much, Gary.
Yeah, he does a great job as it is. Oh,
here we go.
Something. Is it a boat? Yeah. Is it calm water?
It's pretty calm.
Smooth sailing. Yeah, you're right. It's this RP, the Leshrac. They've got tons of chain stun capabilities pairing up with the next assassin, but when nothing to say is the one immediately getting jumped, hexed, out of the fight, blink RP, can't find the opening. And is it Shadow Blade time for him? Does he have to just play from fog? So Magnus is having some struggles.
Maybe he has Satanic put up next, just more HP. It's tough. I think maybe at this point, I mentioned the Eon disc, which doesn't allow you to scale, but we've seen some carry players prioritizing it. Might be the thing. Sitting at 400 gold right now is like, whatever, can't really buy anything. But next Roche, she's agent +1. I think they should give mag Aegis to be able to... Because you don't get much value out of the cheese. Possible AA ult hits, you get no heal whatsoever. And we see AA ulti once again. Hits Roshan, hits NLSN, immediately burrows out.
Well, let's see everything in the pit. 30 seconds still for your Magnus. Vici Gaming going to be the ones that can assert dominance on that side of the map.
Terrain 25 on Phantom Lancer. Spirit Lance cooldown goes to 3 seconds. Super annoying. Doppelganger 4.5 seconds. And you have a Scotty plus a full butterfly. Juggernaut also itemized for a Mjolnir, not going for MKB. Mjolnir still gives you that true strike on procs, something that DK also has.
And that stack charge bouncing lightning around everywhere. Super good as we get to this point now where BKBs are wearing down. Magic damage starts to become a little more potent.
Big upgrade from Maelstrom to Mjolnir, from 4 to 12 targets that it hits. Yeah. And there's going to be a lot of PL illusions. So possibly 24 bounces coming out from 2 Mjolnirs.
That's a lot of lightning. Nothing to say. This time around, he's not going to go walking down that mid lane. 3 times in a row, he's been caught by the Blink X, so we're being much more passive with his positioning now. But it's Vici Gaming that are in the pit. LGD preparing them. Roshan at half health already. And they spot inside. They're pinging it out. Roshan is already dead. The stun from Nyx comes out onto 2 of them. Shard dropped, Dangerous grabbed up. Here now with a couple of lives.
Timeless Relic. This is big. This is the best item you can get on the Nyx assassin. Right now he's holding onto Ceremonial Rope, but he should give it to someone else. And then long duration stun on the Impale. You also lower the status resistance with it. What is Vorlock holding? Trusty Shuttle for now. So he should get Ceremonial Rope, longer duration stuns. If you want, you can do the Mad Gary, but I need to first see. He's actually holding the Stormcrafter.
On the neck.
Interesting.
Oh, well. So who's going to get that? Who's going to get that big tier?
No one has it.
Let's leave it. I can base there's a flicker there being dropped by Vici Gaming. Or he's going to be the one there to take that. And his Minotaur Horn found by the Magnus.
Magnus himself.
I like that everyone here is farming Ancients, making sure you've got that drop rate going. Creep camps being cleared. All the neutral items being picked up there.
He found his own horn and does not want to use it.
Well, see, he's got a leveler, yeah?
I think it's much safer to get that horn. You can actually have both and then swap back leveler when you're attacking the buildings.
Well, they're giving it to Leshrac. It looks like Warlock takes the Timeless Relic as well, so Fatal Bomb is more damage.
I would prefer if they swap the items. Maybe Nyx Assassin is thinking, I need a defensive tool, has a Force Staff, Stormcrafter is a Dispel mechanic, he's borrowed. They need to find a way that he doesn't get hit by Ancient Apparition ulti.
Oh, that's got to be one of the keys. Mark. Spotted. Ori, yet I'm going to have that decreased cooldown on the Dragon form.
Also, I'm wondering what the interaction is if you use Stormcrafter while you're burrowed. Because it throws you in the air, and then when you land, maybe you need to use another burrow.
No, I think you stay burrowed like you're...
Yeah. It's like you'll set.
Maybe he'll try it here.
I'm just mean. Let's test. Q, please, if you're listening, click the button.
He's on high ground, but he's also underground. Forcing himself back down. And then battering up. Aegis still in hand for quite some time here on that Juggernaut. Vici Gaming. Gotta be wary. Oh, boy. Missing out the stun there, Jin Q. Didn't catch the Jug.
Jug has a shard that we didn't mention, so you can have more movement speed during your spin, and also proc stuff with your right click during the spin. Who got the second shard? They gave it to Mars. Mars holding a shard on top of the overwhelming blink.
Alright, initiation. So,
Dragonite, this is big. I want to see that level 25, the 375 AoE Dragon Tail stun, but only during the form.
Only during the Dragon form with the range. He's not going to go for that Aghanim Scepter or anything like that.
Because it's great against the PL illusions.
Stuns them all. Oh, Jin Q. Oh.
He went for a different... Actually disappointed. He went for Dragon Blood, HP regen, and armor. I mean, it gives him more sustain. against the PL and the Illusions, but I would prefer the other one.
That would have been Vici Gaming though. They step for the two-man Spear Arena. Hold 11. Beautiful. Is cleared through, and Arme is about half HP. Dragonite comes in. They start up an Ice Blast him down. Nothing to say. Gone with the finger. And Arme stuck. Manta style. Doppelganger ready again. Turnaround stun. That's Nick's assassin. Hold down for his PL. Vici Gaming on the run forward though with the up knee. Nothing to say. He's got 3 of them. He just cleaves them in twain. Oh, this Magnus monumental pickoffs there from Nothing to Say. That could be just the defensive base. Ori and Poyo still going. Trouble now. PL do it with that split earth landing. Poyo and the DK in trouble, but the cleave. The damage being spilled out onto that Phantom Lancer forces him back.
That's Aegis. Dragonite decides to jump in, has Satanic, has Cheese, so can get the mana back and the HP if needed.
They still have Omni Slash as well. Juggernaut, is he going to spend it? No, there's a Lotus Orb there, so he spins and sprints forward instead, beyond like Jug now, and Phantom Lancer the only hero left standing.
Ame needs to be careful. One jump from Lion could potentially just kill him there. He's running out of slots, has 7,000 gold, hit that level 26. It was a good buyback from Nothing to Say. He goes in, hides inside the trees on the right side of the tower, lands a 3-man RP. It's a problem because they already used the buybacks in the previous fight, so they did not have it.
Yeah, we're running pretty low here for LGD.
And look at that, BYW restoring mana on his Dragonite with the shard, level 20 talent while being magic.
There you go, buddy. Got plenty. Take some of mine. And up to high ground we go. Vici Gaming just waiting this entire game out. And you said it, the triple core here, that Mars, Jug, and Dragonite showing how strong they can be. Still respected LGD though. They will have 3 heroes alive in a second as Nyx comes back from the grave. Phantom Lance down the healing board, but unsuccessful in doing so. Very annoying. This bouncing Lance jumping around and kill illusion. Vici not wanting to push it too far forward.
You see the mana drain. Potential problem is you're giving mana to allies and then you don't have it, but you can get it back, and we can see the full potential of it when you're draining 2 or 3 targets. Instantly goes back to full.
Right, we'll push in that mid wave all the way against these super creeps as well. Mid lane Dirax. All go. And 3 lanes converging in towards LGD's.
That's almost level 30.
I mean, LGD going to be 5 alive here soon, but yeah, level 30 Jug, every green light there lit up LGD for Vici Gaming and LGD. We've got one big fight left in PL. Buyback, Warlock buyback, DK, Ancient Apparition all joining the ranks of heroes that can return to the fight.
And also Mars hit level 25 just now. Arena of Blood grants you 180 HP regeneration inside of it. Everyone get it in.
What a bounty!
Get over here.
What a movie. I watched the new movie. It was so disappointing. Just kidding, you have to watch the Mortal Kombat movie. It's so bad that it's so good.
It's a cult classic. Well, 11 after yours, but there's a stun. Ori's in on the PL. The chain disables their X and the kill. Arme dead, has to buy back. Nothing to say. Does get the catch on PYW. 100 seconds without a lion. And Poyo, he's spinning forward. He wants Y. The arena from 11 just finding pick off after pick off. They do have the Yules on the jump, but the Mag's in trouble. Being stunned up and caught for 100. LGD now 100% reliant on this Phantom Lance. Illusions around, burning mana, doing a bit of chip damage, but Vici Gaming don't seem to care too much.
Everyone is full HP on side of Vici Gaming. That arena keeping them nice and healthy. The healing ward on top of it. Dragonite has ton of regen as well. And also keeping the cheese. Still didn't pop it. Arcane rune bottom. Unfortunately, Ame had to buy back, now has enough gold to buy a full Bloodthorn, which is going to be a lot of burst damage with the illusions when they get a good jump. There isn't a single, like, a save mechanic in this game, which they would definitely love to have. There is a force staff, but that doesn't do too much. Why he also bought
That's a dive back for your Warlock. Faith Beyond's coming in, but that Swift Slash from Poyo so easily demolishes the Warlock. And there's the jump from Old 11, the arena, but the missing spear. Thanks to the Stormcrafter, Jinx is still dead though. And Faith Beyond gonna following him into the grave. A buyback from Nyx Assassin. 2 versus 4 at this point, and every lane moving in Radiant base.
They have one more fight. If they lose this fight, the game just ends. For PSG.LGD, they need multiple men. Skewer back possibly into tier towers, get up 1 or 2 kills, prolong the team, burn the mana. Lion is the target that they need to kill. He's getting very close to Eon Disc, just 500 gold away, so you're not going to be able to even get a good jump on him.
Go on, Golem. Go on, Golem. Get onto that high ground. Ori and PYW will contend with the creep wave. Hexing up the Greaves donning the apparition now. 1 minute 20 for the next Roshan if they need that. They are.
I'm a genie in a bottle. What a good old classic.
Great rendition by you as well, Lacoste.
Indeed.
Beautiful voice.
Back to more Dota talk. Overwhelming Blink. What seems to be the underwhelming Blink in the previous patches now feels the strongest one.
Yeah, especially on these incredible heroes. I mean, he's going to go back into Satanic now. And we do start to see these Eon Discs get picked up as the buyback aren't really available for too many people anymore. And getting the jump and having the numbers advantage seems so important. Early game, LGD did exactly that. They got the pickoffs they needed, converted them into towers. But since 30-odd minutes or so, Vici Gaming have been the ones, especially the Blink Hex from Law, finding the immediate jump, pick off onto Magnus, onto Warlock.
BO2 was all over the place in the mid game, going on the targets, kind of enabling them get to this point. Juggernaut hit level 30, that means 1 extra seconds on Omni Slash, on top of Omni Slash, coming out from the Aghanim Scepter.
They're going on too. That's a good start for LGD. PY and PYW slowed by the upheaval. The turnaround stun. Poyo also spinning in, but the RP, nothing to say. He's cleared through 2 already. Arena Magna catching out the wall. Wise on the left-hand side. His Faith Beyond taken down. Lashrak gone with no buyback on him. And Roshan alive. Jinkyu burrowed. They've got Ableton on the Juggernaut. Poyo
the spell
out of mana now. Struggling to deal with the PL illusions. I mean, LGD, they could move into the pit here if they want to.
They definitely need it on Ahmed to be able to get that Aegis, but this fight not gonna have it for a while.
GQ front line. The scans from both teams. Red circles on the map. DK stun, 2-man. Impale in and upheaval slows them. Aegis grabbed by Ahmed. She's Aghanim Scepter, all the goodies. Straight into the pockets of LGD.
Aghanim Scepter, who picked it up?
The Warlock's got it now.
Oh yeah. Double Golem. Maybe. I think you give it to Lashrak because he has one queued up, and this is something that we don't see. I always want to see it, the new ability.
The Nihilism.
You cannot attack. It might be great answer to attacks from the Dragon Knight, attacks from the Juggernaut.
Extra magic damage from Fatal Bonds, from the Fatal Bonds Pulse Nova combined together. And he's going to leave it in Fountain there for Faith Beyond to grab.
So 30% more magic damage on top of Fatal Bonds, on top of extra 15 spell damage coming up from the Timeless Relic. Maybe this is it, Gary.
This is what they needed. It has been a struggle in this mid-late game for LGD, but they've found openings. They've been given another opportunity here by Vici Gaming as it started to feel like it was a foregone conclusion. That net worth lead, you know, is pretty high for Vici. Now it's down to about 60k. Now look at that one. 5 at some point. Big swing back.
Now back 60. They need big RP and nothing to say delivered. Now with the Shadow Blade that you mentioned is gonna be easier for them. Is there a gem? There isn't. They have 2 sentry wards and that's it. Sorry, my apologies. All 11 holding a gem.
They do have that big difference though, as JJ's pointing out. Triple core buyback ready and AA with Lion aren't far away from theirs either. So we could have a fight here.
We might have
10
10
lives.
versus 5, exactly.
That's something LGD have to keep in their mind. Yes, they've got Aegis, they've got Cheese, so it's kind of a versus 7 in some regards. But it's that jump, that initiation, and initiation comes from Vision so much for both of these teams. I mean, Old Levin's arenas have been spot on. We've seen some good golems and Nick's initiations out of Y and Jin Q.
So Nihilism is online. On top of shot for Lashrak. It's super annoying. I've seen position for Lashrak, I believe it was Jin Q, who built green core, and then you can overlap the splitter.
To say, he's got Shadow Blade, man. I knew it was coming, but they still see him with the jamming BKBs and runs out of the arena.
Good reaction time there. No arena. Or 50.
No BKB for Magnus, though. Vici Gaming just going to grab the outpost. Cut out on these waves, make sure that mid and bottom lane are pushing in towards the Radiant side of the map. Top lane is where LGD have to aim for. Angle towards that top set of barracks. Aegis for 2.5 minutes, starting to wear down on this time. Phantom Lance has to really have free reign in the battle. He's getting pretty stacked now, this RPL. Scardian backpack, 5k gold saved up.
Will be have buyback in next 15 seconds.
Do we see the Ags on PL? Something that I think we saw once from Ana in Europe, but we don't really see the Aghanim Scepter from Phantom Lance too much.
You gotta invest gold in something right now. Just to keep in a buyback, we'll need to farm another like 2.53k gold to have Aghanim Scepter, even more, because you need a synth.
Yeah, maybe a Moonshot is just better.
Buyback cost 3,000 plus Aghanims 6,000. You need 9,000 gold. Quick and easy math.
LGD. Oh, good positioning from PYW here. Old 11 also ready to break that smoke. Stay on the staircase, hold the ramp, blink away. They knew something was coming. Invis nothing to say, and Faith Beyond walking forward. Vici Gaming hold that top jungle portion. LGD, bit of a mirror movement here going across to the ancient camps. Triangle belongs to them, and they know that mid lane is just this wave continually pushing up against the beaches of Vici Gaming's base. Phantom Lance jump in the lion. Already finds the stun though, in the arena there. The BK come out. He's going to say what's the offer, but he can't land it. And they're trying to focus down Faith Beyond now. It's Q gets slapped down the Poyo. Drop the golem on the DK. Phantom Lance in the back lines, but Faith Beyond at the front just dies. Poyo comes out with a double. Beyond got like streak just never ended. PYW has an Eon disc. And Phantom Lance always stuck here. Where's his team? He doesn't have one anymore. All ditched him. Oh, no Magnus, no Warlock, and Arme hexed up and dead.
He has buyback. They managed to reset the buybacks. Unfortunately, Jin Q does not have one. Will be up in 80 seconds, so that's a lot of time that they need to buy. Once again, BYW jumps to the Lion, gets that first jump on the PL. It was 10 seconds until Aegis was about to expire, so could potentially just wait there and kill him instantly, but they still managed to do a great fight. RP, once again, available. They need nothing to say to make some miracle happen.
Yeah, he desperately needs it. This has got to be a Juggernaut plus DK plus 1 RP. They have to get rid of Poyo at some point. And Phantom Lance are buying back now. Again, they have a situation where Vici Gaming have 5 buybacks. And right now, LGD only holding 2. High ground pressure. Ice Blast flies over. Scouts out LGD inside their own base. A double catapult wave also here. Very patient though from Vici Gaming, not pressing forward. Worried about what awaits them on that Radiant high ground, which, like you say, is that nothing to stay RP. So they'll take Outpost instead.
Dragon Knight has Aghanim Scepter completed in his backpack. Now just bring the recipe. So there's going to be even more splash damage against the PL. And he's about to hit level 30. I would prefer if he went for that talent early on. Again, PL and the illusions, you stun everything. You can't micro PL illusions that good, because they're always going to be like, once they connect on the target, it's easy to just stun them.
They're all clumped up.
Yep, exactly. And the Aghanim Scepter done. on top of 4,000 gold.
Assault. That's now for Old 11 as well. There's level 30 Juggernaut. All of his talents grabbed up for him. Doppelganger CD there for Arme.
And also Lion getting closer to 25. If he gets the AoE Hex, you kill all the illusions from PL, you send them once, let's say with the Drag Knight, you hex them, they all disappear, you know which one is real. PL, no buyback. I don't see them winning this game unless they land the 3+ man RP.
I mean, pressure orb, right? So we do have that potential for some really sick plays out of this Magnus with his maneuverability, with a double RP. Potential is available for LGD, but it's a very tricky one to pull off. It's not easy by any means. We talk about that ease of execution quite often at the end of a draft, but it's progressed throughout this game to a point at which LGD are behind to a point they need to have the perfect team fight. Whereas Vici Gaming, so far, have been doing a great job splitting the fight.
Here's the opening.
Just casting their spell.
Oh no, they saw Nix.
They forced staff him out there, but the arena from Old 11. BKB's up. The Eon does Jin Q. He also got the Minotaur Horn. Slips away from the arena. Faith beyond Nihilism. Does come out for a second there, but wide dies. Gone dropped on his death and nothing to say. Found by the Juggernaut. Omni Slash. Gone for over a minute and a half.
That's game. Without Madness, they don't have anything. And now Big Black Dragon coming in with the slows.
Phantom Lats are the only ones surviving. But now RPs, and the story past 15 minutes has been nothing to say, has to land huge RPs just to keep LGD in it.
I believe that's it, Gary. They just don't have enough. 70 seconds. Magnus lacks 800 gold.
Vici don't know that though, do they?
They do not know, yes.
Technically. And the double
but it doesn't help them in any way.
But still going to close in on this round. Get on the tier 3. Some structural damage finally into the Radiant face. Nyx Assassin, he is a nuisance, but there is the jump.
Good job.
PYW, Old 11, the Ice Blast flying in. With a turnaround from the PL, and Faith Beyond's Leshrac stunning up the Mars. Vici Gaming have to back him up. Healing Ward keeps him topped up, and Poyo is split. The stuns just keep landing on them. They've got the cheese. They've got the cheese. Gobble it up. Old 11 back in fighting shape again.
This is never-ending stun from Leshrac plus the Nyx Assassin. Look at this, huge range.
But they catch him again. The Carapace up at the boss, split up there, but Poyo, he opens up with Ori. Shin-Q will fall. Down goes your Nyx, and your base defense no longer on it. PSG.LGD will lose their Leshrac here potentially, and I'll get 4-staff back by Y.
Ame constantly being annoying with his spam from so far away. He's really afraid to go in.
He can't go in and face tank.
But they bought time. They bought time. Magnus is, again, available to RPs. Remember that he has enough mana pool, 300 for RP, 300 for a refresh, so 900 in total. Maybe a Shadow Blade here and there. Empower, but his mana over time is 17 per second, so you need to count that in on top of it.
And a Horn Toss there as well. Oh, it's just one lane of barracks. That's even the playing field a little here in Vici Gaming, but that felt like it should have been game over.
It took a while. A lot of those stuns, Assassin landing the 2 hero stuns plus burning the mana. And we go to 60 minutes. Ex Machina, found by Leshrac.
What was that? 25 armor and resetting the cooldown of all items. It looks like he'll be the one to hold it. So we've got multiple BKBs there for him. Ballista for DY. Do you want that on Dragon Knight?
You might give that to Dragon Knight, yeah.
Oh, and a pushing,
bounce them off.
A pushing item. Look at the dead. We've got the Necronomic units. In a while.
Ex Machina as well for them, so what can they refresh on their side? They could potentially refresh the Eon Disc, the BKBs, Overwhelming Blink, Yule Scepter on Mars.
It feels like Old 11 there with his items and the fact that he wants to be the one tanking up. Ideal candidate for... DK grabs an Overwhelming for himself. Nice little pirate hat there. Free bounty runes. Tons of attack speed. So you're going to have these Maelstrom or Mjolnir attacks quickly.
All in Sky on Mag, that's a big one.
Does he keep it? Use that as an initiation tool?
I would. I definitely would. Right now he's just holding the leveler. Damage is a bit lacking coming out from him. You know, he has 400, but with all the armor, and they're gonna go in.
It's still so rough, but there's the jump. 11. Gets a cat and the combo. Good never. Ice blasting the Warlock. Will have to bite back to hold on to this one because their base is in tatters. RP from nothing to say. BKBs is the back of the fountain. Golem in. The RP is the fountain. They're in the fountain. Nothing to say. He throws everything at them. Aegis claimed as Ori. He does flap his wings back and away. BKB up and turns the fight. The stun's there, but Poyo's out. DK down, but the Juggernaut still keeps going. Fallen Sky and a skewer back in. Nothing to say. Is toying with Vici Gaming. LGD can't finish off the Jug, and he is the main hero here for them.
We get another one back to the fountain. Buyback from PYW, buyback from Ori. They want to end this game. They're going in.
Faith Beyond refreshes up, moves forward. Lightning Storm slows, looks for the stun, but the Yule Scepter, the Stormcrafter. Cyclones DY out of danger. 2 lanes now looking pretty done. As Vici Gaming claims some buildings.
There's the Fallen Sky plus Horde.
They catch him out. Yule's out. Mars still stuck in the fountain. He's dead on the fountain damage.
He's
Come on for 100.
Whoa. Gary, they still holding this game. Dragon Knight with the double damage.
Another Fallen Sky misses out on the skewer this time. Beyond. Trying to hold back on Poyo. The throne is open. Juggernaut can't get the job done though. And Dragon Knight with his DD rune needs his Dragon form to come back off cooldown, but he's out of mana at this point.
AoE Hex online, level 25. He gets illusions so quickly, but the Nyx Assassin being very annoying. Nothing to say but over the floor.
Oh, nothing to say. He skewers away. Faith Beyond again. Comes out with his BKB. Beautiful Ex Machina to spam item. Stunning at the Juggernaut. Fly back out from Armin. And the Lance are coming in, but the skewer not working. Nothing to say, can't deal with the BKB of Ori. And now the Dragon Knight pummels Y. Another hero down with that buyback. Ancient Apparition will have to spend his 4v4 now. And an Omni Slash Finger takes down Armes. Buyback
on him.
Buyback on him, but a skewer again into Fountain. Nothing to say, sets up on the DK.
This 6 versus 5, Gary. They're using the Fountain as their 6th player.
They've got the clip on the base as well. Throne is still standing. PYW and Poyo are afraid.
Another RP is available. He might be able to get a jump. Only 2 heroes buyback right now.
Feeted.
Oh, he's setting it up.
Ooh. The cold feet on nothing to say. He made sure he couldn't jump, couldn't skewer, couldn't RP.
You can't get close. Nyx Assassin just borrowed, and we see this Leshrac with the shard, multiple stuns. Man, nothing to say. This is why he has such a high win rate. Even when things go real quick, you know, he's there. He's still holding the game for them with those skewers, with those RPs.
All they need is that one stun. Nyx stun, RP, whatever it might be, and skewer them back towards the fountain. Again, looking at these buybacks, Mag and Jug, the only 2 with them. Radiant base. It's on the open, it's cold, it's exposed, and in comes old 11. Spear catch for the RP. All the BKBs were fast enough. Vici Gaming
has another one.
They miss it around. Nothing to say, doesn't land it, and Vici Gaming cracks the game wide open.
They
is called, they know it's over.
Oh my god, maybe they had it. You know, if he lands that RP, a lot of nerves. He was his RP on the ground. But yeah, Vici Gaming in the end prevails.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. boy. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Wraithfire Blast on Wraith King these days, so a little bit more magic damage. but I don't think it's sustainable, and the skeletons are just going to tickle a Dragon Knight. I mean, at this point, TNC may not even bother banning the because they're like, well, you would have picked it by now if you really wanted it.
Yeah, I still think they should. I think they should ban it because, as we're saying, you know, you can still switch the lanes up easily for Spirit.
Radiant team.
But maybe Spirit just doesn't want it.
Dire team ban.
Meanwhile, they'll ban out someone who can walk in and out of the arena with the Life Stealer, Jug still in the pool.
I'm looking at some pop counters if they don't want to put Mars in the mid, which is a good matchup for Mars, much better than expected.
Remaining.
First time I saw it, I thought it was an anomaly, but then like it showed that it's really strong for Mars. So some kind of a silence, a bit more control. Puck can dodge all of these abilities with the phase shift. You don't have that like one big initiation that he goes in and just slaps him, stuns him. So Puck pretty much having a free game here.
I've been seeing a lot of teams going back toward that Ember, where they go for the Orb of Corrosion and they try to slight span the puck, but I've seen the puck win every one of these matchups now. I heard all the pros talking about it too, where the Ember is able to bully the puck, but now I think there's just too much sustain. There's too many runes. Like puck just heals through it and ends up winning the lane, and then it's got this godly coil versus Ember in most of the games. So I think they might go for it on Spirit, but I wouldn't like if they did.
10 seconds remaining.
Where do you think TNC are going to go with their carry? They're going to go for something late game, like a Spectre, or more early game combat like an Ursa?
I would love Spectre.
Like
Spectre just ruins Ancient Apparition and Dark Willow. Like these backline supports, they love to stand further away. Also Clockwork, Puck, very mobile heroes. What about Timbersaw, huh? Timbersaw?
Please pick Timber, right?
Think about that.
I really hope they do pick it.
I mean, they ban out a collapse specialty with Kunkka.
They go for the Underlord. So they still put Mars mid.
It's still a similar kind of concept with that percent damage, and the root is really nice versus Puck.
Yeah.
So, okay, all right. That is a collapse special as well.
Sure.
So it is going to be that mid Mars. They do have good ways to kill DK at all stages of the game with AA and Underlord.
And it would discourage against a Spectre pick now, probably.
It does. It does for sure.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm all right with that. Natural Pipe Buyer as well versus this heavy magic damage that TNC will be able to come out with Puck and Snapfire.
What else is there in the pool? Because you can't pick like Phantom Lancer, even though it looks good. I don't think it's banned now against the Underlord, the root mechanic.
But Ursa.
Your Aura, yeah, Ursa's okay.
I think Ursa's the best one because it's just a lane matchup. And then the squishy supports, you don't really care. There's no hard lockdown coming from the support, so you're going to get Enrage off. You can just run through.
I don't think it's that bad for Underlord in the laning stage against Ursa. When you're paired up with the Dark Willow, you have double root mechanic, so you can keep them inside the Firestorm. Ursa level 1 doesn't do that much damage as people expect, and he's going to be paired up with Clockwork, so not too much synergy there. Like the chase potential is, but you also need to get like inside the cogs, which could be a bit problematic. You can jump in, still don't think it's a bad matchup for Underlord.
Not a bad matchup for Underlord. What do you think, Tsunami?
It's a hero that we haven't seen very much of, but it's one that I think it's going to rise in prominence mainly because of how this meta is evolving. Tanky cores, heals, stuff like that. There aren't really that many saves on TNC, so it's not that big of a deal to try to take down a DK. I think he's more mortal than people are expecting. I like Spirit's creativity. It's just that I feel that if they didn't pick Timbersaw here, that kind of rubs me the wrong way. So I'm going TNC for game number 1.
He's got the Nigma style. That looks like Nigma draft to me, which just looks so dominant, just the pace that you can set. Spirits looks a bit more slow with this Wraith King.
It is, because Wraith King needs time to come online. Underlord also very sluggish. I'm kind of favoring TNC here. Like this Ursa, the first Roshan, something that he relies on taking, always going to be there. Snapfire with the minus armor. Clockwork can be extremely aggressive early on. Same goes for Puck. Very, like you said, I'm having these Nigma vibes from their draft.
T1 also on the side of TNC here for this match. This match is very important, actually. TNC, if they win this game, even just one game, they at least avoid any kind of tiebreaker scenario for elimination. So that's really good. And by winning, they also keep their dream alive in terms of perhaps getting into the tiebreakers for upper bracket. So that's still an option for them as well. They are literally on the cusp. They are 6-6. And Team Spirit, they need to win. Can lose to have some breaker scenarios for elimination, but winning very, very important. Let's find out how game 1 is going to play itself out. We're heading over to our commentary duo, Officer Action Slacks and AY2000.
Where we got ruined?
Cheater.
Well, I'm here actually with OD Pixel. He's the best play-by-play caster in the world. I really look forward to casting with him at...
No! Nobody takes my commentator duo. Welcome to the game, ladies and gentlemen. Owen's out, Allie's in, and we can't wait to get to Team Spirit versus TNC. Mr. 2000, as they call you there in your local hangouts. What do you think about this draft? What did you think about these teams? Don't cheat. Don't look at it and memorize it.
Something's happening in the game already, though.
All right, let's go to the game. Let's go. All right, enough.
I want to go see it.
Welcome to the cast, ladies and germs. It's so good to have you all here for this very exciting match. She set it up absolutely perfectly right before
she didn't ruin it at all. Yeah.
Ruined our cool intro. We primed Shiver. We told her last night we were so excited about our cool intro, and then she said, "Yeah, I'll do it." Right? Wink. Very cruel.
Yeah, so I think Spirit is probably a smoke. They have a first blood on the Wraith King, which is a huge deal in this lane.
Yes,
Who died?
absolutely.
Yeah, they killed Gabby too.
Ooh. So smoke, big deal. Oh my God, we were late. Oh my God, this is a replay, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, the action just does not stop between these two teams. As we see another team fight there. Please don't make a Reddit thread. We were doing our best, okay? We had a bit, and we wanted to do it. I'm sorry you missed the action there, but start off with 1 kill.
Yeah, and Tim's managed to snipe the bounty rune there, so I think... No, they actually... Yeah, he managed to snipe the bounty rune there, so not 3 bounty runes in the first blood, but looking for Team Spirit, it's clear that they came into the game with a plan, you know? I don't think they've been feeling... Like, it's not like they've looked bad at this major, but I think they know they could do better, and this time, off. Aggression right away.
Yeah, a little bit of some stun action there on Mr. DK, and Clockwork doing a fantastic job there, running some interference, getting in their face here. Seeing so many DKs these days, Mr. 2000. He's the leader of the bunch, you know him well, and he is back yet again.
Yeah, I've honestly been surprised by how well this hero has been doing in the offlane. When I see DK, like in my head, I feel like there are a lot of carry matchups that can do really well versus this hero. But I think teams are like, have looked at his skill set, just thought that even if he gets countered in lane, he's still gonna have a lot of impact in the game, and also he's been doing really well in his lanes too.
What is his... Oh no, right into the brambles. There you go. It's $70 set from Dire Tide, not, you know, paying off there. Very sad. What is DK's skill set? Max Dragon Blood and stand there? I mean...
That is his skill set, actually. Like, you can mess with the enemy CS. They buffed the stun to only be 70 mana for 70 damage, so you can sort of spam that out at level 1 and 2. And then you pretty much just tank up and out CS your opponent. At level 6, you'll pressure the tower.
Jeez. Pathetic. Maxing Dragon Blood, people.
What do you want, Slacks DK, for the aspiring pros out there?
I don't go DK because I have an attention span. I don't understand how one can play DK and just get, you know, just stand there regenning.
Winning is fun.
Winning is fun.
Winning is super fun.
Well, neither one of us would know a lot about that.
That's true.
At any rate, mid lane though, let's take a look there. Doing pretty even Steven here. I guess Puck's a little bit ahead here, but Underlord is already, of course, on the, you know, leading at the last hits. Not having a very good time on the snap there as very low HP. Gotta get into that bramble again. You can't just walk into the brambles like that, Owie.
Yeah, and Sapphire has no TP for 10 seconds after it respawns. So
no.
It's looking good for the Dire team. Like, this aggression coming up from Spirit, this is how I want them to play. Because if you look at these two teams, how they match up, they're both really aggressive teams. So who can put a step further without like overcommitting.
And try and fire with fire, as it were, as both these guys are starting to run at each other. We already have more kills than there is minutes in the game. This is very depressing for Snapfire having to wait, but she's going to grab some items. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Mr. Clockwork still running a little bit of interference, making some space for that extremely boring Dragon Knight character. But he's getting some last hits now.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard to kill top lane. Maybe they'll pick up A if Clockwork gets a good go on her. But I think what you want to see this game is I would like to see how TNC support join this game. Just because they have the melee plus range, are a lot more mobile and map control. You can compare that to like A and a Willow, who can't really make moves together early.
Ursa down in the bottom lane, rocking that small child cosmetic, one of my favorites. You know, if a man does not even care enough to protect his little baby and brings him into battle doing backflips, you gotta be afraid of that guy. You don't know what he's capable of, Allie.
Yeah, that is scary.
Would you ever do that? Bring your kin into battle and do backflips?
I would not.
Well, you're smarter
than that. You would, but
I definitely would.
You would. It'd be really funny. That's a good bet, so you got to do it. I think Ursa's build, he went for the Mask of Death. I think it's really smart because this is like a sustain war here. Oh, mid lane.
Nice pin there. It's probably not going to be enough to kill the puck, of course, but eating up that HP. And here comes Clockwork. He's just saying, back up, dog.
Yeah, he's just trying to secure his puck, this water rune. And you can see, like, this is the map presence of the Clockwork, having this melee support here. If the Willow can't rotate the same way, if he was there, like, puck would have been dead on the rune.
Very unfortunate.
I guess this is why he's strong too, because he's so tanky at this point with 2 points into Dragon's Blood. Clockwork felt very comfortable just going over to mid, securing water rune, and like keeping the equilibrium for puck.
Truly, it's not worth clicking at this point. It just kind of exists. You just let it happen. Wow, these roots are just doing some work here. Grandma getting in the way of Dark Willow, making sure that she cannot finish the job, as Underlord is still on the top of your last hits here. It is a pretty bad spread here in favor of Dire, my friend.
Yeah, actually, this lane, I thought like it was interesting from Gabby because he thinks that he needs to out-sustain the Underlord in order to stay in the lane, so he rushed the Mask of Death. But I don't know if his plan's working. I'm not too sure if it's like his support was a bit weak or, oh, they're going for a kill here.
Here. Oh my goodness gracious. Grandma taking out the younger generation there as we wait to see what happens. Perhaps he will go on this Underlord as well. Clockwork in position. Tim's is a hungry hippo, but we will see if he has the gusto to pull this one off. I don't think so. JJ, are they going to do it? No.
He has 10 sick charges. He's really just tanky and strong. He really has boots. You get this D ward too. It's really important. So I was looking forward to see how TNC rotated, but unfortunately, like, the Snapfire solo kills the Dark Willow, but then he doesn't have enough resources to go for a bigger kill. So even though they got the kill on the Willow, I don't know if they're happy with the sequence of events that just happened.
Yeah. Willow, of course, happy to give her life, and yet again, the Brambles are getting caught, but they lose the rune as well. Owie, this match is starting to get a bit away from them despite their last hit lead here. Puck is actually catching up now, leading up those hits. So what do you think about the... Oh, whoa, with the shotgun, the boomstick did miss, and here we go. All those stick charges are going to be just fine for ya boy, Underlord.
Yeah, he's just really hard to kill. Sorry, you're asking me something?
Nah, I forgot.
That's
obviously doesn't matter. No, but what do you think about these lanes in the mid matchup? How's the Mars versus Puck? I've heard that Puck is kind of real good against Mars, right? Should we see some rotations, or is it the opposite?
I haven't heard that one. I think like Puck's just a very stable mid hero. If you get, I'm just gonna talk about it. He should look to TP in and coil someone. That's the strength of Puck. This mid matchup in general, like if either one TPs, because of how far you can TP away from you're just on top of them already. You can just pick up a free kill.
Yep, beautiful dodge there by Armel as he moves in on that Ancient Apparition. As you said, time to rotate and put down that coil as we see that this match is still pretty even. Here we go. Mars trying to do the same thing, but does Mars have the same kind of kill ability as Puck? Absolutely. Goodbye, Grandma, as he will take on himself. It looks like these teams are pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, it's the same move coming out. When the enemy mid rotates, it means that he spends what I like to consider your early game ultimate is TP throw, and it means that he can't respond to your move. So anywhere you go on this Mars, once Puck has shown his TP, it's pretty much free kill. Chooses to get a bottom, it's pretty good. There's a big difference though. Puck sort of rotated defensively and helped his top lane out, but they're not pressuring the tower at all. Meanwhile, Underlord, since he had a good lane and a rotation, they've already done 800 damage to his tower.
Oh, look at that. That was some quick fingers coming out from the Clockwork. A well-deserved taunt there. Most powerful things you can do in any Dota game is to gloriously taunt after any skill usage.
Yeah, I think the mental game with Dota is really underrated. It breaks down teams, especially EG, but Sorry.
That is true, and also
it's
a
just
shame.
so free, Sag.
Who do you see taunting the most?
Definitely that old like Misery Weeha, RD,
oh god,
stack, like HFN. Those guys, they just couldn't stop taunting.
Yes.
And yeah.
They disbanded because of it, I think.
Yeah, they just taunted too much. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right.
Very sad. As we see Ray Thing here, he's gonna take out one life and looking to set up for number 2. Tim's trying to make his way in, but they are separated out. Those dangerous brambles coming in. Tim now has to run. We're gonna probably see a spear into the cups. Easy pickup. Puck, however, will still be chilling in the back, you know, biding time. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a little bit of some pushka down underneath the tower. And Dragon Knight actually going to rotate in to save Grandmama.
They rotate the puck as well. They need to get this kill.
Uh-oh. That is a big hit. Great jump in by your grandma right there. But here we go. Dragon Knight not going to let him go. They get that big kill, and maybe they'll get a little bit more. Ancient Apparition a bit slow as the old man tries to shuffle his way out. Gonna to cut through that tree. Excellent move there. That's some LD casting right there. He cut through the tree, Owie. Wow. Wowie.
Wow.
As he goes down as well.
Really stellar play from TNC. I think how Puck's movements, it's really measured how he's moving this game. He didn't leave it too early. He just like waited for his time, bided his time. He TP for a kill. You know, he walks up top for a kill. Nope. He's already. Oh, what just happened? He's got him.
My goodness gracious.
He dodged the one in the river, but he couldn't dodge this one.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's been very measured in his rotations, and it leads to him just taking over the map. He kills him top, he kills him bottom, he's just everywhere.
Yep. Now, Underlord does really well in the lanes, as I've seen, but we haven't seen this too much lately. And, you know, I don't see him having too much impact besides Uber rides in pro games. In your pub games, you know, he'll be able to run over you, do some carry Underlord stuff, but do you really think he's going to have that much impact in this game?
I think they have an idea with this hero. I think it's mostly this DK hero has been picked really early, and because of that, because he looks so good most of the hands of Nigma, teams have been trying to figure out what heroes can counter his toolset. One of the best counters to him is going to be like percent magic damage, and that's what Underlord does. He also just like controls the area. DK's not the most mobile hero. You get a good hit off a Firestorm, like you're going to kill this hero almost on your own.
Oh, there we go, the one-man coil followed up by Mortimer Kisses. Oh, Dark Willow. More embarrassing than a day having Poppy Papas on Reddit about her. She's just taken out, Owie.
Yeah, and that's a good kill because they defended this bottom wagon. I think Spirit really wanted to get the power with that wagon, but a quick rotation from TNC.
Wow, Jesus. TNC is all over the place right now. Dragon Knight trying to make his way out. Great defensive spear, though, by the Mars as he TP's in with half health to protect his big carry. And here we go. Nice arena. Trying to get a little bit of something here. Pops that sticky. And Grandmama, she's going down. Sad tale. Dark Willow getting some revenge on that clockwork as well. Not the best initiation from TNC. They have got to be careful with all this aggression. Those kind of bad moves into the jungle, not too great. But hey, look, Urs is still farming. It's fine, guys.
Yeah, this is where you go on your chat wheel, you do some space created. And honestly, it's not so bad. You lost a couple supports, but you forced everyone here. So, I mean, there are worse things, right? Look, it's better than dying in your own tribe.
It is definitely worse things. That's a Dota player mentality right there.
No. That's not a Dota player mentality. If someone dies like that, you definitely break your items in Dota. That's not good.
Gracious. As we return it to the mid lane now, Dragon Knight going to be using his inherent powers of turn into dragon, push tower, very complicated hero.
The idea from Spirit, they just sit an Underlord there. If he's just standing in front, using his percent damage, AoE control, then Dragon Knight, he pops the Dragon for him, but he doesn't hit the tower.
He knows it's over, but maybe he can right-click one of those cogs before he goes down. Very generous to let the Dragon Knight get that kill. Never going to see that except for in pro games. As we
would have taken that kill.
I would have taken that
for
kill.
Sure.
Jesus.
The stupid cores don't deserve it.
They don't deserve anything.
They don't deserve anything.
What are you going to do? Put another point in Dragon's blood?
Yeah.
Huh? Jesus. Anyway.
I think TNC playing this game, and they're playing a very protect one style for the Ursa right now. But I think as soon as he gets his Diffuser Blade, he's going to start to pop off. I think TNC are one of the better teams at running multi-core lineups because of how fluid they are with the resources they give to each core. As soon as the timing, they're going to go fight, and they're just going to bring everyone.
Oh, and Tim's just getting picked on by the Smarts. Nice aggressive movement there. If you come mess with me, you're in the hook shot, and he won't even be able to finish him off there.
That was the biggest balls move I have ever seen. Hook shots into the man. I love it.
That was a really great reaction. The moment he sees him, he just hooks him, and then he hooks him. He doesn't die. That's a arena down. They have a window now.
That's what I'm saying, kids at home. If you ever have a bully, you just hook shot straight into him, you know? Don't try to run.
Yes, use your hook shot. Use your hook shot him. That's really good advice.
The hook shot that you bought off eBay. The Legend of Zelda replica hook shot. Shoot it right at his face and run at him.
I think I want to mention at the bottom shrine in Radiant's jungle, they placed this ward near the shrine. I actually really like these wards.
What is it?
Well, no, it's just a ward beside the shrine. They're just hard to deward because you don't expect them to put the ward on the shrine itself, and they're like a bit harder to sentry.
Okay, oh, there we go. Mortimer's Kiss is that magical damage early, but he's gonna go ahead and pop that little hoodie. He's gonna live for a bit, but it's not long enough in this Dragon Knight. Just seems to be what he has been for the last several days. This invincible, mindless push machine.
I mean, they traded for Puck there. I think they're okay with that on Spirit.
Of course.
Yeah, because if Puck's not alive, I feel like they have so many tanky front. Like, they have a Alliance-style draft on Team Spirit where you have 3 tanky cores, and if one of them dies, as long as they don't have enough magic damage to burst the next one, like, you can always stand in front of your towers.
Ooh, now what do you think about this Ursa's build? He has gotten a lot of free space, but he looks like he's going for more of a fighty build than a farmy build.
I think it's a meta on Ursa. He uses jump, so he can't get out of arena.
Oh, but he doesn't have to go over the arena. He can just run straight at the Mars where he's at right now, but a little bit of damage there, and he will be taken out. Nice rotation here, Team Spirit, but they do have to dedicate everyone to taking out Mr. Bear. So the mindless Dragon will go mid and take a tower. I am sorry, I'm gonna try to work on my biases. Dragon Knights, man, not into it.
Yeah, and a little bit of impatience coming up for Gabby there. If he had held the clap, maybe he could have lived there. But I think it was a big reveal on Mars. Maybe, like, he probably would have died anyways.
A common problem. Many people I know, I've wished that they held the clap, but they, well, just let it go. As we see, pushing out the lanes now, doing what she can. Or, excuse me, they can. Thank you. Pushing out those lanes, making some space for the Ursa. And you said this is the meta now on Ursa.
Yeah, I think usually you go Diffusal Blade on this hero. The Battle Fury build is just too slow. Because they've nerfed Sange so many times, your transition out of Battle Fury doesn't feel that good. And Wraith King almost has his Radiance, but I hope they don't, like, overestimate their timing on Spirit.
Oh, the deny of the Observer. That is what all supports in the chat. Hands up right now. One of the nicest things you can ever get. And Mars just, you know, making sure that Grandma gets back to the retirement home safe and sound, pushing her away from the allies.
Yeah, Spirit have a timing come out with the Radiance, but how they fight, it needs to be pretty much how they've been playing this game. You need to play at range, try to burst a hero because you have an AA lineup. I don't want to see them like full commit into these fights just because you have a Radiance.
Oh, trying to navigate the brambles, getting a little bit nervous and walking straight in, but Pimmuncle picks up the kill in half a second. That's what I'm talking about right there. I'm sorry, I should be casting the action, but the Observer is just as hype as he goes into the brambles anyway. Fate decreed that the dragon die there that day.
The observing has been top-notch, though.
Yes.
I gotta say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but every time something happens on the map, they're very good this game about going to the other side of the map and getting something. You know, you lose a couple heroes in the enemy triangle, you're taking top tower. Your Ursa dies top, you're taking mid tower. So even though Spirit are getting these small pick-offs, maybe even objective, TNC is always looking for whatever they can get on the map.
See that? You compliment the Observer and then he misses a Roche attempt.
That's terrible.
My God.
That is bad.
Open up your eyes, JJ. Please, this is major, for Christ's sakes. Gabby gonna go and grab that Aegis. He's got the Diffusal Blade. He is getting ready to rock here. A few more items, and he will be a sure de force rip-apart machine. I mean, Earth is pretty amazing in this draft, right? All these big tanky boys, but this hero, he can just rip right through him, Owie.
Yeah, and don't really have the type of, like, abilities you need to kite Ursa. I would like to see them build a couple of users. They already have one on the Dark Willow, actually, so they've recognized this as well. To kite this guy out. Their lineup on Spirit good at drawing heroes in just because he's hit and the Bramble. There's just a lot of stuff on the ground.
Oh my gosh, it's fun. Sorry, go ahead.
They're good at kiting people because they put stuff on the floor.
Oh my God, sorry, that was
Did you even see what happened?
It was she was spinning. She spun and the action lines came up. It was a
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gold and sweet.
Bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Dire's top tower is being attacked like Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are not only fortified, they are positively glowing under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Dire's top tower is under attack. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked like Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower has fallen. Must be very pleased with themselves. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
God,
Sneak attack? What for?
haste!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Structures are beautifully fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Oh, look, Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's top tower is under attack. is under attack. Sorry, guys. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. If that's the proper term for it, and I believe it is.
Take your joy in seeing this.
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Radiant's top tower is under attack. I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Fortified. In fact, they appear radiant with Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And sweet.
Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Surely that was intentional?
Illusion.
and that is a double damage big boy king, just making a realm out of the enemy triangle. And now looking like they want to go mid. 44 seconds left on that Dragon Knight.
And look at the confidence coming out from Wraith King. He was completely he's just going in.
Holy moly, get out of there, boys. Force staff up hill, great calculated force staff. They gotta do something else here. They can't just, Force looking for some Armel there. And tasty puck. Gonna get it today. And the mid-rack's looking dangerous. This is the world's longest double damage rune. And he has just been running at them. And now they will probably go for the tier 2 top. Here we go. So, still waiting to see some good Ursa items here. He's a long way away, and we still have the Dagoon. Not yet be the level 25, which is the good one.
To be honest, like Ursa this game, he can burst the supports, but really hard for him to kill the cores. He needs to, I'm not sure, maybe like, because Puck's going for damage, which I think is good, but he won't get to this Aghanim Scepter. Even if he got it, they have so many force staffs on Team Spirit that I don't know if Ursa can burst someone.
Mars getting, okay, talk about some burst there, Dave. There, that's all he needs. He needs some Puck action. A little bit of lockdown, a little bit of surprise, and Ursa can take people out. But with a big pick-off like that, maybe they have a chance to fight here top against the double Catapult brothers.
It seems like Team TNC, they play the math a bit more. Like, if you can get plays like that, where you sort of separate the dire heroes, you can instantly burst them. That's the strength of Ursa, right? On target, the Furious Lights build up, you can kill pretty much anything.
Right.
So Team Spirit, they probably need to...
Jesus, he's just spraying.
Terrifying.
Get out, get away from him, Ursa. Running for his sweet life there. Pops that BKB. Even has a little flicker. Ursa with flicker. That's, is that good?
I think that's the best tier 4 item in the game.
Flicker?
Yes. They've changed it so that you only blink forward within like 180 degrees or whatever. And it can dispel a lot of things, like the Dark Willow third spell. And you can also just hop out of arena most of the time. You know, you dodge an A-blast, it can really change the game.
Yeah. I feel like my karma's too low to use flicker. I don't know.
Your karma?
Yeah. Look, no, not my carbs, my karma.
What does your karma mean?
Well, you know, it puts you in a random direction, right?
Oh, yeah, okay, I see what you mean. They made it less RNG, like it's always forward now.
Well, that's nice. But I think it reads your behavior score. And if you're under 10,000, it puts you in bad positions.
Behavior score slacks.
Are you kidding me? I have a clean 10K, all right?
Okay.
In Europe, I've been muted.
You're lying now.
We're not lying now, Owie. I know how toxic you are. I've heard your language.
Yeah,
very shameful
that is
stuff.
true.
Okay.
That's me. And you can see a BKB come out from Clockwork. They even know, like, you have to, like, burst down these heroes. You're playing a burst team. Anything that makes you stronger in the initial moment so that they can't kite you is what you should itemize for. You know, they have the Dagon. You can't kite an instant nuke.
That's
the BKB, you know? You're really strong in that one moment, and they're going to itemize just for that.
You can't kite a Dagon.
You cannot kite a Dagon.
Wow.
Very good insight coming from me.
Incredible.
That's why I'm an analyst.
Owie, that's why they paired you with me, buddy.
So you could say the smarter.
Oh, no. All right, great smoke into the triangles, but it looks like that's scouted out. Look at all those pigs. Goodness. All right. Feel like Morse code here as they see the Black Dragon. It's Toadlet coming out. Will it end the same way as the series, where he just kind of meanders away from all of his troubles? It looks like it. The Black Dragon will move backwards. Depressing, I must say.
You can even see Team Spirit though, like everyone's on the same line of thought. They build the Aeon Disc on A, they just kite these fights. This Wraith King right now, he is a boss in the fights. He has a shard so they can no longer mana burn him, and I don't, like, it's so hard to kill him. Because,
oh, here we go. Moving in, trying to get him out with as much damage as possible. That Ursa combined with Dragon Stud. It's so long as now Black Dragon moves forward. Here we go. Initiation with the AA Blast. That's what you're after. BKB is popped. Wraith King, he is just not getting tickled here as the Mars is able to catch the backline grandma. They're going to be moving on that Dark Willow, but with just a slither of health, she makes it out alive, and Puck just doesn't have that damage. They need that damage on that Puck. You can't let those supports live like that, as now the Roche Pit is in danger.
Ooh, and Ursa actually went for a greedy hard camp. He's not going to be queued up in time for this fight.
Oh no. Flare going to come out. They're going to be able to see it. A lot of pings come out. Furious pings. Guys, what are you doing? As
no DKO for 20 seconds, no hook for 15. I think this is just a free Roshan for Dire.
That's right. What is the Roshan holding in his little pockies? He's got himself eggs. Oh.
I wonder who they're give that
They
to.
give that to Wraith King.
Ooh.
JJ, what does that do?
When someone dies near you.
Oh yeah, I know that one.
It's really good in turbo. Yeah, because you can. Because in turbo you can buy a rapier, and after you die you TP close, you drop in the fountain.
Oh,
it's a really good strat.
There you go. All right, all you turbo viewers out there looking for some.
They buffed it a lot too, so that gives like more attack speed. I wonder if they get another Roshan, maybe put the eggs on the Willow, and it should just pop off with the extra attack speed from the grave.
You know, honestly, maybe not that bad in this game. Ursa's gonna blow up
I think so. Actually,
those supports.
Like eventually, right? Like I feel like Team Spirit should feel confident in this game right now. They should want to end the game with this Aegis, but whatever. TNC's been doing a good job on the map. I think they've gotten more pickoffs this game, but it's just so hard to team fight into this under-rating Mars core.
All right, here we go. What could be the last defense? Cookie goes in on that very brave creep. Oh my god, he dies a warrior's death as they're just ripping apart this tower. Tim's trying to do something. Nice four-step in. Does not connect with the cogs though. Black Dragon ready to roll. He hungry. A mythological creature. He won't be able to touch anything for now. But he's in the area, and they must back out. The smartest thing to do when you see that Black Dragon, ladies and germs, is to run away and re-engage another day.
They're usually when people think about CS teams, they think they're like sort of long, like really high skill, but they'll dive stuff and they'll lose a game. Like I think even Team Spirit, they were up in the last game versus VP and they threw it. Wait,
this is a big boy double smoke into something. Gabby, he sees the Underlord. He's gonna get saved up. There's the arena. He gets him away. He's gonna pin him against the wall and you lose your first thing. That is not what you want here. This is real rough for TNC. It is pull the E-brake. E-turn that one and get the hell out of there. Moonwalk back to your fountain, boys. As Ursa goes down without a buyback. Disaster. But it is up to now. Sucky looking for those creeps. Put in the orb, but it's his. Oh, he's in trouble now, Owie. He got hit with the nullifier. Get out of there. He's out. Thank you.
Yeah, TNC, they've just been playing the map really well. Even though Ursa was dead there for like 100 seconds, I don't know if Team Spirit, like they want to take the base right now, but all the ways are getting cut. Thank you, Slag.
As they push it now, wanting to take that base, they know that Dragon Form is on cooldown, they know that Ursa is dead, and they know that these towers are looking real tasty. Wraith King pounding those towers, pounding them like I pound a drink every night after one of my Owie 2000 casts, and we are pushing in. Nothing can stop these people, like nothing can stop my alcoholism. As we move into the mid lane now, going in, hitting another tower, Owie. They still got 20 seconds left on Ursa. Do they have any response here? No cookies, no kisses, no pucks thing, whatever that thing is. There's the Black Dragon though.
They're going more. They don't care. They have the Orbit Destruction on Mars, the Splitter, and the AC. So these towers have 0 armor.
Puck moving in, trying to get what he can here. Mars getting attacked by the Black Dragon, putting out his last spear, and Clockwork saving the day, cutting him off, AKBing and running straight at these boys. Wraith King's first life is out, looking like they want to get out of here. Clockwork, seeing if he can force anybody out. He will die for his crimes, and one remains. They're all out of there, Owie. It is a perfect execution, a perfect escape.
Team Spirit, they're just playing so measured. As I was saying earlier, I think the CIS region is known for sort of going out of control, some defy, dive mentality. Even Team Spirit was guilty of that in the past, but in this game, they're so measured. I think it has to be Maposhka, because that guy, like everyone else, is like a young Hoppa player. What are you laughing at?
Don't just call the guy out.
No, he's making the good calls.
Here we go. All right, my friend, as Dragon Knight is going to be caught out here, just melted by this Wraith King. Wraith King's doing more damage than an Ursa. Buy back here as they need to make sure that this Rax doesn't go down. Puck getting in position to once again cut those creeps. I thought you were insulting my friend. I thought you were saying that it's this guy's fault.
He's a captain, right? So like he's holding, like, because I play support and supports you everything for your team. So like my cores go too far. I'm just to tell them you have to behave like a human.
Wow, look at this beautiful hiding there, and he's actually just gonna pop Willow. Willow, you're ghosted. You don't have to use yourself. Life has already ended. Oh.
No buyback. That was his dieback right there, and Puck just keeping it on the game. Every time something wrong is happening for them, he's cutting the waves, picking off crucial spots.
Oh, here we go. Clockwork initiation there. Again, they want to take out the support first. Ancient Apparition, he's going to get gone on immediately. Hit up with the kisses. Now it's time to go. They know that Willow cannot come back to this fight. AA could buy back, but if they can get just a little bit, maybe one more kill for Daddy. Big old little sluggy man. He's a little DP out of there. They're not getting him.
And a little bit of the CIS over aggression.
Yeah, well,
couldn't control his, you know, your Willow dead with no buyback. But at the same time, they did force a buyback. I just would have liked them see chill 5 more seconds so you have the underroll. I mean, nothing happened there, right? Like, there was no bad result for Team Spirit there, but it was sort of risky. Like, you can imagine a scenario where because you don't have underroll, you lose a few more heroes.
This Wraith King illusion making mockery of Dragon Knight here. The big black dragon is not able to do hardly anything there. You're going to see this Wraith King just continue to skyrocket. I can't believe the damage is pulling out right now, Abby.
I can't believe his net worth. He's 8,000 above. Okay, first of all, Puck is really, really farmed, but this Wraith King almost has 40,000 net worth. all expensive items. He's ready to go without boots soon.
That is a very sad way to use your BKB as a Dragon Knight. A solo Underlord hits you, and you have to panic BKB to get away. That's just the state of the game that we are in. As Wraith King, the richest king of all of time, is still farming. Now, the map is quite dark, as JJ is pointing out for us here. No, hardly any wards coming out from Team Radiant on TNC. It is a dark night out there tonight, sir.
Oh, Wraith King actually sold his Radiance.
Huh?
Missile Blade.
Sold his Radiance.
I don't know enough to like actually comment on this, but in my head it feels wrong.
Wrong! I'll comment on it for myself. You don't buy a Radiance and sell it. What the hell are you doing?
You do on like Alchemist and stuff.
Can't wait for this guy to lose.
Alchemist.
I totally know. 100%. There we go. Your Underlord is dead. He is simply a ghost flailing in the afterlife in between life and death in a horrible place, as Dark Willow is about to join him there as well. She won't even come back to life as a ghost. Wait, where'd she go? Hello? Willow? Huh?
Where is she?
What? What in God's name? I got juked out. I'm watching the game third person. She teleported? Thank you, JJ. I know what a teleport scroll is. I appreciate you.
So she just in the Shadow Realm and teleported, I guess.
My God, Yu-Gi-Oh was right. Shadow Realm is mysterious indeed. As we continue.
Ooh, I like this little from DK. He's holding the Quickening Charm in his backpack, so he can use his ulti, and he switches it to the Penta-Edged Sword for fights.
Now, can I make a little comment here, Ellie?
Of course.
All right, check out Dark Willow's neutral item. Thank you, JJ. She just switched out. But when she thought she died, she swapped in Big Boy Philly, the Philosopher's Stone. This is something that you just don't see even from pro players. One of the most value items in the game. Don't listen to streamers who think that they're good and tell you that Big Boy Philly is a bad item.
I mean, Underlord should have it right now. It's basically what you're saying, right?
That's
He's
right.
dead. They should put it back. He can hold the Ninja Gear. Underlord can get an extra bit of gold out of it.
I don't want Ice Dog to be listening to my casts. I guarantee you that
He should not be listening to him.
But oh, hold on a second. Nice initiation here on the Clockwork yet again, but Clock is just eating up these ganks. Oh no, Armel looking for that easy pickoff on the Willow. Gonna be able to get it. Willow going down. As we will see a double little pickoff. Wait for the Underlord to come back now.
It just feels weird. Like this Wraith King, I feel like Radiance is under damage item. Like if you look at after fight recap, Radiance just does so much damage. He traded it for Abyssal Blade, which is a low damage item. It's bought just for the Bastion's active.
I mean, I wasn't kidding. It sounded like I was being sarcastic, but he sold his Radiance and he sold his chances for winning. I will not regret this.
Yeah, no, it's not. I feel like the strength.
Oh, here we go. There's the bear. What's going on? And that's Mr. Bear taking him out. Look out here and come back in. A nice buyback as they're going to try to initiate onto that bear in the back lines. Wraith King running straight at that Ursa. Meanwhile, the rest of the team now trying to catch up. We got BKB on that Black Dragon, and he's going to be putting down that stun. Oh, how in the hell did that guy die on the back lines? Puck is just cleaning house in the back. Now it's not looking good. Great spin coming out from Grandma as Pucky is moving in. The Black Dragon, the Wrath. They want everything. look out, Mr. Mars in some serious trouble. BKB about to expire. Puck is just unstoppable right now. The Dragon's back in. He's a ghost. Oh, Ghost of Sparta has returned, but it ain't going to turn out the same this time. But huge creep wave heading back to the Radiant right now. They have got to go back and stop these creeps from taking those towers. Owie 2000, that was quite the well-handled fight from TNC.
How TNC's playing versus the decision Spirit's making, I think TNC is looking very likely to win this game right now. They're going to get this refresher items. I don't think anyone can stop them. I think you give both of them to Puck. I'm not too sure, but he's killing one support every fight right now. With the refresher, he's just going to kill two. And I don't know how Team Spirit play these fights anymore.
Look at all those goodies.
Okay, so they gave the Aghanim to Ursa. That's also a good one.
Oh, that's a Gucci one right there. Reduces cooldown and allows Ursa. As far as I got. That's really all you need to know.
He can use Enrage while he's disabled. It purges the sun. It's like a hard dispel.
Very nice.
It won't work against the Hex from Underlord because you can't cast spells during that. You're effectively silenced. And Wraith King actually also has a Bloodthorn. But do they have any Lotuses? I don't think they do. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see on Puck, but it's really good on Ursa. Even just a cooldown, you can like go in and out of fights is really important.
Thank you. JJ, keeping up with us in the observing. We are one of the most difficult ones. We just make up. I wonder if they have a Band of Elves right now. As he desperately tries to bring up everything that we mentioned. Okay, so moving into that middle lane, they're going to send out the Illusionist Cape Wraith King. He is going to tear up that tower as the Black Dragon picking him. The AA Blast coming. Does it the BKB? Will he live long enough? The cookie comes out and then feast as the Ursa makes his way in. He gets stunned up. Not looking too good. Underlord going to have to take his team back to the fountain to get away from this tight little initiation. That is a Uber ride that is going to get your stars taken down as a passenger when 2 feet away. Yeah, hitting that tower. Black Dragon still up. And that's a Dagoon taking out that Illusionist Cape. That's a pretty big deal right now, Owie. This thing is causing a lot of slowdown for this team. It looks like they might have to forgo this Rax. 20 seconds till AA is back. You do have buyback. Oh, here you go. Initiation trying to get what he can, but the cookie comes out the BKB. They can't afford to lose this. Nullifier coming out. And it's okay. No worries. Clockwork at the back line taking out the big supports. That's what they need. Clockwork sacrificing himself yet again as those Mortimer kisses are starting to hit. Here we go. Puck looking for fun. And the Dragon Knight a little bit too far in. He gets hit by the Nullifier. Goodbye, Dragon. The story ends sadly. Spoiler alert for that stupid Disney Dragon movie, but gonna end up the same way. And there you go.
And the best way, it did do work there. So maybe I'll just eat my words.
Eat them up, Owie.
Yes.
It's a feast.
As soon as he has now that he has the upgraded Agi Blink, I think the build comes together a lot more because that item will give you a lot more damage. It just felt weird. And Team Spirit, they fought that very well. They just they took it slow. They let the Wraith King go to the front line. They weren't overcommitting the other bodies. They know that this Wraith King can tank for a long time in these fights. Very hard to kill. As long as they're showing some life in this game. I honestly thought this game was sort of over, but if you play fights like that, they can come back.
Yep, both teams seem to be playing these fights very well and switching off. I do agree with you. I feel like we are in desperate need of some way to help with that Nullifier. We got to get a Lotus Orb. There's got to be something to do.
I mean, there's no real counters to the item, though. Like, if it gets thrown on you, I think the only thing is, like, you can link it for your ally.
Oh.
You can't purge it, and you can press BKB before it hits you. You can dodge it with Blink, and you can have it Linkins. But if it hits you, you can't remove it at all.
Oh, that's all too hard.
That is very hard. I mean, it basically means the supports have to stay way in back. They cannot get engaged on by this Ursa.
Look at Gabby's position here. Smokey Bear running around the forest on his own looking for something. Luckily, he didn't run into anything. I don't think he knew their entire team was down there at the moment. But Underlord doing Underlord things, pushing in towers. We are now seeing a lot of pings come out as they're saying maybe we should go top, maybe we should go mid, maybe I'll just draw a circle on the triangle because I'm confused. That's what happens in pro games at this point. We're about to see potentially another 60-minute game with those beautiful, beautiful late game items. So what's your favorite 60-minute neutral?
My favorite 60-minute neutral item? I think Pirate Hat. I think Pirate Hat is the best one for me.
It is a good one. I love that.
I like food. I just want money.
Okay, Wraith King looking to get a jump here, and he almost gets one. But meanwhile, Mars getting a little bit more than he could have chewed on there. Clockwork Yet again, separating out the team, eating those initiations, and now with that Mars Arena on cooldown and the AA Blast on cooldown for approximately 3 more seconds, it's time to potentially group up potentially.
What did you just say?
High potential.
Thank you.
Come on. Potentially. Smoke, that's what I'm talking about. They're looking for these targets. With a nice initiation onto the Underlord, this will be a very, very good fight. They've got to be careful. Walking up the hill. They know they're there. They're put in the pit. And here we go. Bucky moving in, trying to find a good group, but it's a not so Gucci initiation. They're going to have to back up a little bit. That's a part. Aeon Disc is down. They have got to get this Dark Willow portion comes out of the Shadow Realm, and they're going to go straight onto that big boy. Put on that Ursa damage. That's looking pretty nice there. Puck in some trouble now. Self get committed by Clockwork, still trying to separate things out, but now they've got to protect that Dragonite. Dragonite dies. This is a pretty much not good looking situation. Nice catapult out of nowhere. Moving in. The Dagon takes out the hunter. Able to put up that arena despite being dead though, thanks to Ray. And it's all up to Dragonite. There's the damage you've been looking for. The Black Dragon wakes as he takes out the entire nobody rides home. Goodbye, Wraith King, still alive and about to die. Oh, this kingdom will be kingless today. Good night, Irene. Oh shit, he's still alive for a bit. Okay, he's fine. That's a ghost, Owie. Cover your eyes, it's very scary. There he goes.
And just an incredible ward placed by Booty. And you can see TNC, the patience they had in that fight. They were able to just jump the back line. They killed the supports basically for free. And despite Spirit, like, somehow clutching that Ursa before he could use BKB, or I don't know how they did it. It had to be the Hex on Underlord because he couldn't get his ulti off. Combined with the Bloodthorn, just bursting him down, like, they just eventually couldn't take that fight.
I think they put everything on Ursa. You know?
Yeah.
There was Nullifier, there was a Thorn, there was a Hex. Maybe a bit of an...
to catch him, and they end up taking a very convincing fight from TNC. That fight looked bad for them. Ursa died.
It looked real rough.
He wasn't buying back either. Like, he was very confident in his team there.
Yeah, level 29 on that Dragonite. We do still have the Black Dragon form as he is going to start to push. Let's go! Taking out those towers, forcing a buyback. 5 more seconds on the Dark Willow, so they will be able to do a little something here. They really don't want to buy back on Mars and Wraith King right now. So they are going to have to forego a few racks. But it's 60 minutes. Who cares? What are racks do at 60 minutes?
You're not feeling too bad just because you also have the mid and top racks. So it's just sort of even if they take yours. You're not really under any lane pressure.
Okay, now they got to be a little careful here. Wraith King's coming back in 20 seconds, so getting pretty committed for some racks. Not that big of a deal, guys. Be careful here. As they're apparently just going to let him go. Okay.
I think that's the right choice from Spirit. If you buy back on your Wraith King, you're sort of giving the enemy a clear win condition.
Smoking up. Potentially seeing if there's any stragglers that are dumb enough to remain. Armel is not the guy who want to break that smoke. That is a very elusive puck right now, guarding that arcane rune. Hopefully it won't be the end of it, and he will walk away with that. So, still pushing up. They left Grandma up there, much like what we did with our Grandma, left alone to her own devices to see if she can take that Rax. If she takes it, we'll be welcomed back with open arms. If not, Grandma, you're staying in the home. We'll see if she can possibly take it. Go, Grandma.
Look at CC. They knew about the smoke. They're just defensively positioned. They have the idea that, like, if Team Spirit smokes, it's because Team Spirit thinks they can take a fight. Sometimes the best thing to do is just to respect your opponent's opinions and just wait to take a better fight. You want to play your percentages in situations like these.
I typically find myself respecting my opponent's opinion a lot more than my allies' actions. But this game has been pretty even, so respect all around to both of these incredible teams who have just been neck and neck the entire time. Sure, there's a 33k net goal lead here, but at the same time, Team Spirit's playing it very well.
And in the late game, like, sometimes the north doesn't matter. Like, sometimes it's just about if you get the right fight, you get the right target.
Speaking of the right target and the right fight, Ursa stunned up real bad here. Beautiful terrorize coming out to make sure that nobody can put any helpful items on Ursa with the Ursa pickoff. That is not going to be looking good for ya boy. Armel in the back, puck immediately. So okay, Ursa's dead. Time to push. Goodbye, rest of the team. Hope you live. Hope you die. I don't really care. let's cause some chaos, and Puck moves immediately on that final lane of rack. There is one rack stop. I do know how to look at the mini-map, but this is the racks that's important. They've got to make a big decision here. Do we go back, or do we keep pushing? Puck can take out any one of these supports by themselves, and it looks like they are going to have to BKB used for that, Dowie.
I think Puck might go for him still.
No, Puck would have such gall to go for that man by himself. Oh my God, he did it.
Now, Armel, he's carrying his team on his back this game throughout the entire game. He's 15-2-17, and he's, no matter what happened, if his team mess up, he's already on the next move. He's recovering from them or making an initiation.
See how much money that Puck had?
Yeah.
130,000.
He needs to buy his teammates some moon shards, to be honest.
Just buy him whatever.
What did he sell there? For oh, the Witch's Blade. He sold his Witch's Blade for auction. This Puck is going to be an absolute menace.
He has 10,000 gold.
It's 10,000 gold still.
Oh,
he can afford a moon shard for his Ursa. I think he should do it.
Sure.
Ursa's done 0 damage in the last 2 fights, but you need to help your boy.
All right, buy him a Divine Rapier and feed, and then buy back at this point.
Really smart Slacks.
Thank you so much.
Come on, good strat. That's why you got second at TI.
That's right. And you want to know you got first.
Because I didn't listen to your strats.
Because you didn't listen. That's the gatekeepers of TI. Us. As we see, Black Dragon just abusing that ability to fly over cliffs there and seeing if he can get an initiation. Lincoln Sphere is going to be popped. That is not the time that you want to spend all of those very valuable kill items on. Dark Willow out of position. Here you go, BKB, and that Dark Willow is dead. A hook to the Ghost. Meanwhile, on the back end here, we're going to see this Ursa. Where is Ursa? I lost him. Doesn't matter. Wraith King's first. There he is. He's hungry. He takes a bite out of that guy. Oh no, Dark Willow moving in with that. Oh, they got one more hit. Ooh, doesn't make it.
They left the Wraith King though.
They left the Wraith King, abandoned by his loyal subjects. That's his second life going out. That is the ghost form right there. Get that poor Clockwork out of there. Jesus is beating him. And that is Disaster Town. We still have buyback left on the Wraith King. He can have what fighting him, but with this Aegis, I don't know what that's gonna do.
Just Black Dragon is disgusting and strong. You see him, he's kiting on the terrain. He has a 60% slow on every hit.
Oh, watch out! Okay.
There's too many items on the ground. He doesn't know what to do. It's funny because you can't pick those items up with your couriers anymore. Unless the hero's in there giving vision. You have to like drop a gem, pick the items, pick up the gem. Very complicated.
Do we get the wand? I don't know.
I saw this comic about how Roshan pit. There's just a bunch of garbage being left there.
It's true, but Roshan now brings his own garbage. Hello.
Wait,
not me?
He didn't have eggs before. You just been lying to me this entire time. That was just a blue dragon or what?
What?
You just ate the eggs from it.
Oh my god. No, he must have sold his
he sold
eggs.
it. He sold it.
Oh, you worried me.
Right.
I thought I went colorblind.
No, I saw it on him too.
Look
I have a bad memory.
5,000 HP on Dragon Knight. That is insane.
He's just beast right now.
That is a beast
Level
boy.
3 dragon. This is actually one of the best late game heroes I can see. If you have to play against this type of Dragon Knight, like I don't know what you do.
Yep, right now, it's like Team Spirit doesn't know what to do as they see that Rax go down. Only one Rax remaining top now. With Megas, with an Aegis, this is going to have to be a miracle fight. Oh boy, going straight on that Dragon, about 5,000 HP, trying to tear through it here. Ursa on that back line, going straight for that Underlord. Underlord is dead. Dragon is alive. Oh yeah, that's good. That's good stuff right there, ladies and germs. This is looking pretty. Oh wait, Dragon? Still getting hit. Mortimer's kisses, giving boy smooches. Mars, ghost form. Not able to do anything here, and that's going to be a GG. Easy. Not really. Coming out from TNC in a 6K net worth lead. Wow. That was a hell of a game.
No, I thought Spirit had that one. TNC they clawed back. Armel lifted them up and carried them on his back.
Yeah, shame about selling that Radiance.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining.
It's a tough balance on how much you gotta plan for 60-minute games in your draft, the late game potential, when all you want to do is win your lanes and crush the mid game first. In terms of bans, we have not got too many outliers here. Nyx Assassin, of course, still in the pool, but other than that, Viper Mars removed, Axe still in the pool as well. That's something that Team Spirit banned out previous game first phase, so it's either going to be a Nyx Assassin or an Axe, or maybe even both, depending on who they ban out here second.
I didn't like the Axe ban so much, I'll be honest.
No?
I think that was a bit of a wasted one.
They ban out the AA.
Let's see. DNC decided to first phase Axe. Like, it's still a flexible pick. You don't necessarily need to play him as a position 1.
Is it going to be just like some DK?
Just open up with DK, DK Lion, DK Nyx. Like, yeah, you're covered in a lot of areas. So,
I mean,
yeah.
Can't go wrong with a DK at this point.
Apparently not.
So flexible. I don't want to see Gabby play. That one game where Gabby did, and it did not look as impressive as a carry compared to that mid and that off lane role, but it's flexible. So if they do see an opportunity where it's just hard countered, they'll just move it around.
Yeah, as of that last game, DK has 19 picks, 74% win rate.
That is ridiculous.
And it's not like this is like a pocket last pick cheese.
This hero was like not contested in the second season. We saw him here and there against, you know, we need a stun, we don't have enough control,
or
there's a puck on the mid lane.
Yeah.
We'll get the old school Dragon Knight counter. Now it seems the story is we'll just put it anywhere. I've seen position 4 Dragon Knight with the fireball. Didn't look that bad, I swear. Like, it looked okay.
So what needs to happen before DK is first phase ban material? We're getting near that territory, right?
We might be. Please, give me Timber. Please give me Timber Saw.
It just ruins the hero. I don't know why you would not pick it.
They're taking so long to think about this first pick. This is most of their bonus time already gone.
Like, do you do something like Timber Lion or something? Then you cover your bases of burst damage in one fold. You also get Disable. You get decent lanes. I just want something to satisfy me to kill these DKs so that they don't get this super long team fights going on where it doesn't matter. You get like 8 stuns off in one fight. They are taking so much time.
They are.
Dude, if they don't pick Timber, we'll just pick Axe and be like, if you're never going to pick this hero, we're just going to keep picking Strength Cores.
Good app.
Yeah, DK Axe.
So they will take a % hero, at least. So that Sunray will be good. It's also both ways that it can work. You know, like you said, the Holy Locket heroes. This is one of them.
Yep. And they definitely don't want to give that away either, so a little bit of both.
No Mars for protection, though. TNC may be willing to just snap fire first phase.
5 seconds remaining.
There we go. So they do go for Phoenix Lion. That's their support duo.
This is good. I think a lot of these position 4 and 5, when you open up, I've seen some like Ancient Apparition Wyvern, which is very abusable. You have Lion Phoenix, you have a lot of team fight, you have the heals, you have the instant initiation, burst damage. I don't think you can punish this type of opener.
They're just gonna take the snap, so that's the solution. A bit of a waste for the Phoenix. Also, it is gonna be double range support again for Team Spirit, which I'm not liking so much this tournament. I know Nigma's made it work with their like Wyvern AA, but they're one of the only exclusions for me that's made that double range looks so good, because I've been seeing Vici doing it so many games too, and that's when I see them look their weakest. They have some like Willow and Phoenix on the team, and they just can't. There's no playmaking in the game. They do have the line, which is always going to give you playmake, but still a little worried just because of how squishy these two heroes can become.
Yeah, because it's more than just the lane. It's also like mid-game, your initiators, sure, line with a dagger can do something, but he still needs to hide afterwards. He can't draw a bunch of attention like a Clockwork can. And TNC banned another percentage hero with the Death Prophet.
Talking about the percentage-based damage, maybe it's time, because everyone is tanky, we see these 3 cores, sometimes 2, sometimes 3 strength cores, to pull out the Nigma, maybe. Percentage-based damage, if they don't have anything that goes through BKB, sneak it in.
The, somewhere during the wildcards or the start of the group stage, there was a lot of focus on team fights, and Nigma actually came into the discussion that time around. People were surprised, like, why aren't we seeing it? It's, I believe, still an unpicked hero. One of the 30-something unpicked heroes is Major.
Yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't seen it too much in the DPC, except for, like, you said sneaky. This was funny. Snaking has been the only one. Snaking. He's been one of the few players that was just popping off with those enigmas.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do. The hero's just a bit slow in the current meta, it does feel, but say they still ban the puck when they have Lion. That says a lot.
Respect for the Armel there. Nyx Assassin, by the way, still in the pool for TNC if they want to get it.
Yeah, Nyx Assassin just ruins Phoenix if they want to go for it. I've seen in Chinese regions what they tend to do when it's the same matchup. Phoenix gets first item BKB to be able to use the Sunray, because it's all about that Sunray.
I want to see Collapse's hero.
They'll go for the Toronto Tokyo Invoker.
That reveals your mid right away.
Yeah.
Can you just pick Faceless Void on TNC now? Or are you not worried about it? Or you pick Nyx Assassin and ruin Invoker and Phoenix life?
That's what I'm thinking. I think Nyx Assassin looks really nice. You're great for information. You you give us DK a secondary way to get that jump when Nyx is just scouting. I think the Nyx looks nice.
There it is. Yep. No surprise there. Also good against Invoker. Maybe a little bit of an oversight from Team Spirit to just assume, I don't know. They must be expecting this. Like, if we see it coming, they should see it coming too.
It's a good Nyx Assassin game against all of these heroes pretty much, but something that Nyx doesn't like to play into is instant hex. Like, doesn't get the carapace off. This is why we're probably gonna see this best item in the game called Eon Disc, so he can get the spell off.
They'll go for that Ursa.
So why did they pick the Invoker before the Ursa?
That's what I'm trying to think too. They just put it out there. You just give Armel, like, you just ask Armel, all right, what do you want to play now? You know exactly what you're
Team
up
Spirit's
against.
also asking. They're like, Armel, what would you like to play?
What about some PL? It looks like a decent PL game. Ursa doesn't build into Battle Fury anymore. We've seen in the previous series where Juggernaut goes into Battle Fury just to deal with the Phantom Lancer illusions, but Lion, Phoenix, Invoker, they're just food. And I love what the people have been doing lately, just double, sometimes even triple mana burn heroes.
Oh no. Oh no, Ursa, your life is miserable. Oh no.
This is so sad.
That's a really good pick there, because they know it's the Invoker mid, so then they can just put the DK mid, because it's a pretty good matchup. The Invoker can go for the Spirit Vessel build that we've seen Miracle doing, but he's been one of the few that's been doing. I think Nothing to Say was one of the other ones, but he hasn't been playing his Invoker as much.
It's a great item in this meta where everyone is just super tanky and have that extra damage sometimes that you need. Venomancer, however, gonna give Ursa a hard time in the laning stage.
And we can assume it's a Bok Veno.
Yeah. And they're covering this Veno pick nicely. They ban out Darkseer, which builds into Pipe, builds into Greaves, and also allows Ursa to play the game against the Venomancer by giving him Surge and Ion Shell.
Yeah, I've been told time and time again that one of Veno's biggest downfalls is whenever people rotate. Invoker's not really going to be rotating that much. He's going to have to worry about this DK pressuring his mid lane constantly, so he's not going to really be able to leave even if he does for that Cold Snap Urn build. And now for TNC, maybe like a Spectre for Gabby.
I still like PL. I don't like PL as a hero, but I think in this game, in this scenario, it just fits so well because it's the mana burn, the double mana burn as you're mentioning. They already have heroes with set tempo with DK and Veno, so you just need some hero that's going to win you the game.
Okay.
So I think they've got...
To go back to some of Nigma's games, they have Invoker mid, and then you see Hiroki as a lion rotating mid on top of EMP, just stun and another mana drain, be super annoying.
Does DK care about that though?
Not too much.
Yeah. They ban out Collapse's Underlord.
Yeah, that's another pipe buyer that can enable the Ursa a bit better versus the Venomancer. % damage too, as we saw last time versus DK. They're gonna ban the PL. Oh, what's the other Gabby heroes?
Axe.
I don't think you want to pick Axe here.
No.
So they need. I don't mind Spectre. I think Spectre is okay.
They go Lina.
So maybe what, carry Veno?
I think it's carry Dragonite, mid Lina, and
offlane
Veno.
Yeah, that's more suited. That is a tough matchup for Invoker.
And now if you're Collapse, your lane is most likely DK Nyx Assassin or DK Snap.
5 seconds remaining.
Interesting that they make the DK the carry.
Well, they might still switch it about. Who knows?
Snapfire carry.
Snapfire mid, we've seen it a lot.
Liquid.
Maybe not on Marmel.
I've seen Ren. Snapfire carry.
They're out of time. 4 seconds left only.
Magnus.
Into Veno.
Kite City.
And it is a Bog Veno. It is a Gabby Dragonite, and Armel will take on the Lina. So as expected then, and nothing out of the ordinary on the side of Team Spirit either.
It's like a godly Veno game.
Yeah, it looks like
daggers, exactly.
Bog's gonna have field day.
At least they have something to give to Ursa. Because Ursa with Empower, Ursa with buffs from the Invoker, he's gonna feel great in this game. Even if his game is ruined in the laning stage, will still be able to recover from the Empower. But I don't think they're gonna be able to get the Blink Daggers off. It's really hard. The Vision game will be strong. You have a good front line with this Dragonite, with the Venomancer, Nyx Assassin scouting things out. I like what TNC's got again.
Yep, fast-paced. I think Team Spirit's got this slower-paced draft again, like they did last time, which almost ended up working out. But this looks like one of the best Venomancer games I've seen in a very long time. They've got multiple different ways to hit Egg. They've got Snapfire. They've got Lina. DK not even bad against hitting this Phoenix Egg either. Yeah, I really do like what TNC's gotten for themselves. Even though I'm not too crazy about them making Gabby this carry DK, I think it works because I don't believe he is going to be the carry. I think it's probably going to end up being Armel with some BKB, MKB build that we've seen nothing to say doing. I think that's kind of the variety that TNC's going for.
You explained the stakes that TNC are free from the tiebreaker of elimination.
Correct.
What's happening with Spirit if they lose this?
Okay, so first of all, if TNC want to keep their upper bracket chances alive, they have to win this, and then they have to hope that Team Nigma lose later today, but they need to win this to still have a chance. Spirit, so they're in kind of like the similar boat as Beastcoast and Team Liquid. They can lose this, but then they also have to hope that both Beastcoast and Team Liquid are losing as well, and then force out a tiebreaker there. They definitely want to win this, though, in order to keep their chances as open as... yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, you guys are all going on the side of TNC, and I can see why. They look good, and with the Armel Lina, we'll see what happens in this game, too. We're going to find out what happens again with our commentary team is waiting upstairs over there. I think Star Action Slags really want me to send it over to him. AY is there as well, and I can just keep talking. No? Okay, no.
Give it to me, Sheever. Give it to me. I want to get into that game, my friend. It's been a long time since I've seen a Venomancer. Are you ready to see this one, my buddy boy?
I hate that hero.
Okay.
He's just so annoying to play against. I think it's a good pick, but the pain that's going to be inflicted on Team Spirit as they have to go into the Veno.
I love pain. Let's get into the match and go take a peeky. God, Venomancer. How can you not like that guy?
I mean, I'm starting to see a trend with you like Venomancer, you like techies. Do you like Nagasaran?
Oh, I like getting Ags on Naga and playing support Naga.
Okay.
That's
just
funny.
inflicting pain on your opponents. It's a good way to think about Dota.
It's a good way to think about life, my friend. Welcome to the game. It is TNC versus Team Spirit. I'm Sir Action Slash, and this is Howie 2000. We have our observer here, JJ, the Pimp Munkle. He's here. Just getting together for you here. Lot on the line, as Sheaves was telling. If we get another TNC victory, they are looking pretty good for upper bracket. Team Spirit really needs to win this one too, though. If they go down, they are near the low lows. Have some chances of potentially doing some not good placement. But won't say any fights for the runes this time. We're gonna take it easy. Last match, you didn't join us, or you know, you were put off by Odie Pickel's voice. He decided you had to leave. That was a very, very bloody game, my friend. Is this mid late?
It is mid Lina, but honestly, it's more of a one-position Lina. I think TNC are on the carry mid hype train. You have a TA, Puck, Lina, whatever you have, and it just 1v5s the game like it did last game.
Oof.
And Toronto Tokyo, he actually misses block mid, so that's a bit rough.
Oof. Not a great sign there from Toronto Tokyo. I've been waiting to cast this guy. I'm very excited to say his name. What a creative... What?
Ooh, that was a big deny, because now Lina doesn't get level 2 to pressure him under the tower.
Worth the cold snap for sure.
Yeah. Armel has been like playing this Lina hero mid for as long as I can remember. I remember him playing Lina versus CCNC's Ember in lane. It was like 40 CS to 6. So I'm expecting great things from this game.
How long can you remember, Howie? What was your first Dota hero?
My first Dota hero was Vengeful Spirit. My friend told me to buy Boots of Speed and Tangles and say Soul Bottom.
How'd it go?
I was a god.
As you are. Still to this very day. A little bit of a skirmish up here, as you're going to see that Phoenix and the Snapfire go head-to-head. And Bach here on the Venomancer, the big hero of the match. We have not seen too many Venos. Typically, we see it as a response to a TA. But this time, it's being used to make sure that your Magnus and your Ursa are not having a good time. But DK's big strength here in the top lane. The points in Dragon Blood. And then literally stand there.
Yeah, no, he's gonna farm very well in this lane. You can see Team Spirit, their strategy is just to snipe these couriers. They have this sneaky ward up here. If you delay his items, then he can't outlast. I mean, Magnus should farm too.
It's a naked ward there, no cosmetics on that ward. Interesting. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we're gonna see that first blood coming out from the Venomancer. Could have maybe denied there by the Ursa, but
it's such a hard lane now.
Yeah.
You have the Nyx Assassin just to protect this Venomancer. He's just gonna keep poisoning the Ursa, and you can't sustain this hero, especially once he gets to the, like, if he gets a good start like that, he gets boots, you can't even kill him anymore. Just waiting to lose the lane.
Wow, that is a very pessimistic view on that bottom lane. There's no way they can win it back, my friend.
I don't think so. Not with the supports they have. Maybe they can, like, if they you can always clutch things in Dota, right? But it's looking a bit rough.
Time to clutch your pearls down here, waiting for the inevitable doom, as Howie 2000 put it. We're gonna see Tim's walk around that outside and see if he can get some pull action in here, as Veno seems to, as you said, be having the time of his life. 9 last hits already. Ursa,
I mean,
14.
You'll be down CS at the start of the lane, but eventually you get kicked out just because Poison Sting applies so much harass. Like, his last hitting is very bad early, but as you can see here, like, Ursa's going to lose a solve of HP off one Gale.
Potentially. He's going to be walking back, you're right. He will be getting low from those Gales, and I think he knows it. Those are tambourines of sadness, potentially. As he knows that this lane will soon be not going his way. Meanwhile, the top lane, it's like Boomy here, and Phoenix constantly getting in each other's business. That's what you like to see. As net worth, though, yeah, Magnus doing quite well with the last hits.
I mean, DK, he doesn't really pressure opponent that much early on, but he does pretty much always secure his own game. I think Magnus should be one of the better heroes for some early in lane, just with that high base damage and a shockwave to secure CS. But I think Gabby's completely fine with how this lane's going, I think.
All right, more Ursa damage as the boys are picking on him in the bot. Very interested mostly in the middle, though. I think that the rotations coming out from mid are going to kind of dictate the game a bit. Voker, of course, classically does not rotate that much, but Sunstrikes are always like, you know, it's like a mini rotation.
This is a Quas Wax Invoker, so I think he will be heavy on the rotations. Lina versus Voker used to be, like, people would pick Voker to counter Lina, but this lane doesn't seem to be going that well. And the entire premise of picking Invoker to counter Lina was that you could Tornado Cold Snapper and your supports could rotate in. However, his supports are terrible at ganking, I think. Like, Lion's okay, but you don't have enough damage. It's not the type of hero Cold Sweats need.
Oh, speaking of supports gank, here we go. A cookie after a light strike array. And with that Dragon Slave, oh, it's barely enough. Last hit there. Phoenix is pissed, though. He's wondering where his playmate went from the top lane, and he's going to go in and clean up just a little bit. Worth question mark? Probably not. As Invoker has died mid, meaning that Lina, as you said, might have some even quicker rotation time. Ursa, also, as you said, has abandoned lane. Howie, do you ever get anything wrong here?
I'm actually wrong about like 80% of the things I say. But no, these ones are like, they're classic pub matchups, the Veno versus Ursa. And the Snapheart dying was actually pretty good for Armel because he gets the auto refill. Oh, they killed next bottom.
Yeah, not great.
You see Lion, he understands the lane. He's not going for some mana drain, slowly play the lane. They understand that they have to kill the Venom the next every time they have an opportunity in order to do anything in this lane.
All right, Dragon Knight winking around up at the top for a little Magnus, but Magnus is still keeping up, still with the best of them. 30 last hits as we see these bottle refills.
A good word from Boomy here. He understands that they have a Magnus lineup. He knows Phoenix has been gone for a while. So he the stacks, D-wards the wards, and...
Oh, barely misses that light striker array there. And Boomy, last chance to do anything. He's going to cookie on it. And Nyx Assassin rotates in as well. Not too shabby at all there. As Armel will be making it out. And it is going to be another 1-for-1 trade. Man, this... Phoenix and Sapphire really do hate each other.
Yeah, and Tim's manages to snag the Trunda.
Ooh, he will be able to get it there.
His turn in 5 seconds though.
Very scary. I'm gonna have to pop that arcane rune. Ooh, misses the light strike, and now we're in serious trouble. Lion moving in. Couldn't get it tonight. Oh my goodness.
So unfortunate. Maposhka was actually trying to give, good play by Lina then, but Maposhka was trying to give Toronto Tokyo the kill there. I think it's a little bit of misplay actually. Neutral creeps, you can aggro them creeps and if he had walked close to those neutrals and attacked the Lina, he would have dragged aggro there.
Well, Lina seems to be ahead with that nice neutral that helps even more so. Invoker's day is ruined just a little bit more. I'm sure we'll be seeing him. Meanwhile, bottom looks like we have relegated the Phoenix now to take this, what some would say, dead lane. We won't use such terminology on a good cast like ours, as Ursa has moved into the triangle.
Yeah, and Veno, he's just going to storm here. He's already top net worth, but now he gets 2 neutral camps and the lane every minute.
Okay, well, this isn't too bad, though. Matt is able to empower the Ursa for a free little Battle Fury, so catch-up potential is there. Oh, no! Barely makes it out of there from that Ursa. And now Boomy, who is just all over the place, doesn't care about their own well-being. It is all about disrupting the enemy team. We're going to see that Snapfire down one more time. But doing good work.
Yeah, that was a lot of disruption. He brought a lot of Radiant heroes from Team Spirit into their own triangle, not somewhere you really want to play. In the bottom lane, they're pressuring the Six. They don't want the support to sort of sit here and get EXP.
Ooh, nice stun there. I did not think you had that. And it will be a slow and painful death for the Phoenix as Armel rotates down, and it could be a pretty early tower. Oh no, it's that little guy. He's chasing things. Oh, the demon. The shovel man. That's the scariest thing in the world. Little kobold. You know the creeps aren't aggro to little kobold?
Yeah.
Or towers?
Only, I think the fountain hits it in heroes, that's all.
Yeah, just the fountain. He's one of the most terrifying units in this entire game. He will chase you from beginning to end, slowly killing you with his tiny little claws.
Tower goes down bottom. Kick the enemy carry out. I think TNC have a good read on how they want to play the map. You kick the carry out, you kick the support out, you take the tower.
Sorry, Snapfire, going down yet again for doing all this business. And we're seeing Gabby, you know, he's keeping up there, but definitely Team Dire favored so far on your net worth.
And like the moves from Team Spirit are sort of hard to find. Like you don't have a lot of like support sort of to lead your fights like the Nyx has been doing on TNC side. So they have to sort of clutch, like have clutch spellcasting, you know, hit a tornado with not much setup. And heroes on TNC are just really hard to kill. I mean, Armel's moved to like the safest place on the map. Gabby's just, he's a Dragon Knight. He's just gonna sit in front of this tower and tank everything.
But I feel like TNC, they also might be winning these lanes, but they gotta be careful. With Magnus accelerating that Ursa, he can come back pretty quick, and then if he can get on top of some of these heroes, he'll be able to just 2 or 3 got him. It's gonna be completely disgusting. So they've got to keep up this pressure, Owie.
Yeah, that's a good point. Anytime you play versus a Magnus lineup, you're looking to take towers so you can take over the map and stop the Magnus from farming, or Magnus from having this carry to farm. I do think you do want to generally wait for a timing. A lot of the time, what people don't realize is you have to hit a time in order to make that aggressive move. You can't just keep going, and then, you know, they just kill you because you don't have enough items or levels to fight them. I think they'll wait for the Lina Yo Scepter. It completely counters Ursa because you can use him during his enrage, and then they'll just start running at the Team Spirit lineup.
I always love to hear about things like waiting for your timing. The time is now. It's time to kill. That's what matters the most.
Get levels, you know, get levels. You almost have Blink with DK. It's gonna line up with the Yos on Lina almost, and just start smoking and running at them. I think that's the plan from TC this game.
All right. Weak, but acceptable.
Weak.
As we see Tim's making even more chaos. Phoenix just trying to get a few levels from this horrible start. And Tim's looking for some levels of his own. Meanwhile, Lion, a little bit out of position here. That's a tasty kill. The most competitive part about this is who they're going to let have it. They'll let the Lina take it. And that is one step closer to that devastating Yuli Scepter.
Yeah, and they let the Lina have it because it makes it so that the DK gets a blink exact same time as she gets the Yules. When you're playing cores, you generally want to click on your other like position 1 or 2 and line up your item with what they get, you know? Going BKB, you also go BKB, stuff like that.
What a universe you live in, where people look at allies' timings and items and plan around that.
Well, that's what you should do.
Well,
Dota.
that's good.
It's good. It's good to do. But Team Spirit, you sort of have to wait for the TMC pressure to come in. Like we've seen this game, like Invoker in Call-to-X, he's a hero that wants to rotate, but he just has no damage. Ooh, I like this. They're just smoke up and go for Roshan.
Sneaky, sneaky. Gonna see if they can't sneak out that Roshan. Everyone's kind of in the area, but it's about if they can use their brains and think to themselves, Ursa, missing, not in triangle. Boom's gonna go and check that out. No.
I would like to see the Lion go in the pit and just echo the Roshan off enemy heroes so it runs at him and it's not bashing the Ursa. That's a little trick I don't
Wait
use
a
much.
minute. Could this be it? No. Just a smoke.
They get it. No, that's huge. It's 11-minute Roshan. That's what you want as Ursa. It gives them a window where even though TNC's strong, they have their items, you can still fight them.
Speaking of fighting them, here we go. A little bit of tornado action on that Lina. And gonna try to get out that mana, but there's that very useful Fuel Scepter. Denies the tower attempt.
There's just 7 Venom wards down. You can't move forward.
Yes.
And look at TNC. They just did this DK top. Even though he has this blink figure, they realize that because he has blink, he can also join the fight if he TPs mid really fast. So he can keep farming, keep control of the top side of the map. His net worth is looking good. All the cores on TNC are like very farmed this game.
Looking solid, but this is about time that you know, Team Spirit starts to group up as well. Magnus is looking strong, feeling good. Gonna be putting everybody top, seeing if they can't get a tower. Nyx Assassin scouting out though. Look out, Mr. Magnus, that's a bug. Oof. Okay, forget it. You ain't gotta look out that much. Ursa moving in, Magnus going on, and that is the target that they really wanted. That beautiful Lina. Appar trying to make something happen here with the kisses, and Dragon Knight getting a nice stun, but will it be enough? Probably not. As everybody knows, mission accomplished. Lina's dead. They lost their mid. We ain't gotta pressure anything. And biding their time since the ults are all down. Just picking this fight really well.
Yeah, I completely missed that Magnus was just rushing this blink there. He gets it and he gets probably the best kill on the map. His Spirit, they know. They bring 5 heroes. They couldn't bother mid, but they want to kill their opponents. They want to use the Aegis and fight.
Oh, there we go. A smoke is appearing as a Venom. He's going to be grabbed up as well and just instantly melted by this Ursa. Beautiful stuff here. These 5-man plays at 13 minutes. This is what people have nightmares about. Please group up with me. They're 5-manning our tier 1, please.
They don't have much building damage, but Team Spirit is killing heroes. So that means, like, yeah, I mean, there are no heroes. You can hit the building forever. And I think they have this tower. I think it's just dead. Team's already split pushing out the other lanes.
No, I don't know, Owie. Any second now. Any second now, they could come and defend it. Oh, okay.
And one thing Team Spirit is doing really well is, despite TNC sort of having more map control, taking bottom tower really early in mid. Did he just Phoenix egg?
They just Phoenix egged.
Was that a miss? I guess it must have been a Misclick. He has a friendly ally tip there.
It was absolutely not a misclick. It was a celebration egg. An egg in those trying times of those 5-man top. And now that they maybe know that the egg is down, they might want to go do something. But stacking more Ancients, having more fun. Magnus looking to grab Grandma, and it won't be happening here today.
Spear have done a good job just continually stacking these Ancients up for Ursa.
There we go. No egg, no problem. Initiation onto that Phoenix. Big old dragon boy. They'll be making it out okay. Oh, maybe not.
He would have lived if he had egg. Just the Elder Dragon from BO2 taking him down, and man, that's a costly one.
Oh, there we go. Initiation line as well. Nobody there to defend, but there's a beautiful RP. Holy guacamole! These guys just got served up on a platter. Beautiful buffet of heroes here as they move in now. That is going to be a percentage-based magical attack on DK. One of the worst things that can happen to you on a DK. He's gonna go for the stun, he's gonna go for the run, but will they be able to grab him? Mr. Horn's getting ready. He's gonna have a shocking answer to that escaped attempt.
And now Invoker, he has these 4 Spirit Vessel charges. He's ready to fight at any point. I think when you play like Veno versus Blink Dagger heroes, how it works is that you're sitting set up on Veno, sort of posturing defensively, they're never going to get Blink off on you with like a smoke. But if you're running in, trying to make the aggressive play, sometimes you won't have time to set up the wards. And as you can see, like, collapse with a beautiful punish there. 3-man RP into some Ursa Cleaves and the EMP, they just destroy TNC in that fight.
Yep, TNC's got to figure something out here because this only gets worse. The more items that they are able to get on Team Spirit, the more horrible these team fights will become. And they have a very aggressive lineup themselves. They need to be the ones dealing this damage.
In Yatoro, he's stealing their Ancients and their Ancient stack for him.
Oh, well done there, Nyx Assassin, making sure to take advantage of that Battle Fury. But looking to initiate here. Long stun. They need more. Cookie's going out. He is deniable. And he's going to be... Oh, no. Venomancer out of this fight now. Wait a minute. Fantastic Force Staff for a little bit. Invoker working the backline, though, baby. The egg returns.
Beautifully placed egg. Completely made it so after the Aegis respawned, they couldn't fight them at all.
Things are looking at
pretty good use of Aegis, honestly, because I think like 20-30 seconds left on that. I'd be very happy trading it for a Veno.
Yeah, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Time to fight. Anyway, looking real rough for TNC. I don't know how they fight if these guys get any bigger here, Owie 2000.
And I think once they have BKBs, the fights will get easier, but I'm surprised. Like, Team Spirit are just playing the map really well. They're constantly stacking these Ancients. I think it's like... I think Ursa's probably killed like 9 or 10 Ancient camps at this point, and it's really showing in the net worth.
Yeah, he is miles ahead. By miles, I mean 2K, but still, for somebody that is, you know, my MMR.
He got kicked out of lane at like level 4 or 5. He's really made a comeback this game. And TNC, they've been trying to shut him down. You know, the Snapfire went into his Ancients and disrupted him a bit, but he's just farming it up with Empower.
Do you ever feel like kicking somebody out of the lane is sometimes a negative? Like, you're too hard on him, you know? Maybe you could have killed him if you weren't so hard on him. This Ursa's huge. He got owned. Here we go. Mortar's Kiss is coming out. Gonna be hitting him, unfortunately, during his ultimate, which will mitigate most of the damage. Waiting for stuns here on Tim's, but he hardly has any mana. There we go. A little mana pop right there. Nice save by the support, however, with the Glimmer Cape. It looks like Magnus is just about ready to rip these boys apart. He does have RP. He's in the area.
Back to Magnus's Glimmer Cape, too.
Oh.
He's going for just... Blink Dagger into Glimmer Cape. Pretty cool build because he does have 2 cores that... I mean, Invoker doesn't take a lot of farm, but he can take farm if you want to play more of a support role on Magnus. Just focus on RP. Oh, also, the Glimmer Cape, you can invis yourself so you don't get hit Venom wards. You can get that P off. So maybe this is his way of bypassing Veno's, like, how'd say, like, counter?
Yeah.
Counter to Blink. It's pretty cool. I like it.
That is pretty smart. Never thought of anything like that before. But, you know, not the most creative person in the world. Boomy and the bird meet once again. Cookie that son of a biscuit and keep him there. Nice work there. A little revenge from Boomy being picked on by Phoenix this entire match. Mr. Symbols, though, starting a little party up at the top, trying to get that tier 2 tower. Looks like they are looking to respond in full force here. Dragon Knight blinking in with the stun, followed up by a Light Strike Array. Look at all these stuns just combined on each other. But yet, getting that Glimmer Cape. Magnus doing such work for his boys. Oh, this Magnus is everything you could ever ask for. initiation, saves, sacrifice. What more can be done?
No, it's just like 20 mana off the Laguna there. I think they might have been able to finish off Ursa. You know, they defend their tower. They kill 2 heroes. You need to seize those opportunities. If they have the read that the enemy doesn't deserve to be there to like hit that tier 2, then you gotta collapse on them there. And they already had the Alb Sword set up behind the top lane.
Surely that was intentional.
Up lane. And we're gonna blink out before they're able to respond and get any kills, as TNC did. And we continue here. Very close game still. Less than 1k net worth across the board. Howie, anything on that screen sticking out to you, buddy?
I think pretty much just this Roshan. What's happening?
Just kill mid.
Oh, nice.
I like kills. They make me woo.
Yeah, good pick off there. I think it's just Roshan that should decide this game. It can spawn, so both teams sort of are forced to play around this top area of the map.
Big Philosopher's Stone has dropped there. So.
Ooh, that's nice on Nyx. He's one of the most efficient gold users. And Nyx is also going for the Yield Scepter just to deal with this Ursa. It also purges the Empower as an added bonus this game, so I think having multiple of those is really helpful.
Well, if you're using your Yules to get rid of Empowers, primarily, that's probably not good.
Well, you use him during the ultimate and remove the Empower, right? So it's like an extra bonus thing.
Okay. 2 for 1, I'll take it. Magnus looking to try to find that Lina. Takes a guess, doesn't get it, but
it's a good try.
Fine effort, sir.
You gotta go for those.
Absolutely. And we're just seeing this match get closer and closer. Looks like a repeat to game 1, Howie.
What is Phoenix? Is Phoenix just going for a Lotus Orb here? Yes, Lotus Orb versus DK stun? Or maybe just to purge off the Gale from his Ursa, maybe. It's pretty rare I click a Phoenix and just have a Tranquil Boots Perseverance. Good idea, though, honestly. I think they'll have this Cataclysm on Invoker. He's starting to put points in Exor. If they hit a good RP, like, they can win any fight this game.
All right, Venomancer trying to hold that middle lane with his little spitty babies. Disgusting creatures. One of the most vile of the little spitty babies I've ever seen. Look like that dinosaur. Disgusting little Ugh. Look at him go. Yawa wawa. That ain't something you want to kiss, Allie.
That is definitely not. Lina has BKB, but Spirit's smoking in. They don't know about this BKB.
Okay, looks like the Snapfire is going to be instantly taken out with that little rotation.
Yeah. And he has buyback, but Roshan's up. TNC need to contest this Roshan. The second Roshan, always so pivotal in these Dota maps.
That beautiful shard. Oh no, Venomancer tried to get Cliff there. He barely got him with his ultimate, but that's not the best ult in the world. Spin that out on the Magnus. They got to contest this Roshan as Ursa is just ripping it up. Botback is going to be with only 10 seconds left. That's a field bad.
They have full vision with the sword here. There's the egg.
Oh, the egg is going to be able to step for Mortimer's Kiss is coming in. Will it be a snatch? No. The Aegis goes to the bear, and the Mortimer's Kiss is going to rip him up there. Nice job. Another fantastic grab by your Magnus. And owie, this is just looking like Disaster City. Nyx Assassin's dead too.
Yeah, really good ward from Team Spirit, letting those perfectly plan out that fight. They could see everything. Whee! As soon as TNC were like, Venom?
Venomancer also in a little bit of trouble. Those disgusting, hideous wards will be put down and laid to rest to watch their father die. As, a Sunstrike there for some vision as well. Gotta say, that's clean stuff.
That was really clean. Just the vision advantage there. It let them plan out exactly when they want to jump into fight, when they had to like preemptively pop that egg to secure the Roshan. DK managed to snipe the cheese there, but he had to use it right away. Meanwhile, Ursa gets a shard and Aegis.
Yep. Shard, beautiful on Ursa. That's exactly what you want around this time, and especially against this team. And this one is quickly snowballing out of the way for TNC. Little Nyx Assassin looking around, skittering around like a little buggy. Not gonna find anything though. You know the Nyx lore? That's a good one.
Phoenix is just going straight for a Refresher Orb.
What? Nani? Show me that, JJ. That is...
He had the Perseverance. I thought it would be weird if he's going Lotus Orb to rush it, but no, he has 2 Dragon Balls and he's just going straight for the Refresher Orb.
What in the goddamn am I looking at?
This item is actually one of the most underrated items in Dota, I think. I have one one of Tiga's friend. He just rushes Refresher Orb with every hero, and it actually looks really good. Like you have the Refresher Mars. I don't know about that one.
The Refresher Mars.
Yeah,
huh?
I have a friend. He does it on Pangolier. It actually looks really strong. It gives a lot of regen, so it's like not even a dead item when it's down.
Refresher Mars, you can make a Venn diagram.
You can.
With an emphasis on the die. Venomancer looking for that last hit.
Yes, we're seeing a bit like this Venomancer hero. It was super hard to play against for time in Dota, you know. You can think of like the Matu era where he's just picking Venomancer, and then there's another era where he's just, you couldn't beat him in the offlane. But this hero's not really picked at all right now. I think we're sort of seeing why.
Yeah,
it's not stopping this Ursa at all.
Yeah, you just run at him. I mean, what does he do? He dies in 2 hits, for goodness gracious sake. There's nothing you can do. Ursa now taking a tier 2 top. Looks like the wind has been pulled out of TNC skills. Such a unique team with such great drafts, and they've been playing fantastically. But this game, made it look goofy. Oh, that's a Venn blam right there, my friend. As the lead is toast.
Amazing catch by them. And I really like Team Spirit's itemizations against this Venomancer hero. You have the Glimmer Cape just so that Magnus can get his blink off. You have the SY and the Shard on Ursa, which means that even though the ward is slowing you, you have a lot of status resistance to reduce how much they slow you. You know, you can still walk into fights. He has his own blink trigger now, so he can just jump wherever he wants. Just good, you know?
Very good choices. Feels good to watch people make good choices for once.
Lion has a blink dagger as well. They have 3 blinks on Team Spirit, and they're getting close to a Refresher. Not if he dies here.
Trying to get a little bit of a pick here, and there's going to be the egg. We need to slow that down, but a pop of BKB, and that's an easy omelet. Nyx Assassin get picked up as well here. That Colt doing some serious work. Wow, that was pretty impressive stuff. And could we get even more? Ursa now looking for Dragon. This game might be a quickie. There's that beautiful RP to grab that DK. Sapphire trying to say, get away from my baby. She's going to give him a cook. If he has any chance of getting out of here. No cookie, no hope. Hawk is down, and this is just disaster after disaster. Oh no.
That was a really nice Lion stun. You don't expect the 5, even at 26 minutes, to have a Dagger in a game like this where he's had to focus so much on vision. Also, that next, you know, he used Carapace there, but the Spear, the timing was unlucky. It procs a Spear Vessel, and that last click from Invoker just finishes him off.
Oof.
I don't know. TNC take fights. Like, it's cool to go for these ideas. Like the safe lane DK, you're expecting your Lina to carry you mostly as a wall position. You know, he's going for this Dragon Lance. He wants to be a right clicker. But Lina actually takes a long time to kick in as a right clicker. Usually when we've seen it from like LGD, they've paired it with like an Axe or Ursa or something that does a little bit of damage in the early game as well. Not just like a front line. You don't want 1 damage there, because if they focus Lina ever, you can't take any fights.
I think they were really hoping that the Venomancer played through a little bit better, but he just got picked off like 3 times in a row, you know? Ursa blinking on top of him.
I think it started from him getting picked off at top lane, actually, because TNC's draft, if you look at it, they want to defend their towers. They have this really tanky DK position 1. They have this Venomancer. Ursa just stealing their stacks, but if you lose towers, then the purpose of these heroes is completely negated, and now they just don't look like they offer anything in the fights.
Well, there's some good news. Aegis was not used properly, so that's nice. He killed the Ursa, maybe kill him for reals. But time is certainly running out. It looks like we might be seeing a smoke attempt, or at least a rotation attempt coming out from TNC. There it is, as they are on the hunt. Who do you kill when you go on them, though, buddy?
I think you want the Invoker for sure. Invoker and support.
A very, very hard thing to do. Lion blinking ahead, and Ursa, everyone's just so separated right here. Lion missing the stun, thank goodness. The ultimate is going to go out from the Venomancer. Pops a BKB, but there's just no follow-up to that ultimate so far. Phoenix, even if he dies, not the worst thing to happen in that fight, and they might just turn it around now. Magnus going back in. He got, but he doesn't make it. The force staff, there we go. Nice job, Caddy, Clizzy, and goodbye, my little friends. This is looking bad. Carmel has to BKB as well. I mean, you just can't fight into these guys. You can't survive these guys. What do you do to get back into this game?
Nah, it's rough. And you can look at if Spirit gets to the stage of the game, like, you have to build BKB because they have Phoenix, Invoker, and Lion. But BKB doesn't help you for the instant initiation of Lion, the Ursa right clicks, or the RP. It's just incredibly hard to itemize versus lineup. I think, I mean, they had to defend their towers this game. That's the only thing I can really think of to make the TNC lineup work at this point. I just had to clutch something, right?
Yeah, I don't even know how you clutch this.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking bad, but maybe they walk up to high ground and you just burst on. You do still have Lina. You do still have like a lot of stuns and Snapfire OT. You can make something happen. You need to rely on your opponent sort of messing up a little bit and capitalize on it perfectly.
Potentially, Venomancer could make a trail of Venom wards. Ursa could get killing them and walk into his fountain.
Sure.
That could happen.
That's the best place to fight. If you can fight your opponent in your fountain, it's very good.
Okay.
We saw that in the, what was that first series we had? Very hype game. LGD versus Vici is just skewering everyone into the fountain with a fresh orb.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's skewering in the fountain from TNC, but maybe they'll just get really hungry for Grandma. She could cookie them into the fountain. Oh, that'd be a good eggs. Cookie enemies?
Would it? Maybe.
Shut up. Absolutely.
Oh, bottom lane. Yeah, it's BKB, but you're just getting instant stun from Lion here.
Oh, not enough damage yet. Nyx Assassin? Taking the bullet? Kind of? Oh no. Oh dear, oh my. Nyx literally did nothing. He just died.
That was a savior buddy syndrome, but honestly, good play from, I think Lion, they already had a sentry there or he dropped it.
Oh wow. Nice moves from the Ursa and just making these plays, helping out as much as he can. This is, whew, okay, all right. Stop playing with their food now, TNC. You've made your point. Destroy them. Destroy them now.
I think this is like the spirit. I think if people watch the games in the CIS region, like that, people sort of expected. They're very snowbally. Once they start getting these advantages, just catching you everywhere. Snapfire too.
Yeah, they cannot literally leave their base right now as they are just torn apart by every single member. I mean, every single member of Team Spirit has kill potential right now. There's just nothing you could do.
And I feel like, you know, they want Armel to carry them this game, but he's the only threat on the TNC team. If Team Spirit literally just casts all their spells on Lina, they can't lose the fight.
Gonna be taking this Rax, and looks like they won't even be able to defend it. Nyx Assassin yet again, getting in that danger zone.
Ursa's a bit already.
Oh, sweet bubblegums. He's got a vessel? 31 minutes? Oh no. Okay, well, you know, at least they get to watch for a bit. TNC, a front row match to some cool building explosions coming up here. They're taking it pretty safe and easy though from Team Spirit.
Yeah, they're measured, you know. They understand that this game is most likely won. We can just secure the Roshan, play good, like standard, safe, structured Dota. We're gonna win this match. I like this back from them. You don't want to throw this game. You don't want to go chase grab into the fountain as you're doing.
Of course you want to throw this game. Make it even, make it fun. What are you back and they can't fight you right now. All they can do is make mistakes, Owie.
Oh, and that's a quick Roshan spawn too. Respawns only in 30 seconds, so.
Oh Jesus, grab the DD. Get out.
DD?
Oh, sorry, DD bottom. Lucky that they didn't get that.
Oh, that's a timing for them. They have a DD rune. They do they have a smoke? I think they might have spent. Oh, they do have 2 smokes on Boomy. But because of this DD, they might be able to take this fight. It's honestly, it's a hard fight, but you have to take risks. This is your best chance.
Ice Frog potentially giving them a little bit of help in this game. Nyx Assassin scouting out, but Lion, he's got that feeling in the back of his head, you know? He's got those hairs standing up on the back of his fat old head. One of his many chins.
The problem is like TNC, they can't threaten the Roshan. Like Team Spirit, they kill in 3 seconds. In Team Spirit, you need 5 heroes sitting it for like a minute.
And they can barely threaten a jungle creep right now. This is looking rough. Smoke coming in now.
They just have all defensive items on TNC. They're never going to be able to kill heroes with these.
Well, sometimes it's not about killing heroes, Owie. Sometimes it's about living long enough to watch everyone else on your team die first.
That's true. Because when you're behind, like, you have to clutch situations. You need a lot of damage. You need to outplay them. If you go for defensive items when you're behind, you'll often, like, just run out of damage.
Well, when are you supposed to get defensive items then, Owie?
Even our head.
Player knowledge coming right at you. Sapphire instantly taken out, and that is a significant everything for this team. That's save, that's team fight. Oh no, Dragon Knight walking the wrong direction. Invoker. There we go. DK's gonna jump on him, but I don't think he knows what lay in the trees. They're pretty spread out though. Phoenix Egg coming out. Look at that. Sunray just doing beautiful stuff in that egg, healing up Miposhka as he grabs a beautiful Venomancer. What a pride! Be used up by the DK.
And they're just going to back up again. Nice reserve. Double damage on the Lina, though. Okay, we got a kill here. Okay, there we go. That's not great, but hey, a kill happened. That's pretty great for them.
TNC played that fight really well. Like, when you're this far behind, you have to take every advantage you can get. They managed to mana burn the Ursa completely before the fight started, and because of that, he couldn't jump the Lina with his Abyssal Blade at all. They do have some Roshan potential with this DD rune. I mean, Lina does a lot of damage, even though she doesn't have any damage items yet, so they might go for this here.
Yeah, Invoker scouting it out with a nice tornado, and that's going to buy him some time. Only 14 seconds till Lion is available again, and Magnus is going to go ahead and commit the buyback. Venomancer is just in front of this Ursa's Claws for the entirety of the game today. He cannot catch a break. This guy is all over him.
I'd like to see Team Spirit bring out some mangoes just to feed their Ursa Bear, but man, Phoenix still has egg because of the refresher. They still have RP. There's no way for TNC to fight this.
You're not just supposed to feed bears human foods, Allie. That kills the bear.
It kills them.
That's right. Bears need to eat only honey or meat. They cannot eat things like mangoes.
Oh, okay.
You'll kill the bear.
That's sad.
Is it?
It's very sad.
You were being attacked by a bear? Would you feel it was sad if he ate mango and choked to death, Howie?
I would not.
See?
But that's still generally pretty sad.
Life is about perspective, my friend. And if you're in TNC's perspective, it ain't a good one. This is a, we're about to lose. Look at this guy. He's gonna die on mango. Holy Jesus, this is a mango feast. That dude just downed 7 mangoes. He's like Lacoste. Incredible.
Yeah, it's a good play. Like, you just want to keep up the tempo. You don't want to go back to base and sort of waste your Aegis time, which they ended up giving to Invoker, actually, because Ursa feels like he can't die. Honestly, I'm not too sure. I feel like you should almost always give your Aegis to the person who hits the buildings, but he is 6 slotted, so maybe he just doesn't want to give up one of these items. He wants to play more to jump them instead of just casually hitting buildings and waiting.
His teammates will slide him the cheese anyway, which is just as good for an Ursa Bear.
Yeah, I guess they've sort of identified, like, if TNC jump any of their frontliners, the Ursa or Magnus, then they're going to win the fight because their backline is just so strong. So if you give the backline an Aegis, then all of a sudden, like, there's no option to jump. I feel like it does give TNC an opportunity to clutch stuff. Spend everything on Ursa, maybe they have a chance.
Sure, Ursa is 99% of the damage. Everybody else is just there to distract until he cuts. Oh no! That was a blind jump uphill, and he found the right target. That is a Lina dead, no buyback, no hope. Looks like for TNC. Here we go. Drop everything you have on the bear. You only have a couple seconds now. The sun ray coming in, trying to just burn everybody they can. Oh, and Venomancer goes down again. Oof.
Yeah, no buyback on either of the TNC cores.
Oof. Goodbye, the cookie. Well, this is a disaster. Not a lot they can do here. Okay, Phoenix dies and kills. So, that's good. Buyback on the next assassin. But I feel like they just reset here and they're good to go. He's still got an ultimate on the Ursa.
It is a bit hard to push just because they have that Venomancer wards, but Shadow's dead right now, so he's not getting fresh ones. As soon as this one goes down, there's nothing to stop him from hitting this building. And look at Lion's inventory. Like, he already has the mangoes in. He knows that. Oh.
Sorry, Ursa goes in on the Sapphire. This guy's already got the mangoes. He knows.
He knows.
This guy's packing mangoes. He knows what needs to happen.
I mean, the thing is, like, the way TNC have identified their way to fight is that they mana burn all versus mana, so he can't jump anyone, and he gets kind of slows. But, you know, a simple adjustment from Maposhka, really smart here, just to buy some mangoes, and even 37 minutes into the game, he's holding the Arcane Ring just to give Ursa a bit more mana.
Jeez. Only in Dota 2 is it threatening to have a guy approach you with pockets full of mangoes. We're ready to use them at a moment's notice. That's...
Yeah, Ursa, he has Agi-Blink. He's just so farmed this game.
Oh, yeah.
10k ahead of the highest on the enemy team.
We're just buying time. This game's over.
I mean, no, TNC, they have some counterplay, right? Like, they've identified... I mean, the first one was mana burning to Ursa, but you can always clutch things in Dota. Like, you saw last game, I think they're behind by a similar amount. If they stun the right heroes, they get the right jump. Like, you can try. I mean, I think it's almost...
They have a Venomancer.
Yeah, they don't have much damage. You're right. It is hard.
I don't know who's doing damage on this team right now.
Yeah. I mean, Lina, she has Hurricane Prick too, right? Like, she didn't get to go for the Daedalus. She needed to survive in order to do damage. That was her read on the game, but yeah, it's a bit hard. He's like, no real damage coming out.
It is good to be positive though, Aoi. That's why we're here on the cast. Being positive, believing
I have lost all belief. It's a painful end, potentially, as they just need a little bit of courage to go to that uphill and start taking these racks. I'm quite sure what they're scared of. It looks like Ursa is not scared of much anymore.
It's hard to fight uphill into these Venom wards. Like some potential buybacks, I think there are no buybacks on TNC, but maybe they don't know that. And you know, this Gabby, he's just getting as much as he can on the map. He's still bound in the enemy triangle. TNC, they still think they can win, right? The game, so
one out of
they probably have
3,
some
man.
good ideas.
Good for them. Put some more wards down. This will work. Still keeping extremely disciplined, is extremely safe on Team Spirit. Now an Illusion Escape comes out for the Ursa, making their job even more difficult. Should he choose to grab that?
Yeah, I think Team Spirit, it's hard to like frontal push on lane that has all the Venom wards, but if Invoker pushes top all the way out and they have all 3 lanes push in, they can sort of like make the TNC heroes move around and try to jump one. The lineup doesn't really have any building damage. It's more of a Ursa goes in and dies someone with a Lion, you kill him and then you reset because you have 2 Phoenix, 2 RPs, and a buttload of Invoker spells.
Yeah. Everything seems to be open here for Team Spirit, but why push uphill when you know the enemy can't even leave their base? They have been stuck in their base for quite a while, getting absolutely no farm, quarantined up, unable to go to any birthday parties. Nyx Assassin initiating on that Illusion, and that is going to be a horrific turnaround here as BKBs are popped. And RP onto a solo Snapfire. Not the coolest thing in the world, but a lot of utility as Ursa is still for anything that he can. Lion, great stun, nice force, but the uphill line, he doesn't give a hoot, dude. He just goes straight up there. I like it. BKB coming up here. Refresh. Could we see another RP? And that Lina. We're gonna get the Lina. We're gonna get the Dragon Knight. That right there is the Venn diagram, and this game is looking quite old.
Yeah, it's very hard to counter everyone on the enemy team just having an extra item on you. It seems to, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's not like they played poorly this game. It's just their game plan's very specific. If you don't execute on somebody's hero like Venomancer and Carry Deke, the game can slip out of your hands very fast. You don't have damage to clutch these situations and come back into the game.
Buyback on Lina. She has a dream. Let's see if it will become a reality or if it will continue to be the horrifying nightmare that she has been living the entire game. Nope, that's nightmare. Goodbye. Oh no, not that sad tornado end. She's alive, Allie.
She is. The throne's dead, though.
Alive just in time to call GG, as it looks like Team Spirit, a very convincing win after such a tug of war last game. They really needed that win.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It sound right, boy.
They are positively glowing.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boy.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
boy.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
They find an opening, they find two heroes that are working for them, goes back down. K1 Hector suddenly does not look like the unstoppable beast that he usually is. So I could see it going both ways, but if I had to pick a favorite, it's going to be Nigma, seeing as how they are competing for just one game to get to upper bracket, joining LGD, who have also been setting the meta. LGD and Nigma are kind of taking same foundations, but LGD's putting their own spin on it.
Well, it's funny because they played each other so early in the group stage that probably has something to do with it. Yeah. If you get to learn from the team who's setting the meta, all of a sudden
the schedule just gave you advantage. I mean, there's nothing you can really do about it. It's just sort of luck-based, but luck's a huge part of competition.
Oh, it always is, and there's just that intersection, right? It's the opportunities that you're given and what you actually do with them. And speaking of what they're going to do with them, we're getting a peek into how this first game is going to look. How do you feel about this opening in the draft, Mira?
5 seconds remaining. This looks pretty standard for Nigma so far. We're going to get Kuro on the Eng and Mind Control probably on the Mars. They've performed so well throughout this major on Mars. It's kind of a surprise that teams are still letting it go through.
Yeah, I think this Mars hero looks strong, but there's so many things to ban against this Nigma team. I mean, they're like the only team in the tournament who just makes this Wisp look unstoppable. They'll buy 2 Holy Lockets, they'll heal, carry up 2,000 HP in a second. You have to ban that out, and then, I mean, they're the Dragonite team right now. They're the ones who understand this hero the best because they're the ones who have been playing it the most. They're also one of the few Enchantress teams, I think, that'll first phase it no matter what. They don't even care about banning out a Mirana or anything. Kuro's going like beyond godlike on Enchantress. Yeah, he's been going ham. He's dealing damage, which is something that we never really see from this role. And so has he been going Locket on Enchantress, or what's his typical build these days?
He'll adjust according to how the game goes, but typically it hasn't been Locket.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of Enchantress as an early pick. She's a very flexible hero. She gives you a lot of things. She's like some push, some ghost push, so you can shove out waves without showing on the map. She's a strong laner. She's a good ganker. This hero is run the most by Team Nigma and Team LGD, and they've been doing the best at the tournament so far. There's a reason for that. She also makes it so that you can, like, I think at this tournament, I've been liking a lot of the melee plus support, range support pairs, but only Enchantress in the dual range has looked really good. You had explained it while we were on the bus. You were saying like Enchantress almost behaves like a melee support in the way that she survives in lanes and stuff like exactly. She's very tanky. She has a heal, and I mean she just controls usually a melee creep. She can just send it in, cause some chaos, give vision. How she plays is just very smooth for the patch.
You never have to worry about the hero paired with her. Typically when there's an Enchantress on the lane, she's just a dominator. She crushes. Whether you put her on 4, whether you put her on 5. And the nice thing about Nigma and LGD is they are still playing her as 5. They have not been some of the teams that have like changed her to 4. And I think that's really cool because personally my preference for Enchantress is also 5.
I agree with that. And as you mentioned, because she's so flexible, it means you can basically pick whatever you want as the 4, right? If you need damage this game, you can pick damage. If you want to counter the Timbersaw and Lion who have really good spells, you can pick up this Rubik. This hero is very hard to run right now because a lot of the 5s don't pair well with him. I think Enchantress will enable this hero and it'll look better than it has in the previous game of this tournament.
Yeah, and I think it really has been Nigma that have made this hero look good. I believe it was Fogged who was just like, why are we seeing this? He doesn't really like it in the current meta, but Team Nigma has made it look good. Now, when we do look at Beastcoast Tsunami, I kind of want to talk about some of the things that we do want to see, because this is a squad where we have been talking just so much about them not being able to find their style. Is there anything in particular that you're looking for?
Right now, I'm a little bit surprised because I was wondering, okay, Enchantress is on the come up. We're all seeing Dragon Knight on the come up. How are we come up with answers to these kinds of things? Witch Doctor is an answer to the Enchantress, being able to stun her creep for a long period of time, having a support that can amplify the magic damage on her or any damage with Maledict, and then Death Ward can go through untouchable. The thing is, it's not a particularly popular hero, Mira. Why would you go for a Witch Doctor over the more popular meta supports like the Snapfire and things that Beasts are known for?
I think for Beastcoast, Witch Doctor is just a comfort hero. They run it all the time. It's probably just a preference type of thing. If your player likes a hero, give it to them. And if it works for you, it works for you. Beastcoast has never really been a team about the meta. They just play what they like. And that's what makes them so fun. But it's also what makes them so susceptible to losing to these.
Yeah, I saw D2 Bowie. I think he was echoing the same sentiment because he covers a lot of the S8 region. He's saying Beastcoast are like a live on their drafts or die team. If the meta's good for them, you can see them shine as it did at TI9. But I don't think they've played any TA this tournament. I don't think they played any Dusa when it was really strong. And they're like the most predictable team at the tournament in my opinion. But they're really good at what they do, right? Like Hector on Juggernaut on some of these carries. I actually hope they would pick a carry for
for Hector like Juggernaut, because it's actually a hero that he can get active on, may contribute a bit more to the team, and paired up with the Witch Doctor, that's a really strong lane.
And that's the special thing about Hector, I think, is that he farms so quickly, but also still finds a way to have impact on the map and help his team out.
For sure.
I want to shout out this Luna pick by Nigma. When I was looking at this draft, I was thinking to myself, they haven't really addressed the Timbersaw issue. And I think Luna's actually one of the much better carries to deal with Timbersaw in lane. She doesn't struggle at all and can kill him when she hits level 6.
Yeah, for sure. One of the things with Timbersaw is when he gets really tanky, you know, you have the level 2, level 3 reactive armor, he just sort of walks him and hits you. Because Luna's a range hero and she just has high base MS, she's sort of able to like play around that. She has really high base damage from the aura, and of course you have the magical damage. So when she hits 6 or even earlier, you can really start to put pressure on the Timbersaw. Don't let him play his own game. I think Luna's probably the most undervalued carry of the tournament. Honestly, I think it's Luna and Jug, so I'm really excited to see them go up against each other.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Didn't you tweet that out like this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Nigma, they played the best. Nigma and LGD, honestly, just this patch in general, I feel like teams play the best with some tower damage, and Luna and Enchantress are like two of the best heroes for that.
Yeah, that was like one of the first things I read this morning, actually. So now we're actually going to see that theory get put to the test. Very excited for that. Very excited for this one to get underway as well. If you are just tuning in, just in time to see this first game get started, and this first game can determine groups, period. Just this one game can do it. Beastcoast could be getting eliminated, and Team Nigma, they can be going straight to the upper side of the bracket. But before we get into that game, what are we looking to fill out both of these teams' drafts, Neil?
Need a Chris Luck hero for Beastcoast. Depends on what they want to go with.
They need something to start fights.
Exactly.
They have Juggernaut and Timbersaw, of course, right?
Yeah, they need team fight for sure on the side of Beastcoast. If you look at them, they have strong lanes, they do have stuns, they have a lot of damage, but they don't really have that team fight hero, that hero that can just go in and start it. Whereas Nigma do have strong lanes as well, but they have an initiator from Mars, and they have team fight with Luna, Rubik, and Mars. So I think Beastcoast really do need to address this team fight issue.
I would actually like to see like a Earth Spirit mid. I don't think they play it though, but something like that. You know, you're tanky, you get in there and you cause chaos. You allow your
mid?
higher damage. Yeah.
I would love to see
How
that.
about Konka? A little
Konka
bit more
does
traditional.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could only hope and dream for an Earth Spirit mid. I could only hope and dream of it.
Need more European teams here.
Yeah, no, I've rarely seen that hero, and this patch is probably not very good. But that's just sort of Earth Spirit.
Oh, okay.
Konka, I think Spirit picked them up. I'm not too sure. I can't remember. They picked Konka, yeah, and I don't think the hero looked bad, but he did end up losing the game, right? I actually didn't.
Yeah, it was Collapse running it, but here it would be running in the mid lane, and Chris Luck did pick it earlier in the tournament.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Did they win that game?
No, they lost that game. It was
they were the ones who ended up eating the ships.
He catches, he starts fights, but he doesn't really get in there for them. I don't know if like Timbersaw can go in, but I'm sort of afraid for the backline here. You just have these three very squishy heroes on your mid and your supports.
10 seconds remaining.
And now, couldn't they send the Mars mid?
They don't really have any instant disables for Puck, so he's not that scared.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have
Rubik lift, but
and whatever he steals from Lion, if he manages to get the Hex.
That's
a good
true.
point.
That's true. If he does get the Hex from Lion,
Mars can sort of catch Puck if you get a Yoceptor, just because you can't phase shift the spear. But I think you're right. Like if Puck plays, I mean, if he plays like how Armel played in that last game, game 1 of TNC versus Spirit, like he's gonna dumpster this game for sure.
So where does this Mars go? Do you send it mid versus the Puck? You're looking for a different miracle hero? Because Mars not a typical miracle hero.
I'm comfortable on Mars offlane this game.
Okay.
I think MC has shown that MC has played, I think, the best Mars at this. Like he just looks so good.
Okay.
This catches so many heroes. I think you should get something that pressures the Puck a little bit. If Puck leaves the lane to rotate, you should take his tower. I don't know what's left though. TA's already banned.
Miracle did play Beastmaster, but
he did solo kill the Puck in that match too. I don't think that's expected or realistic. Maybe.
Go ahead.
Okay, so they are putting the Mars mid most likely then. You guys were right.
it could also be a Doom mid.
it could be Doom mid.
Doom mid.
Doom mid has
It is Doom mid.
It is Doom mid. Okay.
Doom mid is a lot better than offlane Doom, and it's because when you think of farm priority, Doom is actually a slower hero and takes more farm priority than the mid laner, so he needs someone who can be more active. So if you put him on mid lane, he just naturally has that farm priority, and you'll expect more moves out of Mars usually.
Yeah, that's a good point. I like that a lot. You also just sneak over to some of those small camps, and some of the creeps you get from them can completely change a matchup. I've actually never personally seen this matchup, but I think I can't imagine Doom doing that bad, right? Like you have
You just have free GPM. You can shove lanes with your second spell.
He's always going to be able to farm, I'm pretty sure. Puck will right-click him because Doom has no armor, but Doom doesn't care, so...
He got 4 armor in the last patch. He's actually a bit more tanky now. But you're right, like Puck will click him a lot, and he will have to fairy regen in this lane.
And this is one of the rare situations that I could see both supports rotating. I can see Enchantress or Rubik coming to help out the Doom. I could also see Lion showing up, taking advantage of like a level 6.
Yeah, especially with the TPN with Maledict. Like, Doom's a really tanky hero, so if he goes some 1-0-2 on Witch Doctor, they can definitely bring this hero down in the coil.
So my biggest issue with Beastcoast draft is just their team fight does seem lacking compared to Nigma, and it seems like the teams that have managed to secure their team fight and their laning stage have consistently won over the ones that have just secured their laning, which looks like that's what Beastcoast.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think they really need their Timbersaw lane to win here. I don't think their heroes like function on the map if Timbersaw isn't able to put pressure.
Yeah, I think they're going to rally behind that Timbersaw, so there's like a lot going to be on his shoulders. I'm definitely Nigma favored for this draft.
Tsunami?
I want to see tiebreakers go down. I think that this Rubik hero, Nigma can make it work every once in a while. It's a blue moon kind of thing. Give me Beastcoast.
All right. Well, we are ready to get into the game. Just think about how crazy this game actually is. 6 days of Dota led to this, from wild cards to groups, and this game can determine everything. We're going to get right into the action.
Yes, thank you, Rich. Team Nigma versus Beastcoast, two teams that do like to stick to their styles. However, we do have a little bit of a change-up. Miracle playing a new hero, the Doom, Owen.
Yeah, I mean, and I think he's going to be quite happy to do so. You know, playing the Doom mid's always fun. You get to just roll in the money, which across the board for Nigma could be something that we really do see here. ILTW once again on the Luna. We saw it the other day. It was insane. I believe what 986 GPM in that game. It's going to be a real test for Beastcoast to see if they could shut this man down. He knows what he's doing, but then at the same time, of course, so does Mr. K1. And if there was anyone that was ever going to be able to compete with the farm of an ILTW Luna, it would be the K1 Jug.
That is absolutely true. Does not have a steroid behind him, neither does the Luna, so we'll see which one's going to be able to take it. I have to agree with Curtis, though. I really do think that this is one of the unsung carries. Nigma's been playing it a lot. You know, ILTW loves the Luna, and this is a hero I feel that is a good counter versus Timbersaw because of mixed damage, you're speedy, and you do enable a hero like Rubik to become a lot stronger in lane. A hero that is typically quite weak in lane, your aura just makes you quite strong. Up top, mind control.
They might have the first blood here with the Blade Fury. They certainly did. The damage is done. First blood for K1, the dream start for the Jug.
And 3 runes. If I'm not blind. Yes, 3 runes.
Well, there we go. Yeah, some lovely cash to start with here for Beastcoast.
Kuro. He saw Courier. He's trying to find it. Won't quite.
You're going to be safe here with the pathing. On the way back, here's Schofield making shot.
I think me and you have gotten to see this matchup more than most, the Doom versus Puck, because we did cover Iceberg, when I think he was one of the few players that played the Doom mid a lot. So we did get to see this matchup quite a bit of times, and I like it. You can't really push the Doom out of lane as a Puck because you play so close to your tower. Not only do you have 5 armor, but then when you're close to your tower, you have 8 armor, and you have pretty ridiculous just built-in sustain anyway. So I do like that they went for this, just to counteract the Puck, which feels like it's the only team fight that Beastcoast does have in their lineup.
No, absolutely, and it's definitely one of those games as well. If Miracle gets a good start in these team fights, if he gets the jump on the Jug or the Puck, like just being down one of these cores in a team fight, it's going to mean it's so hard for Beastcoast to actually stand in a 5-5 against Nigma. This bottom lane, Whisper.
He's in trouble.
Might be in trouble here, yeah. They're going to be able to catch him around in the trees. He's trying to heal up. Okay, Whisper with the turnaround. He'll actually be able to take down GH first. And that little dodge into the trees keeps Whisper alive. Beastcoast, they get the kill, they'll lose nothing.
And they have a secondary salve. Schofield will be able to heal up Whisper. Nicely done from these two. Top, we see. I think the reason that they want the Witch Doctor is not only because of comfort as mind control. It's looking to go down, but they might get a trade. Well,
all right, Kuro with the clap there. Yeah, he'll get one in return. Could he get Stinger as well? He's gonna have to slow in a few seconds. I think he will here. Another clap coming up in a couple. As then slow one final clap before he dies. Hellbear Smasher there with his dying breath, offering up the damage Kuro needed to secure the double kill.
Maybe another one of those games where Kuroki goes beyond God. Like he's like, move over, mind control. Thank you for the lane. Thank you for the money. 800 gold going his way now. That was pretty big. And I think that the reason that they go for the Witch Doctor is not only because of comfort, but because they see the Enchantress. But from what I've seen lately, the Witch Doctor is not a counter to the Enchantress. The creep, it doesn't really matter. You just play the lane a bit differently, and the slow is really overwhelming. So we will see that trade back and forth. And the Jug is only 5 last hits, but so is Mind Control. But then you're going to start seeing that difference in bottom when ILTW is able to start racking up more. As he does again, the 2 points in Lunar Blessing. This is the answer to that Timber Saw. You have high base armor, high armor because of reactive, but you're both hitting them. Ranged heroes just beating on you. Adds up.
Top Stinger. They're going to be able to chase him in with this Tornado slowly, but I'm not quite having the speed, of course, to catch up to Stinger. Stinger will have to pop us out to stay in this lane, though.
Oh, Tornado's so frustrating.
Mid lane. Chris Luck. Both of them getting very low here between the two. As they'll back off. Bounty Runes up. They'll look for the bottle refill. CS-wise, 20 for 1, because the 18 for 2. Pretty even here so far in the mid lane. And overall, it's just the top lane really where not a lot of creep hitting going on. K1, he's been more interested in looking for the kills. He's trying to get the lead it onto Kuro. The Maledict down onto Mind Control. Kuro's going to be able to get the kill onto Stinger. Yeah, K1 can't commit onto Mind Control. See the dive coming in towards Miracle, but he's got just enough regen and move speed to get away from the two of them. Miracle stays alive. Yeah, this top lane, Kuroki just casually sitting on the 3 kills already as this Enchantress at just 4 minutes in.
They're slowing down K1 while bottom, ILTW is going to have a completely free lane. The line's putting more attention on mid to help out Chris Leck, just securing those roots, but that means Whisper's going to suffer. He's versus this double range, high base damage as we mentioned, and I feel like you do want your Timber Saw to get off to a good start in this game. There is a lot of magic damage that could just pop him. Even if he gets a hood early, Luna plus Rubik plus Mars, it's going to be able to bring him down pretty easily in the mid game. He does not get off to a good start.
Schofield is actually going to play from the smoke here. Oh, well. Okay.
Oh, whoops. He walked into tower range.
Smokes up and, yeah, gets a little too close to the tower. So that's the smoke instantly gone.
He gets pinged right away, too. Miracle does point it out. Up top.
On top. All right, Kuro might be about to find another. He is. Another kill for Kuro. K1's trying to commit in with the spear, but he's going to get speared. Too. As K1 is also going to get the double mega kill streak. Mega kill streak here for Kuro. As the tips coming out towards Kuroki. 5 minutes in, 5 kills. Kuroki's having the time of his life up here.
He bought treads, by the way. They're on the courier. He's got to be the carry Enchantress. We see that they end up surviving. This is pretty cool. He got the magic resist creep, the potato, as Sunsfan likes to call it. That magic resist allows Mars to live long enough through that Maledict and spin damage that they're able to trade the kill. That actually made the difference there. That was pretty huge. And K1 not getting free farm, Luna getting free farm. Great start for Nigma.
Dire's structures are cunningly...
Yeah, so it's been tough for K1. I mean, he keeps wanting to make these aggressive moves with Stinger, using this Maledict and Blade Fury, but as we're seeing, if you're not able to get that kill with that initial commitment with the Blade Fury, suddenly you're just, there's no escape. Every single time Mind Control and Kuro, they're going to be able to turn and kill you.
Look, he treads on Enchantress level 3 impetus. Sakuro embracing the carry roll. Haste Rune on Miracle does get a bit lucky there, securing it. Bottom, Chris Luck is looking to try to enable Whisper a bit here. ILTW is only level 4. GH is going to be the target though.
Yeah, I'm going to drop the call down onto GH as GH.
Miracle's here.
Fate Bolt off, will still die, but now the counter play is ready to go. Doom drop down onto Chris Luck, they take the puck's life. See if they can try and chase down Whisper as well.
Look at that move slow.
A trickier one. And get the beam actually. In fact, with the speed of Miracle charging in, he's able to stay on top of target. Gets both of them. Double kill for Miracle. Nigma continuing to make the quicker moves, and it's just a 1k lead, but it really feels like it's amping up at a pace that the
Kuro's bullying him. He's about to kill him. My goodness. He just solo killed Hector.
Stinger's got to be careful as well, to be honest, as Mind Control's going to be looking for maybe getting the angle on the spear. Stinger has the setup from Kuro. He's got the root. It's going to be another one. And
he's giving it to Kuro.
He gave it to Kuro. He absolutely was there. 7 kills, 7 minutes in. I mean, honestly, I wish we had cams on the players, because I'm sure Kuro he's probably got a huge smile on his face right now. You don't see this every day. This is, wow, what a start for the Kuroki Enchantress.
And maybe you do. We did see it the other day too. He's beyond godlike any other guy. He's already got 7 kills. This is ridiculous. Wow. Very good start here. Luna's going to be enabled nicely. They're going to leave the lane now. Level 6 on ILTW, going to start putting points in the Moonglaves. Same build he did the other day. He was 1-1-3. And Schofield.
Is this going to be another kill for Kuro?
One more impetus. See you later.
Yes, it is. It's a monster kill streak. Somebody stop this man. Yeah, 8 kills. I mean, what do you even do if you're Beastcoast? This Enchantress is destroying you at 8 minutes in. What's the plan?
Someone wants that kill. That's what I know. They want to give that to Hector. Get him that kill streak. As soon as he hits 6, I want to see them just smoke and hunt this Kuroki Enchantress because he's going to give a lot of gold. Jeez, yeah, Kuro. Level 6, My Control also about to hit level 7. They've broken the lanes. Top lane cannot go back there. K1 has to jungle. Chrislock still can sit in mid lane, but he's got to be a bit careful. They're now giving the lane to the Rubik, giving it to GH so he can get levels up, and they're just going to start moving around. Miracle jungling, Luna jungling. We'll give Whisper a bit more freedom to finally get off to a better start. But man, what an explosive start from Nigma.
I mean, look, Kuro just sending the creeps in at K1, so K1's not really getting any chance to chill out and hit creeps at all. Bottom lane, Miracle with the invis. Oh, they're prepared. Sentries down. They've got the 4 of them ready to go. They knew that he was looking for this with the rune, and Beastcoast, they set the trap and take the kill.
Good rotation. The place I feel like they can play around the map right now is around this Timbersaw. The top side is too scary. You're going to end up giving Kuroki a godlike streak too early on, so make moves elsewhere perhaps.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll see how well K1 can keep up. I mean, so far, not the biggest of gaps between two carries. Farms 3,700 on ILTW over to K1. Yeah, but right behind it. So
yeah, that's true.
Very close on these two.
Be surprised if he's able to keep up though. 3 points now in Glaives. ILTW's doing the same thing though. Even though he's playing more in the jungle, maxing Lunar Blessing rather than going for max Glaives. He likes this build. It is because of the way Nigma's playstyle has been about that group up mentality, but he's done it a couple of times now, even when he is just sitting in the jungle a bit longer.
Dire's top tower
looking towards bottom again, Beastcoast. Won't be able to get the catch on Miracle though, as Miracle backs off. Still, you know, K1 having to be very careful with where he can actually find farm and control. Kuro is keeping themselves deep inside Beastcoast jungle, so farming space is limited.
They're smoking. Doom's online. GH has hit 6, so he's going to be able to steal a good spell from Whisper. Chakram being one of the better ones from that hero. He's got a lot of good spells. Any of Lion spells, any of Puck spells, Whisper, any spell from him too are going to be really nice. Doom's out. Once he gets
drop
the chain.
Down straight away. Make sure that there's no jump out with the chain. And they'll, between the two of them, should have enough here to kill them off during this Doom. As top lane at the same time, Mind Control and Kuro, they've got the catch onto K1. K1 is just going to die! Godlike at 10 minutes in Kuroki. They really want to kill him. He's worth a lot of money here. With the finger and the blast, they do.
Chrislock gets it.
He's able to find it with the blast of the orb. As they finally put an end to Kuroki having a phenomenal start here.
That's like a full Witchblade now finished up for the Puck. GH is here.
He's dead. One more hit. Not quite able to get it in time. Chrislock able to jump out just quick enough as now the counterplay comes in. Whisper looking towards GH.
Nice
GH. Well, phase shift turn actually get the fade ball. That was set up for the kill onto Schofield, but GH will still die to the Chakra. Mind Control spearing onto Stinger. Double kill for Mind Control. The question is, can he get himself out? The Maledict's on him, and Whisper, he's got enough burst. Comes in, will get a cleanup as Beastcoast are able to punch back a bit here in this fight. Kuro, he's back in action though. And yeah, Whisper's going to have to step away.
And ILTW he's stealing the stacks. He stole the Ancients. During all this time, he's had full freedom to just walk into the Ancient side. Nigma is going to have 4 cores. They already do have 4 cores with Kuroki. This is still very problematic for Beastcoast. K1, he has to be very cautious of anywhere he goes. Anywhere he goes now, it feels. He's just constantly hunted.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it really does. They've easily got the measures to kill him as well. And even more so, Miracle 1300 in towards the Blink Dagger. When they've got that jump, the map is not going to be a safe place for any member of Beastcoast to play in.
And ILTW's got a free game. So as we saw last time when he had that ridiculous GPM, I think we're in store for another one, Owen.
He's quickly rising up the ranks here.
And they can't pressure him. They can't get to his side because Kuroki's playing the lane very aggressively, who's about to have a Dragon Lance, by the way. Schofield trying to set up for him.
They surely with the 3 of them, they should have him. Maledict. I think Death Ward.
They gotta use Death Ward. They have to.
They got him. Everything's thrown down onto Kuroki to get the kill. Whisper, he might be able to find Mind Control as well. They've got the stun, and Whisper again doing the damage, but now the counterplay from Miracle drops down the Doom. They're trying to stay on top of the Timbersaw here. Extra backup coming in from the Luna. Chrysalis looking towards GH, but GH is actually able to live. Turns with the Stolen Orb and the Fade Bolt. GH will not go down.
Don't be mad.
They have to commit so much to kill Kuroki. LTW now sticking around very deep. He's gonna get killed for this.
Oh, well, that's a big catch there for Whisper and Schofield. I think, yeah, look, maybe getting a little too excited off the back of that fight, ILTW, as he just walks around the lane. As all I know, Whisper, he's really holding it together here for Beastcoast. We're seeing this Timber getting, very aggressive, very active, as the panel said he needed to do. They said eyes on Whisper. He's got to pop off, and honestly, considering how tough of an opening it has been, he's certainly doing that. 7-2-1. He's looking to have the strength that the team need to be that frontline presence.
K1 doing Ancients at 40 HP. Does have the healing ward, so we'll be able to reset, but dropping extremely low and stacking it at the same time. Almost dies to the Black Dragon. He's going to leave that for later.
Just doing what he can here to keep up with ILTW.
That kill was big. Did slow down ILTW a lot. K1 will be able to get a decent amount of space from it. Whisper, as we saw before too, he did have the hood, which saved him versus that Doom as bottom.
Big catch here for Beastcoast. They find Miracle.
That's huge.
See if GH and Kuro can punish either of the 2 of them. They'll get the grab onto Stinger. Stinger get left behind here. I think, yeah, spear from Mind Control will sniping. Chrysalis actually wants to maybe get back in on this. He's looking towards GH. The arena's going to come up, but it doesn't matter. The chakram from Whisper still flies through and will end GH's life.
MC is such a bro player. Tried to save him just with the blocking of the ranged attack with the arena blood, but it didn't matter. The Timber did come through. Beastcoast punching back a bit here. Still a 4K discrepancy, but decent moves. Pretty good stuff, making everything happen and making all that space for Hector to catch up.
Nigma grouped up around the mid. They're going to see if they can swing around bottom.
Blink, Eclipse, Max, Lucent team.
Well, Schofield. He's looking pretty dead here. Schofield. He'll be the one to get taken out. Of course, that means the information's there for the rest of Beastcoast to back off. Chris Luck can resume just trying to get his own Blink Dagger done.
They're going to smoke again. They want to get a bigger kill. Drawing the line toward the mid lane. They want to try to find either the Puck, Timber, or that Jug, as they did only find that line before. Miracle does have level 2 Doom skilled up too. With that fairy strike, it's a lot of damage. The silence.
Ooh. Chris Luck able to dance out just in time as Miracle comes forth at the same time. Still want to try and have a poke at them. Chris Luck and Whisper. And we have seen these two, if Chris Luck finds the Dream Coil, Whisper has been doing an excellent job of being able to land all the spells very easily.
Continuing to make space for Hector. He's level 11. He is catching up in farm versus the Lunas, about 1,600 behind, but he is quite far behind in the levels. ILTW is almost 15. Jug's only 11. So that is one big difference that will be coming into play. Blink finished onto Schofield. Pretty good timing, 16 minutes for all things considered. Him getting picked off a few times. So they will have that quick insta-jump. 2 different forms of initiation now with their lineup.
Yeah, no, I mean, who's Schofield looking to jump in the team fights?
If he can ever find ILTW, that's the dream. It's him or Miracle.
Stop the Luna hitting away, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. blink done on Chris Luck as well. So they've got the excellent jump. These two blink dagger timings could be something Beastcoast could look to make a play around. Yasha done on top of the Maelstrom for K1, so also able to charge into battle a little easier. Nigma's prepared. All 5 of them here around the mid, sitting behind ILTW. They know something's up, something's coming.
Smoking again.
They want to be the ones to jump themselves. They know that if they can get Blink Doom off, it's going to be pretty huge. Jump in, who's going to get the cat? They're able to find K1. Miracle, Doom's going to get dropped down onto the jug. Schofield caught in the arena. He'll go down. K1 will fall. They'll bring down both ILTW and GH in return. Maybe they can get more Whisper. He's able to find Kuroki. Gets him with a timber chain. Takes down a third. He's 3 for 3 so far. But Chris Luck, he's not done. He's looking towards mind control. Whisper, he's still got lots full alpha mana to play with as Whisper comes across, finds a fourth. They look towards Miracle. Miracle able to blink out just in time, as he will live. That's a close fight, but again, one that Beastcoast, they're coming out on top again. We're seeing Chris Luck and Whisper doing a fantastic job of just dancing around the fight. And at the moment, you know, sure, Nigma, they get the jump on the carry, they get the squishies, the Witch Doctor and the Lion. They are struggling to deal with these two, you know, elusive heroes. And mid, GH come in, Whisper and Chris Luck, they're just going to get in and get the kill. It's another one for Whisper. He is having a smashing time here on the Timber Saw, as they're really struggling to keep a hold of this man.
They both got the initiation they wanted in the fights. It was pretty interesting. It was like the exact same scenario. ILTW gets hexed and exploded, while the Jug also gets doomed and exploded. It was literally identical movements, but East Coast come out a little ahead because of how strong Whisper is. 2,580 HP. He is quite unkillable. They might have to start switching the priority to this Timber with the Doom, since the Jug is still already having a tough time. I think that Nigma is going to start looking more at Whisper in this game.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they've got to stop this man chaining around the fights. Whisper is doing so much right now for Beastcoast.
Radiant's middle tower has...
So there we have it, finally getting away with taking this tier 1 tower mid. Beastcoast, they're closing the gap. Just a 2k difference now between the teams.
The Timber addresses 2 of the cores as well, pre-BKB, so he's just going to be able to always delete the Mars, delete the Doom, until they have BKB. So that's the target priority for Whisper, while everyone else just has to go for the Luna, because Luna is very susceptible to all this big burst damage, and she's not going to go for BKB just yet. She is going to be going for that Manta style, it does look like. Might be switching the build, since he does see how much he is getting focused.
Oh, look at it go!
Beastcoast, they're stepping up the pressure now. They know how these team fights are definitely becoming more hard for Nigma than maybe Nigma expected after the start that they had. This top tier 1 tower, that'll be gone. Nothing to be done about this as Beastcoast
Doom is ready
to close that gap. Let's see if they can make any sort of jump. I mean, Miracle and GH are up here, but as much as you want to sort of lock down the Timber's ability to fight, you know, even if the Doom's down on him now, as tanky as he is, it's unlikely you're going to kill him unless you bring the full squad.
They'll need an Eclipse on top. They'll need pretty much everything to destroy Whisper. The BKB is at the ready for Miracle, so he should be a lot more survivable inside the fights. He can fully commit rather than having to worry about some Coil and Timbersaw ripping him apart. But Luna's still very susceptible, so ILTW has to be very careful with this position. They're going on him again. The healing ward's there,
He's already got the healing ward out. It's giving him a good bit of sustain. Urena comes down, though. He is still trapped. Finally falls, but Mind Control will die in return for this. They'll try and get the grab onto Chris Luck there with a stolen Dream Coil, I believe, but there's nothing to push through and get the kill on Chris, as Chris is fine. Whisper forces back RTW and Kuroki. Chris Luck's in with a chase down onto GH. Schofield has the follow-up stun. Double kill again for Whisper. 13, 2, and 3 here on the Timber. He is having such a good time this game. I mean, Kuro had a brilliant opening, but overall, just what Whisper's been able to do for Beastcoast, it's been huge, and it's been, again, you know, as the analyst said, exactly what Beastcoast needed. They needed Whisper to pop off, and he really is right now.
He is, and ILTW is switching the build. He's about to have the BKB done. He does. He disassembles the Dragon Lance. He will be able to finish it up afterward. He will be able to finish up the BKB right now, and they will be able to fight a bit easier. As I said, do feel like they need to prioritize a little bit more on Whisper in the fights, but maybe just delaying it. Since with these double BKBs, their fight is still very strong, but Beastcoast, I'm gonna run for their money.
Not for sure. I mean, to the point where you feel that, you know, if that opportunities presented to you to jump K1, doom him, take him out the fight, you feel like you might not necessarily want to be going for that every time now.
Maybe they're just going to keep doing this and just shut down the jug because they'll outscale. Because eventually Timbersaw will start to fall off. Maybe that's the approach from Nigma. Because they will just have a Doom for him later on. And the percent damage that'll come out from Infernal Blade will start to rack up versus a Timber. I think that might just be their approach. Just get like farmed core, well, these two massive cores and then just have K1 never able to catch up. But K1 is doing an okay job of keeping in the game. Like 10,000 net worth with 6 deaths is still pretty impressive for him.
No, for sure, yeah. Considering how heavily focused he is, he's being gotten by Miracle every single team fight.
Doom up in 20.
Go for up here on the top lane. RTW not wanting to show. Chris Luck set up in the trees.
He's going full grip on Whisper. He's going for the Bloodstone next. Level 18 finished up. Level 3 Chakram. Beastcoast gathering for a smoke.
There we go.
Doom is back up, though.
Farming safely.
Yeah. Let's see who gets the connection on who. Whisper. There's the Bloodstone. 3,000 HP.
Oh.
Mind control.
On control. He's going to jump in, look to make a move on the illusion. Whisper's the only one trapped in the arena with the Bloodstone done. He's healing up. He'll be able to take out Schofield. But that's a lot used here from Nigma in that initial burst. Only gets the kill on the Lion. ILTW, he's been caught. The Dream Core's down. He's got no BKB to fall back on anymore. ILTW's gone. Miracle will manage to take down Chris Luck, but K1, he's pushing in onto Mind Control with the Blade Fury. GH jumping in with the Stolen Silence is Kuro. He's got an impetus flying in onto K1. Miracle's got the lockdown. They've brought K1 down as well. 3 dead on Beastcoast. There's Nigma. Their bags are coming out on top of these fights. Now, they have the 4 of them. Can they actually take down Whisper, though? I don't think they can. Whisper still too beefy of a target. Mind Control's hiding, but Schofield's a quick finger zap there from the high ground as Schofield swings by and zaps out Mind Control.
ILTW with a very early BKB usage gets punished. He gets chased down from the Timbersaw, from the Jug afterwards, and it does look like that is the idea from Nigma. Completely try to ignore this Timbersaw.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way they gotta go.
Yep. Does feel like they have a Shiva's now finished up, so they will have some healing reduction. He is going to be queuing up the Shard next, so that's that percent damage, those constant Infernal Blades that do really start to rack up. But yeah, Whisper is a huge problem that they'll have to deal with at some point. Or just keep dancing on him, keep kiting him, and just keep ruining Hector, who joins the fight. As we mentioned, he had 10,200 net worth, 10,700 just a few minutes later still. This K1 not getting any space to farm, but making their way into Roche Pit. Doom is on cooldown. It does feel like Nigma's a lot more reliant on their ultimates. Should be able to get this one. Don't know if Nigma wants to contest it all.
I know. I mean, surely they want to try. Do they really want to let this one go for free?
Can they, though? Eclipse, 20 seconds. Doom's still on cooldown. Let's see.
He's just going to come in with a BKB to kill off Schofield. Beastcoast, they're trying to finish up this Roshan time. Miracle's heading over, the arena's down. Can they get in there? Miracle steps forward. Radiant get the kill, Radiant get the Aegis. Nigma, they take both. As Miracle's able to walk in, get the kill, get the Aegis, and get the big cleanups here. K1 and Whisper taken down. Jump up to the high ground. They've caught the Witch Doctor as well. As that could not have gone any better there for Nigma. Miracle just striding into the Roche Pit as he takes everything.
Oh, and Hector's game feels like it's just over. 1-8 on the Jug this game. He is bottom 5 of the net worth. I don't think I've ever seen this from Hector. As Chris Luck has used defensive coil. He's still lifted.
What? He's going to be able to get away with that orb. It's a huge fight there.
Oof.
That's going to hurt Beastcoast a lot. Knocked back down 8k. They were so close to being able to get that themselves, but we see it. Miracle just steps in. And it's all theirs. It's all theirs. The Roche kill, the Aegis on him. And of course, he still has that ready for the next team fight. As Nigma, they can look to push on and get something done now with the Aegis being in their hands.
It's so much magical damage that really can't. I didn't even expect it. The damage from Miracle, the Scorched Earth damage really adding up. All these talents, you see how much it does in these long duration team fights. 80 times 15, just some quick maths. That's a lot of damage, Owen. So he just sticks on top of him with the Shivas 2, reducing the healing. It is pretty ridiculous. He gets like 1 or 2 of these Infernal Blades off, and the Timber's gone. And Hector, he just has no place in the game. He's fully focused every single one of these fights. 9k gold lead now. ILTW level 21. Hector is level 16.
On top, GH. He's got himself a catch on Schofield. As Whisper tried to push this top lane out to keep the tier 2 safe, but Nigma will be able to bring that background. Chris Luck just desperately trying to push out this bottom lane. Alleviate some of the pressure that Nigma's starting to apply against Beastcoast.
I've never seen K1 this poor in a game. Even when they're losing like massively, I've never seen him bottom 5. He just retakes the top 5 position, but man, he's just getting completely bullied from Nigma. Chris Luck, he's doomed.
He tries to get out, but he's in range of the Doom. Miracle's still able to lay it down.
And it's a stolen coil for the next fight too for GH.
Ooh. Well, that's definitely rather spooky.
I repeat myself.
Full minute here without the puck. Nigma immediately charging back onto Beastcoast half of the map. K1! They found him! There it is! Solid Dream Coat dropped down there, able to get it with a jump. K1 will try and spin to win, but they've got the damage to go through the Blade Fury. Another death on the Jug. As Nigma's very clear approach to this game of at all costs, just kill the Juggernaut. It definitely is seeming to work out pretty well here. As they're into the high ground, look at the jump on Whisper. Full commitment onto Whisper underneath the Eclipse. They easily have the damage raining down to kill him. There's 4 heroes dead. None of them have buyback. Nigma, they're going to be able to take at least this mid set of racks. Maybe more there. They're heading straight towards the tier 4. With the Luna, they can look to close this. And yeah, it's just the poor old Lion. You know, Schofield, he's not going to be able to defend this at all. This, as you say, it really is. This game, it's over. As unless Chris can do something amazing here in a couple of seconds. We'll see if he can. But no, he cannot. Wow. 2 most damage here is Nigma. I mean, 29 minutes in, 36 to 23, 16k lead. It's those moves at the end that really set them apart. And the fact that they did everything possible to just break down the K1 Hector Juggernaut. He's going to feel pretty rough after that one with the amount of hate that Nigma sent his way.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. it sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right.
Because they're fine picking their Lunas or their Ursas as a fourth pick, giving it flexibility whether it's going mid or offlane for their final pick. It's not the same on first pick. You get to see exactly where it goes.
This Phoenix follow-up on Mars has also been quite popular this tournament. There's just always an insane amount of combo potential and sustain and damage output, so I'm very fond of Phoenix in general throughout this tournament.
This might be me being reckless or a little bit of a pega, but when we see really common things here right now, right? Like, this is super common. If you are Team Nigma, is this a chance to maybe try something a little bit weird against Beastcoast to figure stuff out for later in the tournament now that they have secured their spot in the upper bracket? Or do you just play it straight?
Of weirdness, okay, so I think Luna's going to be their signature moving forward. I don't know how much teams are going to warm up to Luna, but AUI, I'm with you that Luna in Nigma's hands is at least terrifying for sure. In game one, we saw it work really well with Miracle's Doom. What made Doom such a good pairing for that Luna, in your mind?
So Luna has low single target damage. Her steroid is Glaives, which is basically AoE damage. You need two things beside each other.
Okay.
Other carries, like think of Juggernaut, they have a crit, low BAT. You know, you think of Morphling as really high stack in, so his attacks hit harder. Luna doesn't actually have that. What made Doom such a good pairing is that he has a lot of single target damage. So Luna won't win the 1v1 carry matchup versus Juggernaut, but she does versus Doom Juggernaut.
Okay, so typically your mid laners are the ones who are dealing the AoE damage, AoE magic damage.
Yeah.
But Luna's kind of handling that on the
in this patch, like all the mids are like Lina, TA, apparently Doom. I didn't know about that one. Even Puck, like they output. It doesn't have to be single target. They just do a lot of damage. And I saw like Gabby's Puck in the TNC match. Like he had Dagon 5 Octarine. He was just killing everyone. You don't need the single target physical that you would like 1 or 2 patches ago, even at Singapore Major.
Okay, so then of experimentation, like you said, you weren't expecting the Doom. I think that's what Nigma should start exploring. What can we give Miracle that makes this Luna look good? Because game's secured, series secured. Yep. Let's find out what makes this look good in upper bracket.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the upper bracket, a lot on the line for them. I believe top 4 makes them pretty comfortable. But if they get top 2, it's mathematically impossible for them to not get that berth into TI. So they need a solid performance. It's really important to try to figure out how they are going to chart that course as well.
There is some merit to not experimenting and just not showing everything. I mean, they showed a lot. They played a long group stage. But you don't want to just flub your last game and go in with less confidence into the playoffs.
I agree. But to be fair, just to backpedal a little bit to the Luna, I think sometimes picking to do well in lane is good enough. I think the idea behind that Luna pick was just they needed a carry that would do fine versus Timbersaw, and she did fine. She didn't get destroyed on the lane. She had a good lane, and she left. So sometimes picking to win the lane without necessarily thinking about the bigger picture of the game can work when you're playing versus heroes like Timbersaw that like specialize in pressuring the lane and scaring people, if that makes sense.
And there was plenty of like other like Nigma's the only team that's really running Rubik also, and so this is all stuff that they find situationally exceptional.
I wasn't too keen on the Rubik last game. I don't necessarily think it performed very well, and they won on the backs of their other heroes. I think what you were saying last panel about how Rubik just doesn't work that much anymore. I think there's merit to that.
It's funny because we've seen them win with the Rubik multiple times.
I know.
And everybody's like, I didn't like that Rubik. I really did not like that Rubik, even though they are still winning with it. But I would actually need to double check, but I think they've won with it maybe twice now.
I think
it might even be more.
For me, it feels like they win in spite of it and not because of it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the vibe I've been getting. If there's any adjustments that I would like to see out of Nigma, I really enjoy the flexibility on mid. I like that they're picking things like Doom. I would like to see the Rubik filtered out of the draft unless it's playing against something like a Magnus. That's my personal opinion. But again, there are lots of heroes that I dislike, such as Hoodwink. I hope to never see her again.
Yeah, you really have not been keen on the Hoodwink. Luckily, we haven't seen too much of it. Well, luckily for you,
Thank God.
A Hoodwink hater. What do we think of the Gyro here, though, AUI?
Gyro's my favorite character to play right now, and no one picks it, and it's absolutely trash when they do, so I really hope it wins this game.
Okay.
It is a good matchup for Phoenix. You have an innate plus attack speed in your stats, and you can just like flack off the eggs just so contributing to team fights. It's supposed to be a really strong laner. I think it should win its lane, but yeah, I don't know. I've just been let down so many times by gyrocopters.
And on the bus over here, you and Fogg were talking about carries that deal good hybrid damage as answers to DK, and Gyrocopter and Luna both came up, and I feel like Luna's just a better Gyrocopter in most regards because
they're different though. Gyrocopter, I think he's stronger in lane. He's a higher kill threat. If you rotate a third hero, then the Rocket Barrage is pretty much a guaranteed kill on anyone. I think generally, actually, I mean, they are similar heroes, right? That used to be a classic, like around 2013. One team with a Gyrocopter, one team with a Luna.
Right.
And but Gyrocopter, he's the best TP in carry. Like if someone's diving a tower and Gyrocopter TP's in, you will kill all of them because your ultimate is just so strong. It's a huge AoE spell, slow, and then if they're diving tower, you isolate them. But yeah, I don't know.
Does he still need the +1? Because I always felt like
he's a good buff receiver.
Right.
Like if you have an Invoker Gyrocopter, he can look really strong. Gyrocopter is actually more of a 1v5 hero than Luna is. I think even if you buff Luna, she will get out-carried by some of these Juggernauts and things like that. But because of how Gyrocopter's Aghanims functions with like items like Satanic and buffs, he can 1v5 a game.
Right.
Tuskar, that's another. You're picking some unpicked heroes. I actually like this a lot.
Well, there was a Tuskar pick yesterday.
Yeah?
It didn't win though.
Oh no.
Yeah. No, but no one's been picking these heroes in tournament, right?
It's funny, if you remember, Beastcoast, this happened like a few times where it's like all of a sudden the pressure felt like it was off them, and then it's like, all right, we're picking whatever the heck we want. And I'm trying to remember the first time that it happened. I think it was man, I'm drawing a blank right now, but there was a moment where we were like, wait, why are they playing Beastcoast Dota now when they haven't been playing Beastcoast Dota the rest of the tournament? Do you think that, Tsunami, maybe this even is an indication of just kind of the pressure that they were feeling to try to adapt to the meta?
Maybe, because even in this... Oh no, Effie, it's a Hoodwink.
Oh dear, I think... Okay, that's...
It's funny that it ends up coming up right after you mentioned your hate for Hoodwink. How do you like is this a alright place to be seeing the Hoodwink?
The thing is, I feel naturally inclined to root against the team when they pick this hero, because I just don't want this hero to succeed.
What is it about Hoodwink that makes you so angry every time you see this squirrel?
Seething with rage.
It's not like a Sir Action Slap's hate story. It's like, I play this hero in Fuzz. I just think it's worse at what it does than a lot of other 4 heroes. Like, if you're picking it to follow up on a stun, why don't you just pick Murano, who has a better long-range stun? If you're picking it to nuke, why don't you pick Alina? I just think there are heroes that do her job better.
What if you're picking it for a break, where there's no use for a break in this game?
Her break isn't even that great.
Yeah,
I think
it can be Lotus Orb, her break can be.
I know, yeah, it can be dispelled.
The fact that you're all missing is adorable squirrel.
She is adorable, and her voice lines are really nice.
She's also just super fun.
If you do her laugh in Dota, everyone can hear it.
If you what?
Her laugh in Dota, it's horrible. Like, everyone can hear it. Like.
Yeah. If you type, I think if you or haha in all chat, then like your hero will laugh. Is her laugh like?
No, the enemy Hoodwink.
Yeah.
If they're laughing, your team can hear it.
Is that not normal? I don't have the sound.
Why would she be laughing?
You haven't experienced that?
No, I feel like you may just be having
Haunted
nightmares.
hoodwink.
Now I'm starting to. I'm
I wake up in the middle of the night in a hot sweat.
No, seriously.
Hoodwink.
This happens. This happens to me so many times.
I believe it.
Oh man, well, I think that we've brought this up a few times. I feel like a lot of people want to play Hoodwink, or you brought up the fact that
It's
Hoodwink's fun.
It's really fun.
That AY's brought up, like, yeah, it's fun, so people are gonna want to play it more, even in a tournament setting.
He looks confused.
I don't think the hero's that bad though. Like you guys all hate Hoodwink, but
I don't hate Hoodwink.
I don't hate Hoodwink.
Okay.
I play her though. That's.
I mean, I think
don't think
the hero
she's
has a
good.
niche. Like specifically, like how you can set up for kills is actually pretty good. There's not many heroes that can run through the trees and have stunts. It's pretty much just Hoodwink. And anytime you can do something in Dota that no one else can do, like there's probably going to be a swap for you in the draft. Like Dota's a very dynamic game like that.
I want you to get all your Hoodwink praise out of your system now, Curtis, because I know.
Here, honestly, I don't know that much about the hero.
Fair, but I know MSS is going to be picking it, and you better be roasting it because it's Mojo.
Yeah.
So anytime
anything Mojo does.
Trash.
Yeah, man, I will say we've seen a lot of bad Hoodwink games, but the best plans of men and mice often do go awry, but it seems like this one gets a second chance. Oh, it's a squirrel, not a mouse.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought you were doing a Bat Rider thing.
Shit, that was almost awesome.
Bat.
Yeah, that was almost the highlight of my career.
I thought you were gonna tie it in somehow. I was like, oh, this is really smart.
My man's going.
Yeah, it was almost really smart.
It wasn't smart.
It just ended up being a very, very fruitless attempt. Yeah, I feel nuts after that one.
To be honest, I don't really see that much synergy out of either Nigma's draft or Beastcoast's draft.
I mean, they have some like the classic like you haunt for vision so Bat Rider can lasso and you have some team fight to back it up. You know, when you pick Bat Rider, you want team fight and you want burst damage behind you. I think Phoenix and Hoodwink are actually quite good at that.
You also want setup on side lanes, which Mars
For
will
sure.
provide for you.
Even Hoodwink, he is actually good at setting up on side lanes. That is one thing that Hoodwink does better than the other fours. Like,
well, she's a 5 this game. Kuro's.
Yeah, or other
Her
5.
stun is not reliable.
It's pretty reliable. You just
I
drop
don't
the tree beside them and you stun them.
Yeah,
and
just
then
drop
Bat Rider.
the tree, bro. It's that easy.
Wait, I mean, your skill gives you a tree, so.
Right, but you can run away from the tree. Like you have to.
I mean, yeah.
shoot the bushwhack first,
You can miss.
and
You
then
can mess up your spells.
The only way you can do it without them reacting is to shoot the bushwhack first, and then a lot of people mess that combo up because it's not that.
They did.
Yeah, but I don't think these players will.
They may.
I mean, they might sometimes, but like your percentage of messing up, I think, is lower with these types of players.
I think
They
that's a
pick
very
Slark, by the way.
very fair point to bring up.
Ooh, Chryslok Slark, that's actually a classic right there. He doesn't play a farm Slark, he runs at you.
Talking about very spicy.
What are these percentages here?
So this
93.
Yeah, just to keep in mind, this actual voting happens before you even see the draft from the first game, right?
Oh, yeah.
So this is just people saying like, who do we think is going to win the series?
Sure.
And it's always going to be skewed a little bit more heavily because, like, let's say even if you think that we talked about this the other day, like even if you think that the matchup is like a 60-40% matchup and you go for the team that's 60%, then all of a sudden everybody who just knows that stat line is going to be able to dogpile on. I think it's an understandable prediction though here. Obviously not 7%. It does hurt a little bit. It does hurt knowing that you are going to be eliminated, but we're going to have to see how they handle that. A bit of a spicy draft. Let's get into the action.
You really should prepare for battle.
Looks like we have some adaptation coming from these last few picks. A Bat Rider gets picked up to counter the mid Tiny that it looks like was going there. And they pick a Slark to counteract it. So Miracle goes, okay, I don't want to play Bat Rider versus Slark mid, so we'll make my control take the sacrifice, and he's going to play the Mars mid. Owen, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, looking forward to see what Chryslok's able to do on the mid Slark. You know, I think Slark in the mid lane has a lot of potential, as the panel pointed upon. Chryslok likes to run at heroes. This is a good one to do it on. We'll see what he can do. I think overall it is, again, going to be quite a tough one for Beastcoast. You know, a few mistakes here and there, and suddenly ILTW, he's going to be carrying the game on his Spectre.
Yeah, and let's see. So there's some fun interactions between both lineups, because I see Hoodwink, I see Mars, and I see Bat Rider. These heroes cut the tree. which can remove the stun, which could be a bit problematic inside of the fights. Also, Slark, however, it is a good matchup versus the Batrider if you're in lane and throughout the game. Spectre is a good matchup versus Slark because you just dagger him and then your Shadow Dance doesn't work. So we'll see how Chris Luck can work around that because he's not the real carry. It is about Hector still being that gyrocopter, so we'll see how it all does end up working out. I like this though. I see some fun adaptation from both sides when those last picks do come out.
Yeah, and I think, eyes on Kuro to see what he's able to do on the hoodwink here. He had a fantastic start last game on his Enchantress, and here he's gone and picked an arguably a hero that he's maybe even going to have more fun on if he gets a good time on the ult. You've got to watch out for Kuro sniping people.
Absolutely. And they are running an aggro tri-lane. Me and Curtis, so this is kind of funny, but me and Curtis were talking AY, for those who don't know. We were talking about Tusk and Gyrocopter in the van coming over here and just saying, we want to see this heroes maybe picked up as he's a tri-laner. It's either Luna or Gyro plus a Tusk to potentially shut down these tankier heroes. So I'm kind of glad that Beastcoast is going for their own style with that opening type of picks. These lanes look a bit tough. They do leave Whisper on an island, so he is going to be versus My Control. So it ends up being Tiny versus Batrider anyway, which is a full counter pick. Everyone picks Batrider in these EU pubs. You pick Batrider versus Tiny because you just own him in lane and throughout pretty much the whole game. So we'll see how Whisper is able to do because he's going to be the sacrifice for it.
Always see mid Kuro. He's out for some Kuro.
Oh, he's waiting. Oh yeah. Oh, the salve is going to be taken away. Chris Luck. It's going to be very sad. Waiting for it. And there it goes.
There it goes indeed. Yeah, Chris Luck, he's only got that one tango now to rely on in the lane. So it's not going to be an easy few moments for him.
Top
as first blood, it gets the job done. The tri-lane needs to find these sort of kills. They're getting under the tower. They've got the damage to take out ILTW here.
Good aggression. GH will get a pull-off, so we'll be able to reset positioning on the lane for the Spectre, but this is going to be a slow start for ILTW, but Schofield, he's just going to get right-clicked down by GH. What was he doing? Schofield? That was really weird by him.
Heading over for a tower denial?
No, he just walked into GH and got hit like 12 times and then just daggered. That was very strange. Maybe he wants to go bottom, but...
He wants to go bottom, right? So he wants to get the reset and then be able to TP down here. As Whisper, that's a lot of napalm stacks here on the man. 10 stacks. As, in terms of the avalanche, it's actually everything. There's a toss. These 10 stacks, it doesn't matter. They can't quite get that last bit of damage down onto him. As Whisper, he won't die here. And now Schofield, he's just running Kuroki and Mind Control both out of the lane.
Very low, though, on Whisper. They do have a salve. Does have to be careful with his positioning. Does rush the boots early on to be able to keep the distance away from Mind Control. And he's doing well in the matchup. He's 9-4. Mind Control's been going for the kill. He doesn't have, like, any last hits whatsoever. Chris Luck?
He's having a bit of a tough time here against Miracle. As
one or two more hits.
He's got the pounce, so he'll be fine. Meanwhile, bottom, they do get the kill onto Kuro. Spear won't quite get the connection there. So the salve will keep ticking up here for Chris Luck.
The salve does get canceled down bottom. I think that's why Kuroki died. He ran in to stop it. My Control. He's still not getting any last hits. It's 10-4 on Tiny, 3-3 on this Batrider. So this lane setup is looking pretty decent right now for Beastcoast. Gyrocopter 12-4 as well. ILTW only up to 7.
Okay, one kind of just chilling on his own for now. Stinger headed back. He's going to come to join him once more. It's a little harder for them to get the kills with just the two of them. As you said, definitely the benefits being balanced out in the bottom half with Beastcoast having the lanes as such. Mid lane still, a hard lane here for Chris Luck to really catch up. Miracle off to the better start, and even though he is a melee against the Slark and his Essence Shift, just a lot of damage that the Mars could burst out with the two nukes in the laning stage that isn't too fun for a Slark to play into.
Now Whisper's still doing, he's doing way better than I'd expected. My Control just not going for last hits much at all in these first 3 waves. It's punished him a lot. 6-3 to 15-6. It's tough for him to recover now at this point with limited mana pool. Kuroki starting to get some stacks ready for that bat. And it does feel like My Control is going to need them after this bit of a tough start. Yeah, good stuff from Beastcoast so far.
Dude, I love this game so much, man.
Top lane GH. Dive away, K1. He might be able to chase this. See if he's got enough damage with the flak and the rocket barrage. Not enough. Oh, yeah, he's got the one charge.
Oh, he's got him.
Might actually need it. That's the right clicks alone. Take down GH. As Beastcoast just continuing this aggression top that's getting K1 these early kills in lane.
KuroKy continuing to just stack as the Hoodwink, not having much laning influence. So it does feel like Beastcoast should come out pretty nicely ahead in these lanes. Besides mid, where Miracle's having an excellent start. Schofield, though, sitting in the area. This is a tough go. They might just lose a hero or two if they do go onto Miracle. He's near level 6. And Schofield wards right in front of KuroKy. That's going to get dewarded.
Even these head in, Miracle. I mean, Chris Luck's got to be careful with a combo.
I think that could have been a kill.
Yeah,
that was. I think if he speared it. Yeah, if he spears him to the tree to the left, perhaps he can commit forward there. But Miracle playing it patient, waiting for the 6, where he knows it's a guaranteed kill. Chris Luck cannot walk up to the lane now.
No, he's got to wait. No regen, of course, so just having to passively wait as his health ticks back up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Whisper has already got phase boots. He's got Schofield down bottom. The toss back, mind control.
And they've got him on the tower.
He's dead.
This is big. I mean, last game as well, Whisper had a cracking time, and this time round, as you say, the way he's been able to play this lane, you know, Whisper, he's playing his heart out here. There's top GH. An aggressive dive. This is going to be heading over. And they kill K1 in time before K1 kills GH. The three of them surrounding K1, they'll be able to do so. Kuro and RTW come in to make sure that K1 won't be able to stay alive to take down GH. Looks to dive in as well over to Stinger. They've got enough to do it as well. TP's coming in. RTW is under the tower. Quick hold there for Kuro. He's able to throw out the bushwhack, hold back Schofield. Schofield still trying to chase. Snowball in up to RTW. Can they do anything to keep this Spectre safe? They can. The snowball won't quite connect. Schofield, he's trying to chase, but the dive in from GH, they're holding him back. RTW, he's even ready to start turning around and getting some punches back in onto Schofield. As Schofield ends up going down. Frustrations there for the Tuskers, as he just couldn't get the job done.
Stinger tips him. And Stinger tips his own teammate. He's like, nice try. At least you went for it. That is a TP out, though, from the Tusk, so we'll have to make the walk back to the lanes. Miracle did commit the ultimate. I think Chris Luck was able to pounce his way over. Still struggling in the matchup versus the Mars.
Well, at least a little easier now with the 6. But,
bottom Whisper getting over aggressive. This time
he'll die for this one. Yeah, now that the 6 is there, mind control, able to make sure that if he isn't getting blown up in the combo of the Tiny, turnaround potential will be there. And with these levels, now that lane becomes a lot harder for Whisper to show his face.
Is it just me, or is that very little gold he just got? 176 for a solo kill on Whisper? Oh, it would have been more than that. It seems fairly low.
Yeah, but look at the other kills we've had so far. They've all been under the 200s. But it's only because of the farm he was getting.
Yeah, I just felt like because he was quite ahead inside the laning phase, so it would keep being more, but it's not. GH getting ran down. Chris Luck, he's committing. That Fire Spirit's on him now,
really wants this. Yeah, he's going to have to put the Shadow Dance to try. I don't think he's getting GH with some smooth moves around the tower, and they've lost K1 looking at the arena. Drop down. Miracle will have the cold feet kick in. GH and Kuro, they're still trying to hunt down Chris Luck. They're going to be able to find him here as Kuro, he's got spells to play with if he needs to. At the moment, just slowly right-clicking Chris Luck down, and there we have it. Another Acorn shot, and the kill is a success. Nigma taking out the 3 of them. I mean, Beastcoast, they're running at them. They're trying their best, just charging in. Nigma, they're being able to punish it, though.
Chris Luck's courier dies, too. I believe it was following him up toward that dive, so it walks under tower and just dies. Miracle with a quick response toward the top lane to shut down the gyrocopter as well. Haste rune now on him for more aggression in this early game. And now LTW has gotten the lane pretty much secured. K1 still ahead of him by 500 gold, but LTW very happy with the farm. Chris Luck, they're just running at hero zone.
Yeah, Chris Luck's just charging in, as
Look
expected.
Look at Hector, too. Yeah. Hector's just like, I show up mid, I see a hero, I come in my own bottom, immediately running at mind control, too.
See if they can kill him off in time. They're burning pretty low though. Whisper, he's going to die for his efforts. They can't kill Mind Control. Turnaround's going to come into play. Mind Control ends up killing off the two of them. Whisper, Stinger, he might not make it back either. Kuro's there with a setup. They're going to be able to find another one. A Stinger is not getting away. Triple kill for Mind Control. I mean, they really do. They want to run at Nigma, but Nigma is more than prepared, and each and every time Nigma's just clean that are getting handed to them.
Look at K1's, look at his items that he's got queued up. I think he's really starting to feel the pressure of this game. He's got the 4 Shivas at the ready.
It's a tough one. It's a tough
one. They're playing pub Dota, let's be honest. It's 3 heroes in 3 separate lanes trying to make plays independently. Nigma being much more sensible, arriving with the backup, reacting nicely.
And understandably so from Nigma's half of things. A big win on the table here if they can secure this game.
Smoke coming out.
Coming up, Miracle.
See Schofield. Ooh,
I'll try and get himself pushed down to the low ground with the shards. Yeah, it's not going to work. Nigma just cleaning up the action. ILTW more than happy to be left alone up top. Bottom lane, Stinger and Whisper maybe having their eyes on Mind Control, but it's getting harder and harder to kill this bat. Mid lane, they're charging over. K1's got to back away.
Got to be careful. Arcane Rune on Miracle. It's got the catapult alive too, so they're going to start pushing this mid tower with this 10-minute siege. How can they respond? Beastcoast, if they want to try to save this tower, they got to rotate like 4 or 5 heroes, but it doesn't feel like they're going to be able to at this point. Nigma all set up for it. Haunt almost up to 8 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They also see K1.
They're driving in for him.
There's the egg.
Slipping over straight away. Miracle is the arena. He's going to be able to catch the two of them. Schofield with the snowball. It's not going to be timed in the time to dope the stun of the supernova. So K1 and Schofield still end up getting blown up.
That ward on the high ground around the Ancients, it spots him out. They easily just commit forward with GH's dive. He did cut the tree, by the way. That was the bushwhack cut from the Mars ulti, so we did see it once. Because I do think we're probably going to see it a couple more times, as there are a couple different tree cutting actions here. Stinger. Miracle. Ooh. He just juked around the fog on him. That was close.
Easy.
Easy. He's dead. He gets seen for 1 second. No boots AA versus a level 9 Mars. Look at this deep warding coming out from it, Team Nigma too. No, I mean, no funny business. We see that Beastcoast is playing very separately. Nigma is not giving them any room at all. These 2 deep wards watching any of their moves before they can even set up in the lanes. And ILTW is just getting freedom. He's got the chip vest, he's got the blade mail, he's farming Ancients. The dream for a Spectre.
Now they want to go for Miracle. They're going to have a pretty full combo coming in with the Ice Blast. Shards down as well, but he's got a haste rune good to go. The tree will connect. It's not going to be enough to push him below the threshold, though, as Miracle managed to walk it off.
He's got the Possessed Mask too, so he's got that extra healing. Just runs by a camp. We'll heal up a little bit with the Rebuke. It's going to be a little bit of slowness here now for Nigma, but 6k gold advantage already, 12 minutes in.
Yeah, with the Spectre, you know, that's always when you're the lineup that's far ahead this early when you've got a Spectre. That's pretty spooky here for Beastcoast.
Whisper's got Blink, so he can make a lot of action happen. They can kill pretty much anybody with the AA Blast on top. They do still have that going for them, but Chris Locke is just trying to run at heroes, and it's just not working.
He just wants to kill.
He's trying to go for GH again.
He really wants to kill it. He's not going to get it. He's got to run. They're going to be able to knock him back. Okay, Kuro misses the shot. Doesn't matter, though. Mind Control. He'll be able to land the final hits to take down Chris Locke.
They're just getting outclassed, outmaneuvered, and they're looking for solo play. Chris Locke in particular is just playing his own game. He's 0-2, unable to get anything off the mark. Whisper and Stinger couldn't find anything with the smoke either. Now they're making the move up top, but it is into a large squad of Team Nigma, and Nigma's feeling themselves. They're all just tipping each other constantly in this game.
I mean, they're going straight back for action, though, Beastcoast. Top lane, they want to get some kills. They just want to play Dota.
He's so tanky, though. This is 1600 HP Spectre.
Yeah, Schofield kind of walks in and then starts to back up. Whispers in with a combo. Ice Blast coming in as well, but RTW's out the side of it. They won't be able to land the Ice Blast onto RTW. Schofield, he's going to go down.
Oh my god, the arena.
The entirety of the rest of the team in the arena. Horn is out. Beastcoast, they're probably going to lose everybody here. K1's down. Chris Luck desperately trying to run. The snipe comes in, that flame break into the shot there from Kuro as it's a team wipe. Nigma take out everybody.
I think they're lucky to even get the Spectre in that trade. Beautiful. It's on, like you said, everybody. The AA blast off the mark because the Spectre just moves out of it quickly. As this game's looking pretty over already, Owen. 7K gold lead, 20-5.
Tough one.
Top 3 networks, 3 cores. Not seeing too great of methods of recovery for Beastcoast as they don't really have team fight in their lineups. They have two cores that kind of want to play the same type of style of game. The Slark as well as that Gyrocopter. They're gonna need some type of miracle. And he's on the other team.
Hey.
Cheesy. Sorry.
Schofield. Be another little kill for Nigma. Kuro, he's revving up the shot. Boom! There it is. MLG 360 Rex. As the dive's in, they're ready for more. It's getting a little bloody here.
Yeah. What can they do? Whisper's under a ward too. They might just go for him as well. Mind Control doesn't have lasso, but Miracle's at the ready with his blink and his ult.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're thinking about it.
Not in a good
Whisper, he's chilling.
He's chilling.
He's not coming up into this triangle though, that's for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just look, once his defuse done, he wants to play.
Does he though? He looks like he's just still running at Heroes.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Oh, Kuro. Found him.
Spotted.
He should go down here. They'll get Kuroki.
He will.
Beastcoast, they'll finally get a kill that they were hunting for, but now the counterplay comes in. Miracles in with the arena. They've caught K1. As K1 goes down, Mind Control charging over on top of Schofield. Schofield will burn. Stinger also unlikely to make it out. As again, Nigma having a bit of fun there as Miracle buys his time, smashes him down with the God's Rebuke. 25-6, 9K lead. We're only 16 minutes into the game. But Team Nigma have certainly found themselves quite the fair share of kills here.
They're just having fun. I think Miracle's gotten every power rune. I don't think they've gotten a single one on the side of Beastcoast. He's got either an Invis, he's got an Arcane, a DD. They kill the poor Hoodwink, of course, but get turned around almost instantly. This K1 just getting no breathing room at all. He shows himself in mid under a ward, and they're going on him again.
They are. Straight in.
Oh, the tree gets cut from the Firefly.
Oh, but Kuro's able to land the hit again. Beautiful shots here from the Hoodwink. Kuroki making it look easy. Control. And they've got the Horn and the Lasso. They're going to be able to turn on a Whisper. They'll hold Whisper into play straight into the combo of Kuro with the Acorn shot and the Bushwhack.
This is brutal. 11K at 17 minutes. Just continues to rise. Everything going Nigma favorite Stinger. He just can't do anything. He's just getting ran under his tier 2. Team, please, buddy.
Chris wants to kill. He wants to kill someone.
That's all he wants. He just wants one kill in this game. He's 0-3-0.
Oh, no, it hurts. You want to get at least one kill here as the slot. It doesn't matter if you want to kill something. But around him, it's his teammates. They're the ones that are getting killed. Schofield down again. K1. Drop the core down. Maybe they could kill the egg. Or they'll be able to spear away K1 here. Pounce down there.
And he sniped.
Whoa, Kuroki. Hey, but Kuroki does die, but of course getting the shot off onto Chris Luck before he does.
Whisper. He'll be okay. Oh, Chris Luck, he can't get a kill. He really wants one.
He wants a kill. Come on. I think everybody right now should be rooting for Chris Luck to at least get a killer assist. You don't want to be that mid-slark that ends the game without a killer assist. That feels bad. That really does.
I don't like having 0+ edgy at all. He hasn't even been near a kill.
Hurts.
That is really sad.
Yeah.
That is painful.
Even the people out there that really hate Slark because they also feel bad for Chris Luck right now. Just let him have a stack. Let him have a bit of agi.
Just one. 30 kills, 19 minutes. GH almost has refresher. game is just getting more and more difficult. Good luck.
Just got to be careful. There's some insane farm on the cores of Nigma. Obviously, to no surprise of how much they're taking over this game.
Miracle's here. LTW does get hit by the blast, does get comboed up from the Tiny, but he'll be just fine, backing up to base.
Radiant's structures are fortified.
K1 does finish up an item, so BKB is finished. The gyrocopter, but Mind Control, he's on top of him before the BKB is delivered. He might just be able to kill him here.
And the Firefly.
The BKB, it does arrive.
Building up. Mind Control's going to be able to kite this out.
He's sticking around.
I mean,
he's getting haunted on. What's he doing?
Oh, no, he's dead. He's dead, dead. And so Schofield, by the looks of it. RTW jumps over with the horn. He's going to be able to chase down this Tusk. Does Kuro want to rev up a sharpshooter? He does. Shot ready to come in, but the snowball is enough to buy him. Ooh! I won't be able to land the shot. Does not matter anyway. Schofield still dies. Chris, they got a kill. Oh, did he get a stat? He didn't.
He didn't get a stat.
He didn't get a stat. He didn't get a stat. I guess he didn't get a hit.
Oh, now he might.
Oh, I think now he might die.
He's not. Oh,
he's pinned to the tree. Chris Luck goes down. So does Stinger and Whisper. Ooh, nice bling. Whisper. See if they want to die for this day. There they are. Whisper. Can he get away? He's been slowed down. Out outside the base. Miracle pushes him back with the spear. Now catch Whisper as well. K1, can he get any cleanup kills? He's looking towards Mind Control. Mind Control getting away with the BKB. The arena's down. Miracle pushes back Schofield. Mind Control's going to be more than okay here, as he's fine.
They spear him out.
Quick spear back from Miracle keeps K1 surrounded by the three of the Miracle blocking up K1's escape, as K1 will put the BKB, but they'll kill him through it. 37 kills here, 21 minutes in. And
Stinger dying in the
Mind
base.
Control, he's diving in. I mean, surely Mind Control dies for this. He's going to die for this. Stinger
and Chris
will
gets his
tick out.
Agi. Chris
he did.
gets his Jody.
He got
one.
There we go. Oh, all is right in the world. He was able to get some action, Chris Luck here. One permanent Agi. There we go. So whatever happens, at least the game is not going to end with 0 Agi stolen. So that's a little sort of silver lining here for Beastcoast.
Kuro. Whisper's still gonna be able to take him out. That's a lot of gold.
Oh, Chris. Just gonna put this Shadow Dance and get away from this one. ED rune available as well at the bottom of the river. Chris Luck yeah, he's gonna be able to grab that for himself. Let's see if he can make moves with this. This DD could be allowed to get something done.
He's running in, though.
Oh my goodness, yeah, as soon as that answer's popped and Desolate damage starts to come, he has to run. GH is in, burning him down with the Sun Ray. Chris Luck, he's gone! As he's dead. Whisper, also very dead.
Oh, they're toying with their food. They're toying with their food.
It's a rough one. It's a rough one here for Beastcoast, no doubt about it. 12 to 40. We're only 22 minutes in.
40 kills.
You could consider this the early game still, but 40 kills indeed. I mean, I'm not much of a stats man, but that's got to be up there for some of the highest kills in the team at this time of the game.
Yep, 52 kills total in 23 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think we see that too often at all.
No, no. It's getting pretty wild here.
Since minute 5, it's been pretty wild. Look at that. Another XP too. Whew. 20,000 experience lead also at the 23-minute mark. You don't see those numbers very often. Into the Roche.
Yeah, that's huge. Absolutely huge. What's the individual level differences looking like? What we got? Lowest level at the moment is poor old Schofield down on level 9. Closest on Nigma's is at level 13, so Schofield not having a fun time here. 12 deaths on him. Time for the smoke up though. Yeah, you got to give them credit. East Coast, they are not letting this one pass. They're giving it their all.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Miracle.
Stalking.
Whoa, they're in the horns to scout things out. They're charging in. BKB comes out from K1. They'll put the supernova. Arena's out. The lasso's down, locking down K1 through the BKB. Whisper to get taken out. So will K1 as well. There's all three cores taken down easily there by Nigma. And Nigma losing nothing themselves there for that.
Support's killing couriers. Miracle wants to punish it.
Now Miracle happily playing around with the two of them. Backups coming in from Mind Control. Stinger and Schofield, they've got to split. They've got to run. There's no escape for Stinger, and there's no hiding here for Schofield. Tries to push them back with the shards, but Miracle reaches over, slams him down with the God's Rebuke.
I like how Nigma does not even need to TP back for these kills, but they are just because it's fun and just because they want more kills in the game. They could have just gone for the push, but they're like, whatever, you know, let's just get more. They kill our couriers, we're going to take their lives. As ILTW, he's the sensible one, onto the high ground.
Strange to say, Radiant's
Just going to give the respect here to Beastcoast as they respawn. Honestly, even with the lead they have, maybe there's still a chance for Beastcoast to get a toss play off or something.
He's just sneaking in the scurry. He's got the boomerang. Not quite enough damage, but nice little cute play.
Yeah, certainly still gives K1 a bit of a scare. Having to put that BKB to get back to base.
He near died. Satanic finished on Miracle. These items are very early, as we've said many times. Nigma absolutely crushing the game. Chris Luck hiding.
DD Rune as well, ready here. Miracle, grab that, ready for the high ground siege that's inevitably coming. Beastcoast, they want to still try and take fighters for the base. Whisper makes the jump, but Mind Control instantly reacting there with the BKB. Means there's no catch here for Whisper to find. They're diving in with the supernova. Lasso out of the K1, dragging him back underneath the egg.
Did Stinger just get one shot by a Rebuke?
Kill there for Nigma.
I think he did.
Schofield. Shots off the mark. It doesn't matter. Yeah, these 1200 damage coming out from this Rebuke whilst the DD's up on Miracle.
I can't believe they're in this game.
49 to 26 minutes in.
This has to be painful. They're going to call it fine.
They'll tap out now. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was a game two. Game two here between Nigma and Beastcoast. As, yeah, 49 kills, 27 minutes in. This was a very rough one here for Beastcoast. Obviously, it's a fortunate position for them to be in now at this stage.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Bottom
sound right, boy.
Must I repeat myself?
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
sound right, boy.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Pretty standard, just not in the way we used to see it. The nice thing about Axe is super high base HP regen and then rushes the Ring of Health. I was talking about how that's the dream of any carry hero in Dota ever, is to just be able to rush Ring of Health and hit creeps. And Phoenix, usually considered a pretty greedy 5 position, I would say is not going to get punished because of the nature of the Axe versus Brood matchup. And we already have the Razor, most likely safe lane?
Yeah, I would think so.
And DK?
It's open, right? Because if they get a favorable matchup mid, or perhaps, you know, maybe they put Sumail on it, right? And they prove us wrong, then the Razor just swaps it up. I like this style from EG. We haven't seen it too much in this tournament. This is what I was the biggest fan of when they played during the last major. RTZ on a Razor, on a Bloodseeker, something that's more active, shaded towards a 2, and they ran more of a tri-core that Ice was then freed up to have more of a farm priority moving into the late game. And I love this here because you already see 2 melee cores, lane matchup almost guaranteed to be favorable. Brood provides your tower pressure, so Razor is free to just kind of dominate lane and then just move around the map. Kind of, you don't need him to do anything other than be an anti-carry.
Is he really an anti-carry though this game? Because Axe does not really rely on normal right clicks to do the carrying, you know?
Yeah, and most likely like Sumail is whatever they're gonna pick is something that Razor can't interfere with as much.
Yeah, I was thinking something like Puck for a little bit of mobility and catch for Team Liquid, but the fact that they have the Lion, I think that's why EG did pick that third. I don't like EG's draft. It's like it's 2 squishy range supports, a somewhat squishy carry, the Razor meaning burstable is what I mean by squishy in this case, and Enchantress can be incredibly disruptive because they don't have natural rotators on EG. And Enchantress, you can just be wherever you want. I usually like the 4 Enchantress because the way Taiga plays it later on is more as like a information game, but in the early game, he's just invading the opponent jungle, constantly threatening both top and mid. So as long as you can't see him on a ward, you have to play much more defensively. It makes it really annoying for Razors to ever... Like, if you're a Razor, you're thinking to yourself, if Enchantress is missing, she may be here at all times. So I don't want to link this DK if there's a Enchantress right there who's going to enchant me and maybe turn it for a kill. So yeah, well, it's disruptive.
EG's lineup's predicated on winning its lanes. Like, we didn't like it. I think we even were in their series against Nigma. And that was due to the fact that you don't really see how they win a game, and then you watch it play out. They've eaten 3 tier 1s by 12 minutes.
They're up by 3k.
Broodmother has the entire enemy jungle controlled. Razor is an item ahead and just running at people.
It's true.
And you're left with nothing to do. Liquid, they need more items. They have to hit a time, and they need blink daggers. They want to have team fights, but you'll never get those if there's a Broodmother constantly ratting one lane while Razor and Lion run at the other and Hoodwink hides in the trees.
Absolutely.
What are we looking for here to round everything out, Cap?
Well, we're gonna need some sort of mid laner for Sumail that isn't totally countered by Razor. Leshrac was like the go-to for them for when they first put Sumail onto the roster. That's already been banned. I mean, so many mid laners are gone at this point. They can't do the Wind Ranger that they've done before. They banned the Puck themselves.
Queen of Pain?
I was thinking that, but man, Queen of Pain is that hero reeks of desperation. Like, it's a hero that is only picked by very confident teams that are winning consistently, or by squads that are just like, well, we need a hero in this archetype. All the ones we'd usually pick are banned, so we'll just pick Quad.
What about Batrider? That's a flex hero. It could go off lane or mid lane.
Okay.
So it could and it matches up really well against the Razor.
Wow,
they banned the Queen of Pain. Dude, if Sumail plays it, I'm not saying he's not high skill enough. I just don't know if he's practiced Batrider this patch. This is a sick Batrider game. You can hunt the Hoodwink in the trees. Gives you somebody to kind of run around the map, take the dangerous farm with boots of travel.
They do need something that's like super active, right? Because we've seen this Axe, it's such a slow build up, and the DK doesn't give you any damage. So
that's a pick. So in a 1v1 against Razor, especially with the earlier rune spawns nowadays, like SF is favored in that matchup.
Yeah, they're not going to put Razor mid.
No, definitely not. And that is much more damage output. My fear with Bat was that ultimately EG just win in the late game because they have overall last pick. They pick some sort of hyper carry and that's game over. But now Liquid are in a position where they have such an insane BKB timing. I just love the SF.
Ooh.
Oh god, and EG took it.
Oh, it was a very good Batrider game for Team Liquid, and apparently it's also a really good one now that I'm looking at it for EG. 2 strength cores with no innate dispels. SF will be highly gankable with just a single stun from either of the 2 supports of EG, and neither of the 2 supports shut down Batrider, so
I was leaning towards Liquid, but now you've suddenly got a Razor against DK. You've got a high kill threat in the mid lane. You're going to leave your Broodmother alone. I think the recipe that Kyle laid out there earlier is a very strong likelihood of happening.
Yeah. I love the bat from EG. You still have a really nice timing as Liquid if you get your BKBs online, but the guy to watch here is actually going to be Fly on the 5 Lion. When we see Kuro on the hero, he's very active. I expect him to do the same, and him linking up early game with either the bat or the Razor, finding kills, just dominating lanes. That's the secret for EG to take this this game, because if they let it stay even and Liquid get a huge fight around Roche with BKB timings, maybe a blink on the DK and the Axe, like then things get really dicey because EG's damage output kind of falls off.
I think for Liquid, obviously Sumail in his last pick with the Shadow Fiend, but the 2 supports I think are super important with this. We've seen time and time again this archetype of drafting this offlane DK pickup. You have to have your supports outputting damage. Both Phoenix and Enchantress, they need a huge amount of levels. They need a lot of experience to be able to output that damage for you. So if they don't have that, then it's just going to be the SF by himself, and that's not going to be good enough.
Yeah.
Very excited for this one. I mean, what an absolute treat it is for the last 2. It's not very often that you get to the last 2 series of groups and they both matter this much. Obviously, we already saw a little bit earlier Team Nigma. They guarantee their spot in the upper bracket, but now you have to keep in mind EG, they're safe. They already know what's going to be happening. They know what their path is, but Liquid hangs in the balance. If they're able to take this first game, they at least get a tiebreaker. If they can win this whole series, they will go on to the playoffs, but it's going to be Sumail versus Arteezy.
Thank you very much, panel. Suns fan here with Cinder, and we made it back to the A stream. High five.
Hello.
Great to see you here, young man. This is going to be, as the panel talked about, an extremely hype match. Liquid versus EG. I mean, so many different storylines, but probably the most important, the standings. Liquid have to win 2 to ensure themselves to continue on in this tournament. If they draw, there's going to be a tiebreaker, and if they lose both, donezo.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
I mean, in a way, it's nice to be in a situation where you're in charge of your own destiny, right? The really grueling moments are the ones where you've underperformed the tournament and you get to the last day and you need other teams to do really specific things so that you can get a second chance. Now they can take it into their own hands, and hopefully, based on what happened for them yesterday, they have learned... They've learned quite a lot, I think, along the way. They had to take some serious beatings.
Oh, God, there's a first blood. Unbelievable from far away as well. Look at that zoom action. Beautiful. Sumail ends up netting it for himself, which, of course, you know, I mean, he doesn't have his passive yet, but either way, amazing to get for your mid laner.
Yep, great start. He's one of the best heroes to get first blood on. This is already assuming that this gets to, the lane gets to play a little bit in isolation in the start. I would say Shadow Fiend has a good laning stage against Batrider for the first 2 or 3 levels, and then it gets really hard. So being able to have a bit of a head start might actually end up flat out winning him the lane. That's a really big deal here. We've seen Abed have some standout performances on Batrider for EG across the last year. And this is the game, this is the kind of game that Batrider can just totally dominate if it has a free start. So good for Liquid to get that first blood on Sumail.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I covered the NA DPC, so been anxious to see some NA Dotes coming onto the stream. Very excited to see Quincy Crew, obviously, but EG, as we can see, this first blood being replayed here, so a nice block there. But I don't remember Abed. I mean, I'm sure he plays this a decent amount, but in terms of the NA DPC, didn't really play much Batrider. It was, I mean, they've been flexing his heroes a little bit more often, which they didn't do for that first major. As you probably remember, they picked Puck, and then obviously in the grand finals, literally just Storm Spirit, who was just playing basically the Spirits plus Puck for the most part. But this last season, they've been switching it up a lot, picking these heroes that could be flexed into multiple positions, which I think is obviously a nice thing to have in your bag for the draft.
I do think he played that, I want to say yesterday as well, in one of their games, as Taiga finds a kill on Arteezy.
That's early. Wow.
Yeah, this offlane Dragon Knight with the level 1 stun has already set them up 2 kills, and this is a very meaningful advantage. 1k gold minute 1.
Yeah.
As far as this top lane's going to go, we've seen, I don't know how many games we've just seen Brute destroy so far, right? Like, absolutely annihilate the opposition. After 10 minutes, you take or maybe after even less, like 5-7 minutes, whatever. You take the safe lane tower, you start taking over the jungle, ultimately you make a rotation, get kills mid, get mid tower, and the map just shrinks. It is very, very important this game for Liquid. I think it's the most important thing that Broodmother does not have a good time. So that's really, it is a lane to watch up here to see whether Mickey and Insania can shut down Ice enough.
Of the safe lane heroes to have, I mean, Axe has been, you know, he's been promoted from off lane to safe lane a lot of these games. This is a good hero, at least historically, against Broodmother.
Yeah, it's just a different hero now, though, right? Like, the reason you wanted Axe in the past was that Brood would start making spiders early on, and you could just always fight them and kill them off, and you could never harass the Axe. But with this new Brood, it's a lot more about spell damage from the ulti on level 6. It's a lot more about just, you know, having the raw ability to just fight head on. I still do think Axe is pretty good. Like you said, he should be able to at least stand his ground, but whether he can just bully out Ice, I wouldn't be so sure. I think this is still a lane that Brood will farm in, and so far he's got easily the highest CS on his own team. Looks like all the other lanes are going terribly, comparatively.
Yeah, I mean, the Arteezy death obviously didn't help. Abed so far, I mean, it is against an SF who can just raise down all the creeps, but not doing too hot at the moment. But it is relatively early on. I mean, okay, I know that you're going to be a little negative Nancy here with the Hoodwink pick. I do want to talk to you about that in just a moment, but Fly looks like he's going to get off the Earth Spike, but not sure if that's going to actually result in a kill, as Arteezy just wants to go back and farm. Ice though, all right, the Hoodwink save. Nice bushwhack there, but Ice is just going to get bursted down by Mickey and Insania, it looks like, although they need one more right click. No, the Battle Hunger's there, but the health regen from the webs is helping. It's not going to help enough, though, so down he goes finally, and yeah. So essentially all the lanes are being lost right now in terms of EG's perspective, at least by a little bit. But back to the Hoodwink. This is a hero, again, North American Dota. They pick pretty consistently. It's looked okay at times, but a lot of people, like yourself, are not big believers. What are your thoughts on this position 4?
I think position 4 on average is going to be the best role for the hero. I'm usually a fan of laning with a hero that I can set up kills with, because one of Hoodwink's biggest strengths is the early levels. Like level 3, this hero actually outputs a lot of damage. You have a pretty good stun in that lane. Similar to Treant Protector, there's just areas of the map your hero is just flat out worse in, right? I think one of the spots Hoodwink is very good at is either side's position, tier 1 towers in the side lanes. So either bottom tier 1 or top tier 1 for either team. Those areas have a lot of trees. They have a lot of like little crevices that Hoodwink can surprise coming out from and just landing the spells. But Broodmother just doesn't strike me as, you know, the stereotypical good lane for Hoodwink.
Well, only time will tell here.
To pressure Taiga.
Yeah, Crit does make that
Taiga's
rotation.
dead.
He's super dead. Abed ends up getting the last hit for that one, and that is much needed, as we can see from just the CS alone. 11 and 6 for him. As top lane, we're seeing the Berserker's call. Now that the Hoodwink has rotated over, Liquid feels very free to try and get this kill. It's ticking out very slowly. The Fire Spirits didn't hit there, but it didn't really matter. Enough was already there. But Sumail getting chased down by Abed. Now a lot of stacks with that Firefly, and Koikfa made the rotation from bottom, but all he can do is throw out a breathing fire.
Yeah, this, it's one thing for Sumail to die, but for Koikfa to TP in and fail to connect in time is actually like an added loss, because now he has to walk back to bottom. Shadow Fiend cannot rotate away from mid lane and go bot yet, and I don't think he wants to full-time jungle just yet at minute 5.
Right.
Koikfa's going to do the long walk to bot, and obviously Taiga being left alone down here, EG are not going to give him an inch of space, so they bully him all the way away. It's going to take some pretty good damage on the return here, though. This ghost creep, he could even die.
Yeah, that creep is so annoying. And body blocks from Koikfa to follow. Plasma Field comes out, but Arteezy looks like he's going to go down here. So that's a second death for him, and it's only 5.5 minutes. So we didn't really get the chance to talk about just the idea of a safe lane Razor in this particular game. But, I mean, again, all these lanes, other than the mid lane, where Abed looking for another kill. 3 stacks of Sticky Napalm with that Firefly again. So despite getting off to a bit of a rough start, that's 2 kills in a row onto Sumail. And now the Acorn shot top with clicks of Ice, but the Zerka's call is going to keep him alive a little bit longer with the extra armor, but it's not to be. Finally, a return kill in the top lane for EG, as this lane was definitely going in favor of Liquid until then.
he still
Oh, and Arteezy making a really fast rotation here in top. Into that static link with the Hoodwink setting things up, and a double kill for Ice. So you talk about how important this is from both perspectives in terms of the Brood getting off to at least some sort of a start where you can snowball. Now it's looking a lot better.
I know, this is like the most bizarre lasted distribution I've seen in a game this tournament.
It's true, that is weird.
The position 4 of Liquid has more CS than any EG hero minute 630. Arteezy has 23 CS in the safe lane. Abed has 16 in mid. They have no creeps.
Yeah, at first I thought that was actually sorted by team for a moment there. Very, very
and
strange.
Phoenix is just playing neutral. He's not on either team.
Yeah, we have the Troll Summoner here. Fly gets netted for now, and that last right click is enough. Meanwhile, top lane, you can see Arteezy still. He's being a real nuisance up here. He didn't want to play in the bot lane anymore. They're just giving that up completely for the time being.
Yeah, not very commonly you see Razor rotate away from the Dragon Knight lane. That is a new Dota right there. This, if you offered up this lane a year ago, you could get Razor against Dragon Knight, you'd be like, I am going to absolutely destroy this lane no matter who the support is on each team.
And look at this team jungling from Liquid as well.
Yeah.
4 of them in their own jungle right now, as the tier 1 neutrals are finally starting to drop
Top
here.
power fell minute 7.
Yeah.
So power for the course for Brood.
Indeed.
So it begins. Level 6 is going to come up, and this is where, you know, a lot of heroes at this point are just like, okay, I'm never going to lane here anymore. Axe can in this game. I think Dragon Knight kind of doesn't want to. Phoenix is one of the better supports to do this, actually. Not really because it's good at killing spiders, but because it's a hero Brood can't really kill. The Icarus dive distance is too far, and even if Brood does manage to chase down, you still have the town portal. So you can at least stay afloat if you want to, but I think the ideal play is to somehow plant Mickey up here. But again, with the new Brood, you could kill this Axe with +1 or +2 supports. So even Axe will not be fully safe in this lane, just the raw magic damage with the Bola, with the probably 2 charges of ult if the fight is long enough. You see Crit gonna start here.
Yeah, just trying to be...
Doesn't care about spiders so much.
Yeah, that's... I mean, Crit is level 5, though. He's doing quite well for himself right now. As Abed getting chased out of the mid lane for now, but looks like Koikva is going to come around the other side with that Dragon Tail. That's going to be a very swift kill in favor of Liquid. Now Crit has to get the hell out as Koikva applies some pressure to that tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Arteezy still in the enemy jungle. Mikke attempting to TP out. Static link damage not quite enough. And with this, Liquid going to decimate this tower. I'm not sure if they can get the full. It's going to get to at least about half HP here.
Flies level 6.
That is very true. That is
a problem for Sumail.
Nice.
Die now. Look at Sumail.
Crashing that tower himself
Sumail
right now.
Dead.
That is another death requiem for Sumail. That's 3 deaths for him already at the 9-minute mark. Not something you're used to seeing for him. And Ice, like we saw, just soloing this tower. And I mean, there's no Axum nearby, so they can't really do much. Attempt to deny.
Good. It's
not going to happen.
Okay, so we have cast this game 5 times this tournament. Brood takes safe lane tower. Brood takes mid tower around minute 10. And now Brood takes this jungle. So
yes,
let's talk about, from our experience of watching this game, what the other team usually does and what they should do. With the heroes they have, nobody can really enter Brood's zone right now unless it's like a 3 or 4 man rotation, because Axe is also susceptible up there. So I think what Liquid should be trying to do, which they were trying, was to get that mid tier 1 tower before Brood got theirs. But that response was obviously great from EG. So what's the play? Wait for next Dragon form, try to hit mid again perhaps, so you can like equalize that mid lane. And most importantly, you need to protect Sumail. He's level 7 on Shadow Fiend minute 10. I mean, that is not good.
Offlane Koikva on this DK is a level higher, like you said. Static Link, that's a lot of damage on Arteezy, but he's going to get pressured now from Taiga and company. He should be going down pretty easily. And
Good
down
kill.
he goes. And Sandy in the meantime, Abed.
No dive.
Yeah, that's a lot of sticky napalm stacks. So that's going to be a trade across the map. Obviously in favor of Liquid here. But no, you're right. The Broodmother just, I don't know. I mean, we can talk about the draft all we want. I don't understand how this hero is getting through. Especially, I mean, that was, what was that, a 4th pick, Brood, I want to say?
It was 1st pick.
It was overall 1st pick.
I think so, but you're thinking of yesterday's series where we got 1st, 4th, and 5th pick, and I could not believe it.
A finger of, nope, not even needed. Sharpshooter from Crit. And that's another kill onto the DK.
Yep.
I mean, it feels like from Liquid's perspective, they need, at the very least, a blink on either Axe or DK to try to catch Ice out, and then obviously you need more on top of that to be able to kill him. But I feel like a lot of the damage is already done. I mean, look at this thing.
you know, you don't want to write out a team when the game is even, right? It's not like, we're not going to paint the picture here that EG is just crushing them and the game is over. That's not the case at all. The reason we have the bias that we do to how this game runs out is that we've just seen so many games with this start have a similar outcome. So I am just looking for the solution for Liquid to turn that storyline around. Like, how do you avoid what has happened to so many teams in this tournament already, including what you did to Team Spirit twice yesterday? How do you avoid that happening? Like, you know how Brood works. You know how to play it. It's one of Koikva's specialties. You have to have a plan that you execute. So I'm just looking for it. Like, I'm curious to see what Liquid are going to do.
I mean, oh, as Fly might get caught out here.
Probably mega dead. Yeah, he is.
Yep, Earth Spike is there, but you can just see the damage from both the Enchantress and Phoenix are way too much to deal with. But, I mean, anytime you have a hero...
down, and at 11.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. But, again, like you said, par for the course. But when you have a hero or a player that specializes in specific heroes, it feels like a lot of times there's confidence in playing against it.
Right,
so,
because you know what the counters are.
Right, or you think you do.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it is, again, Liquid were up pretty early. I want to say about 2K at the, you know, what was it, like 7-8 minute mark, but this has quickly kind of snowballed back in favor of, well, it's about even, I guess, but in terms of map control, definitely in favor of EG right now.
Yeah. It's good from Liquid that they managed to get the mid-tier 1, at least when they did. A lot of Brood games we've seen, their mid-tier 1 stays for up until like 15 or 20 minutes. At least getting that down at about 10 is good news. But okay, we've talked a lot about the Brood. The other hero that I want to focus on from EG is the Bat Rider, where you're playing into basically no natural dispels. So Sticky Napalm is going to be a massive problem that EG or that Liquid have to itemize against. You're looking at Mantas, you're looking at BKBs, Lotus Orb. Manta's going to come out on Axe. Shadow Fiend got shut down really hard. If you're having a great Shadow Fiend game, you're looking at a BKB in like 2 or 3 minutes. If you have a really good time. With Dragonlance, probably a little bit later, let's say 3 minutes. That would be 1,000 GPM here on out for Sumail to make that. That is not going to happen. So you might have to like weather the storm and try to just farm and play defensively out of flat-out fear for the Bat Rider to run you over in fights. The problem I see is if you slow down that much, you know you're controlling less than half the map, so you are going to get out-farmed over time.
But tell me about this, though, from EG's side.
Oh, here's Bat.
Yeah, that is the early boots of travel. He's going to set things up with that lasso, and with the rest of the team here, that is going to be a swift one again in favor of EG. But from EG's, like, just their lineup perspective, how do you like, let's just say it gets to the later stages of the mid game into the late game. They don't really have a traditional carry because Razor is kind of an anti-carry, if you want to call him that.
Right.
So is that kind of the strategy from Liquid, try to delay this until you can get to that timing?
Yeah, it's true. Razor's game isn't very good either, right? We've been talking about Shadow Fiend. Razor can be a true carry with the talents and the levels. The anti-carry like profile that he has is obviously a part of the hero, but it's not necessarily a requirement. He's going to draw from it as long as he has a target for a static link, right? He doesn't have to remove an enemy hero from the game as long as he drains something in the late game. He has a lot of attack speed with the right talents. He can itemize to become a carry. And in this game, there's some pretty reliable targets in fights. Like if Dragon Knight goes in or if Axe goes in, they're not randomly just getting out of your static link again. Like they're committed. They don't have like Stampede or something to get out.
Again, the bushwhack. And
didn't he literally just die?
He basically did, yeah. He's going to sit in the fountain a little bit longer. And you can see that the net worth for Mickey, not, I mean, this is a position 1 Axe again.
Can we get
middle of the pack.
Can we get a GPM check for Axe for the last minute? It might be minus 20.
Yeah, that
not so good for Mickey there. All right, Liquid are going to make their own move. They find Ice.
Yeah, there's the Blink Dagger onto Koikva, into the Dragon Tail, and a lot of magic damage with the egg being expended as well. They are not taking any chances. They saw that juke the other day. I mean, that was Koikva himself making that juke. So like, just make sure you lock him down, right? Just need the stuns.
That's what it takes. 4-man rotation with their spells used. Sumail gets stunned.
Nice Requiem just in time. The static link is applied, though. Arteezy getting bursted down with his magic and the impetus to finish him off with a Finger of Death is going to be used to take out the Phoenix. It's a 1-for-2 if you want to include the Broodmother kill earlier. And make it an even trade in terms of numbers alone. That's Sumail getting surrounded again. Abed and the Spiders with that Firefly.
Nice illusion.
Manta, or I guess that was the illusion rune being popped technically. And that is another death through Sumail. And this is a buyback onto the Phoenix.
That was so
does EG want to continue here?
Crucial rune. If he doesn't have this illusion, he dies instead. But now he gets the kill on Shadow Fiend. And I like what Liquid did killing the Brood, honestly. They made a big rotation. EG were just ready to counterplay
Yeah,
and
got
keep
Lasso
snowballing.
again. I mean, this was used pretty early on in the fight, so it's up. And this is going to be another kill for EG. Feels like they're finding the picks that they need.
Yep.
I mean, Lion almost, I mean, he's not that far from a Blink Dagger. And I believe Mickey had changed his mind. He was going for Manta. I think he got Yasha and is going for a Blink Dagger last I checked. But yeah, so not even going for the traditional thing that we've been seeing with the Manta style shard.
I'm not sold. The reason I'm a little bit worried about him going Dagger is that he gets one shot, right? He has a blink call, but against this lineup, he's not getting out again. He's going to get drained by Razor. There's going to be the Batrider sticking Napalm. He's blinking into a team that has really good counter stuns. Like, there's the Hoodwink Bushwhack. There's Lion Hex, who, like you pointed out, will have a dagger soon. He's got to be really, really careful with how he initiates. I guess Sumail's BKB is coming up. That's a very, very important timing for Liquid. All right, Koifa's in.
Yeah, the Bushwhack misses because of the long-ass TP on that outpost. And as a result, that will be a pickoff on... Gonna delay his Blink Dagger timing just a little bit. I mean, overall, you have to be pretty happy with his position in terms of just itemizing for that Blink. I mean, anytime you can get that Blink instant Hex, it's pretty freaking valuable.
So I think the next timing that you're looking at with Liquid is Sumail having the BKB and max souls, and Axe having the dagger. Then I think you have a good opportunity to take a good fight. If you get a clean fight, you might even be able to get Roshan, something that neither team is particularly good at in this game. They don't really have any natural Rosh killers on either team, so might be a pretty late first Rosh. We could be looking at like 25 minutes or later. In some games this tournament, we've seen it killed at like minute 10 by Ursa's, or minute 15 with like some sort of Snapfire Solar Crest combination, but in this game that does not seem to be on the menu, so going to be a little bit slower, as we see pretty standard, right? Brood is controlling this jungle, so Liquid are going to congregate in the bottom jungle. They're either going to overwhelm the Brood and try to kill him and get some space, or they're going to not play that area of the map at all. Mickey wandered up there, he got killed, didn't come back there again.
Yeah, I mean, they do have some push potential themselves, of course. Yeah, Mickey again.
This is not a possible kill for these two.
Yeah, the Bushwhack, I mean, flying not in the vicinity, and it feels like a lot of these kills are kind of...
they're trying to bait TPs, I think.
Yeah, that could be the case, but Abed, it feels like is needed for a lot of these kills, just to reposition.
Ever been cause for celebration?
Like you said, the Liquid jungle is officially EG's right now.
There's BKB on Abed.
And Crit does have the Solar Crest, so this Roshan...
Okay.
I mean, it's not the fastest Rosh. We'll see if they can get in time. In terms of Liquid's Rosh fighting capabilities, obviously the egg is pretty big. No blink, I believe, not on Mickey quite yet, but in terms of the AoE, not a huge presence aside from Phoenix.
The mindset for EG here might be, we have bad BKB, we think it overpowers everything. So if they come and fight us, we think we can win. And perhaps they won't even expect us to Rosh because our lineup isn't really built for it very well. But
true.
You know, any lineup with Solar Crest and a lot of units hitting Rosh eventually will get the kill. And this was, I don't know, a grand total of 30 seconds killing this Roshan. I'm guessing Liquid kind of know this is happening. They haven't seen a hero on the map for...
Well, it's either that or they're smoke ganking, right?
Right. But the spread that Liquid had on the map for that did not look like they were expecting a smoke, right? They were totally split out. Multiple cores farming in the jungle close to each other. Usually not how you react to smoke, so they're just willingly conceding this Aegis. And I would imagine that we're going to see Batrider, probably EG, looking to make a smoke move relatively soon. They don't really have any objective to claim up here. I don't think it's high ground time just yet. So looking for some sort of an initiation where you take advantage of Batrider's 9-second BKB, of the Brood pipe, or you just park Brood top and force rotation out of Liquid so that you can win that 4v4 that you force somewhere else, or even 4v3 if Brood is scary enough.
Right.
Those are the options that you always have with this hero in your team. By the way, seeing Ice going for the full aura build, not just the pipe, which we've seen some do. He's going Greaves in addition. So very aura heavy.
Very cool. Okay.
And that does mean, because we were debating, like, okay, can Razor carry this game? They're definitely invested in the idea that both Brood and Bat will be utility. Yeah, Batrider can do a lot of magic damage, obviously, but there's one physical hero in their team right now.
Fly Smoke's going to be popped here. Taiga, not spotted out quite yet, but wow, that was right after the TP too, so that'll be a freebie for EG, as Arteezy will steal all that beautiful damage. This is going to be kind of an annoying kill, actually. Oh my, Koikfa caught out though. He gets the Dragon Tail off, attempting to TP out. Bushwhack is there though from Crit. And that's going to be a kill for Abed.
I think Nigma might have counted the seconds there and thought he could get out, but Hoodwink being level 10 has that Bushwhack cooldown talent, one of the best level 10 talents in the game in my opinion. -4 second cooldown on your primary stun. It is so good.
And so, I can really tell you play Hoodwink, just knowing that level 10 talent.
It's yeah, man, you got to play a lot of Dota to know what your talents are.
Well, Hoodwink specifically, I feel like a lot of people do not play this hero right now, in pubs especially.
I mean, the reason I have a relatively strong opinion on the hero is that I play it a lot, right?
Right, you want it buffed. And
I have like my own experience.
This is your own propaganda for Ice Frog. I understand how you work.
I'm not gonna, yeah, and I absolutely hate Brood, so please nerf it. I mean, there's nothing in the tournament so far that indicates Brood needing a nerf. That's just my own personal bias, right?
Yeah,
I think, yeah.
We'll have to wait and see how the tournament continues. Maybe there's a grand plan to it all, okay?
There might be.
I mean, maybe the Greaves is not good, you know? Maybe that's what will be EG's end.
Yeah, buff Greaves.
But right now, I mean, Liquid, it feels like they're very
dangerous movement.
The double blink here. Yeah, Arteezy pops the BKB, going on top of Sumail. Can't even pop the Requiem, attempting to TP out instead. It looks like he'll be successful as the egg comes out. Will stun Arteezy through that BKB. In the meanwhile, Ice. Looks like they want to continue the pressure, but I mean, Sumail went all the way back to base, so they're not going to have a lot of that damage, but it looks like Arteezy is going to be taken out. But that is, of course, just the Aegis. Sumail still waddling back to this fight. Eventually will make it. Koifa gets hit by the Acorn shot. I believe that was a stun there from the Axe initiating in with that Blink Dagger now that he has, but the Impale's going to be there. And Arteezy stealing all that beautiful damage from Mickey. Sumail dies in the backside. Actually, no, that was the Requiem getting a kill, in fact. 2-0 in favor of EG. Sumail looks like this will probably be the Death Requiem for him finally. And EG, a very scattered fight, but they come out way ahead, 4-0.
If you think about how Batrider and Brood work as heroes, right, this is the kind of fights they want. They have all the terrain advantage in every fight over heroes like Shadow Fiend and Dragon Knight until Dragon Knight has Ags. They're just plastering the area in webs, and Batrider flanks from the back when BKBs are down. You have no escape path as Liquid in this fight. Like, you're stuck on this high ground, and the enemy team all have like cheat codes on where they can just move around everywhere. So it's really difficult. If you've ever played like Age of Mythology or whatever, and you can just like suddenly just, you know, cast like nukes, it's not really fair, and that's sometimes what it feels like playing against these heroes with flying vision or flying movement.
Nikkei gets scouted out here. That was a very, very ambitious TP, and it's going to cost him another questionable death. And it's funny because in that last fight, I thought that it was a Death Requiem from Sumail because I've just been hearing him die over and over. It was a real Requiem, and then a Death Requiem after. Looks like he's going towards Scotty. He has the 8-second BKB now, but it feels, I don't know. The double BKB, I mean, the double blink, I understand why they're doing it, but there's so much pressure on them to initiate, but they're not really getting the fights that they want right now.
You can kind of understand where they're coming from when you see how the fights play out, right?
Yeah.
Like, in terms of mobility, they're just dwarfed by the EG lineup, so you kind of have to itemize some sort of way of fighting because you lost map control to Brood, so you need to fight your way back into getting some map back. You can only fight your way back against Brood and Bat if you have catch, so you have to buy that catch because your lineup doesn't have it. And then when you buy that catch, well, you get 10 seconds. If you don't get the kills, Batrider and Brood are going to win that every time. And I love the way Arteezy started that fight for EG. He literally just popped BKB, ran into 3 heroes, static linked Sumail, forced him to TP base, and yeah, Liquid kind of held their ground and fought for a while, but their biggest damage dealer was in base healing up. And when he connected back, like you said, he did get off a Requiem, but it wasn't a great one, and then he died straight after.
I mean, they're just struggling, I mean, for the most part with damage. I mean, we talked about how Sumail has died a bunch of times. That makes sense, but then you're position 1, it just feels like you're an offense. He pops the BKB just in time, dealing some damage from Sumail. The Requiem coming out, but the lasso cancels it. The egg is about to pop, though. It's going to be close. Sumail staying alive for now into the Requiem. This is exactly what they needed. They get the kill on Abed. Arteezy looks to be next. Does cost them Sumail, but he's died so many times this game, doesn't really matter as Phoenix buys back into the game now. There's the Bushwhack keeping the DK in place. Ice on a killing spree, and now Axe is going to be focused on by Ice and Crit from the sideline. Fly looks like he'll finally be taken out in this fight, and this did cost a buyback from Liquid, but they're at least getting some kills here. Mickey in the meantime pops up Berserker Skull, buyback onto the Lion now, and they're actually going to TP into this outpost, so Taiga will be able to get out, but this looks to be a dieback onto the Phoenix. So I mean, kind of a back and forth fight. I feel like Liquid got those 2 cores pretty early on, but they still ended up losing the fight because Ice just went ham.
They did a really good job keeping Sumail alive. I think it was a full duration Sun Ray coming out from Insanium, making him survive that, survive the lasso into Razor static link combination. So just barely didn't have enough damage, and they got the Requiem off, did some good damage, but again, even if they find these kills, they have to expend everything. And every time you kill 1 or 2 of these cores, it's not like EG are out of steam. Like, their supports have a lot of damage to bring of their own, and Broodmother was untouched the whole fight. It's really difficult to account for everything as Liquid here, and I don't think that was a bad execution for the record. They're just really far behind, so good isn't good enough right now. It needs to be flawless.
Yep, and we'll find out in about a minute when the next Roche will spawn, so that will... I assume EG is going to be looking for a pick-off before going for that, because obviously the second Roche is kind of a big-time thing here. Although the Shard, I'm trying to think whose Shard would be good for this game.
Not Hoodwink, because that one is not very good.
Yeah, the Hoodwink Decoy.
It's one of the worst.
I don't think I've ever seen it used before.
It is not very good.
A lesser Bushwhack is applied, but yeah, that one sounds questionable at best. But then again, a lot of people thought the Ags on Hoodwink sounded questionable. And we've been seeing it pretty much every game that Hoodwink's been picked.
The Hoodwink Ags is good.
Crit is building it here.
Yeah.
McKay did get the Manta Style. I'm not sure if his Shard is done yet. Otherwise, it won't have much offensive capability. Nope. So going for that next, and that's kind of his, I guess you could call power spike right now, where it's a lot of the damage that are missing. I mean, again, you pick a position 1 axe, that's literally what you're picking it for. Right?
I don't think I've seen that hero win yet.
What?
Position 1.
I've seen it.
Did it win yesterday?
Probably.
We cast an axe game yesterday with carry axe. I don't remember if it won.
I've definitely seen position 1 axe because I always feel happy when it happens.
Well, I mean, we've seen it, but
it's won.
It has won?
Yes,
okay.
for sure.
Okay.
Making that up, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Yeah, I'm also making up that it hasn't won, so we're good.
All right, we cancel each other out. Very nice, McKay. The smoke, it is popped. Looks like they had the vision there, but there's the initiation. Again, this is from EG's side, bringing Mickey to the high ground, trying to get healed by Insania, but it just gets bursted down. Very quick kill for EG and no buyback for Mickey, so Taiga has to get the hell out, but they're going to focus their pressure onto Sumail. Bushwhack does miss, but Sumail pops the BKB, trying to go for the Requiem. Ends up dying shortly after, though. So 2 for nothing, and this is where the building damage comes in. And again, Roshan, another minute and a half, so we'll see how much damage they can do to these buildings in the meantime. I mean, again, that's kind of the issue of the game in a nutshell, right? You have the initiation on Liquid, and EG is the one initiating.
Yeah.
Right?
They have the high ground position. They have the heroes that can break smoke at literally any corner. Both Bathrider and the Broodmother are extremely difficult heroes to smoke into, because you never really know where the heroes are placed. And when your smoke breaks, it's hard not to panic, because it's like, against quote-unquote normal lineups, you have somewhat of a good feeling of where the enemy heroes are placed, so you can like maybe go for like a blink in or offer up a support for vision or just place a ward or whatever, but you can place a ward and still not see Bat and Brood.
Right.
And you just suddenly just get jumped out of nowhere, and that's exactly what happened. Axe didn't really know what to do when the smoke broke, gets blink lassoed, and it's one of those things that makes a last pick Bathrider so strong to me, is when you have...
Oh boy.
Yeah, we have a Koifa problem here.
Yep, that's a lot of FPS problems too, but it's not going to matter for EG, as they're going to take them out instantly. But there's the initiation from Mickey onto a bunch of spiders, but look at that Hoodwink freaking stun, man. Jesus, that hero is actually insane this game, Sinner. I'm not just saying that. Mickey, in the meantime, looks like he's already at half HP, trying to run away. 2 dead already. Buyback onto the DK. Koifa can't really do much. Another beautiful stun setup from Crit, and this looks to be the end of game 1. My goodness. Bushwhack MVP. Not even the hero, just Bushwhack.
Yeah. We've had a couple of Hoodwink games where Hoodwink looked great. I mean, I'm very impressed. I think Crit has played a great game here for 2 reasons. First of all, his spellcasting has been great. Secondly, he and Bathrider have somehow managed to work together, which is impressive. Because
I mean, I'm telling you,
ruin each other.
But from what I've heard from other regions is that during the just the DPC in general, a lot of other teams weren't picking this hero, but NA was consistently.
They have a lot of practice.
Yeah, exactly. At first, it was kind of underwhelming. I've said that on record as we see a billion spin webs into the fountain. Don't think that regen stacks though, Syndra.
No, it does not.
That would be hilarious if it did. GGs are finally called, and Liquid, they are 1 loss away from being eliminated. Of course, if they win the next one, then we go to tiebreakers. But you gotta ban Brood.
What a bold choice. You are in a series where you need to at least just win 1 game, right? You need to win 1 game to at least get a tiebreaker and a chance at group. And you do not ban the #1 hero of the tournament against a team that first picked it against literally anyone.
Right.
And I don't feel like Liquid actually had solutions for it. I don't think I've seen a game in this tournament so far where one of the really confident teams that first picked Brood really got challenged and really got solved.
What is the win rate? I'm sure the panel talked about it, but I would be interested to know how high it is.
I don't think it has to be that extreme, because I just think some teams are just better at it, right? And pick it in the...
Well, I mean, on the other side, I'd say Mars is probably the hero of the tournament still. He's picked basically every game. His win rate's still really high.
That's because he's banned less.
That's true. That's true.
Compared to Brood.
But Brood, I don't... Again, I'm not a pro... I don't know if you guys know this. I'm not a pro player. I don't understand why you don't...
He was a pro at Counter-Strike.
That is technically true. That doesn't help in this job, however,
he is a
which is unfortunate.
Diamond in Valorant.
That... Okay. Why are you boosting my morale here?
There you go.
I really appreciate it.
He is ancient in Dota. We brought him down again.
Just back down to the regular level. That's fine. But, I mean, I can talk about that another time. But Broodmother, I feel like we talk about it a lot. It feels like we should continue to talk about it because the teams aren't hearing us. But let's see what the panel has to say about how Broodmother looked again.
Yes, it is time to talk about the Spider Mommy more. 80% win rate in this tournament. I think what the analysts were saying is like spot on. You're in a position where Brood has been one of the most important things to talk about throughout the entire tournament. Didn't look like they had an answer for it, and you let EG have it. Do you think that that's where stuff started to go wrong, Kyle?
Oh yeah, you gave EG the hero that they've looked best with.
Yeah.
Like, this is the exact same opener they took a game off of Nigma with, and it's not a bad draft from Liquid. It's exactly what we expected in a way. They lost, the lanes were actually being owned by Liquid, but they lost a couple of towers. Suddenly they lose on map control, and they didn't really have a playmaker to bring it back.
I completely disagree that Brood's the reason they lost. I see 4 cores that are not the mid laners. You see DK, Razor, Brood, Axe. For the first like 15 minutes, none of these heroes are doing anything. Like, they're just going to stay in their lane, they're going to farm, they're going to hit creeps. So what does that mean? The team that has a more active mid laner will win the mid game, because they're going to have that guy running around while the other mid laner is going to be farming. You pick an SF on the side of Liquid, you pick a Batrider on the side of EG. Abed owned him. Like, they're on their own little island. He obviously got the last pick, which is good. Like, he's most likely going to have the favorable matchup. I think conceptually, you have an Axe who's going to be farming and a DK who's never rotating out of his lane until he takes the tower. You have to pick a mid laner that can function on its own. And SF is notably the most gankable mid laner of all time.
Yeah.
I would kind of agree with that, but at the same time, what would you rather see them pick? Because there wasn't really much left, especially given the fact they didn't have overall last pick.
Well, I was saying Batrider.
Yeah, they could have taken Batrider, right?
I mean, the fact that you didn't have like overall last pick, when you do pick up like Batrider, that's a hero that can be countered pretty heavily, right?
Yeah.
Well, like, I'm saying your lane matchup's going to be countered, but they have no plays. Like, who makes the plays? They needed blink daggers, and they didn't have them until Brood's already taken 2 towers.
The thing is that sometimes SF can be the playmaker, and we've all seen Sumail do it on Shadow Fiend.
Like the Yule's blink build?
He was the one that started that. You could argue Arteezy maybe shares some credit, but either way, that was him. And Liquid refused to move him off of this archetype of their endgame right clicker. He's buying a Dragonlance. He is not playing to kill enemy heroes. He's trying to be this frontliner, the right click damage that kills objectives, maybe Roche later. But I think Brian makes a great point, because ultimately nobody on the team could do a damn thing.
I'm going to say some of that does lead into their Axe picks, though. The fact that they get Broodmothered and they feel that Axe is going to be a counter to it, I just disagree. So many of these heroes, these Tidehunters, Axes, it's like, oh, well, the Broodmother can't attack me. Like, okay, who cares? Broodmother's just going to work its way around you constantly. It's going to take your tier 1 tower despite you standing around. It's going to be farming up your entire jungle, and it's also a slow build-up hero. And Broodmother is entirely best in the first 20-25 minutes of the game. It takes over a laning phase. It builds these utility items, and it's so hard to be able to team fight into at that point in time. So I feel like they just needed better answers to that.
There's a simple thing that addresses everything you just said. A mid laner that moves around the map and can catch long distances.
I'm trying to think of heroes that would really fit that bill.
Yeah.
Can you think of any, Brian?
Maybe a Batrider or Storm Spirit? Or
I actually don't think Bat deals with Broodmother.
What was that?
If you have a Firefly Batrider coming at you, how do you live through that?
Batrider.
Batrider.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt Cat.
I actually don't think it deals with it. Because the fact that Broodmother, the way you want to play is so aggressively on their side of the map, Batrider constantly has to move into his own safe lane. And one of the first times you're going to pick up is a pipe, and one of the first things you call for your team to do is to be playing around you constantly, right? So Lion, that's going to make that Batrider real sad. He's just going to die 100-0 instantly. I personally think it's the Broodmother. I think it's why it has an 80% win rate at this tournament.
Go ahead, Kyle.
It's such a dumb. I mean, if they don't want to go for the
Radiant team ban.
Sumail, hit heroes. Like just pick him a hero that makes.
Yeah, I want to see 3 semi-cores from there.
Exactly.
Not like one hard carry. Put Mickey on something aggressive. Put Sumail on something aggressive, and put Koifa on whatever he feels comfortable with at this time. And trust in hell, go back to giving Taiga something that actually wins the game later into the game as well.
Yeah.
You know, just trust in the fact that your aggression is what is usually carried you in most of your matches.
That could be it, because you think about the success Nigma have had in the tournament. What do Liquid choose when their backs are up against the wall? Enigma. Or Taiga. This is a good pick.
Why?
That was better than the last one.
$5
I'll be honest. Kyle is a physical manifestation of what it's like to play Dota. Low lows, high highs. He can sound like a genius on the panel, and then 2 seconds later, it's like, why am I doing this to myself?
Yeah.
Did you see that the post on the Reddit where it was like 8,000 hours played, and it was like terrible game, and then it's like a review made at like 4,000 hours or something like that. And it's like, wait, so this means that you made a post of 4,000 and then played for another 6,000 hours? That's what it's like being Kyle's friend. But as we take a look at this draft, I do think that Kyle, incredibly, 100% serious, very eloquently put some of the things that we should be looking for. EG, once again, though, going to get that TA out of the way very quickly, because that seems like the only way the Team Liquid knows how to win right now. Let's see how they decide to open, Brian.
This is the first time I've seen them play all of DPC as well as the tournament that they did not first pick A.
Yep. Lion, I think, pretty adequate selection. And I want to also shout out Bulba real quick. This is just a quirk of his, and if you track back through EG's games, as long as he's been coach, he respects what enemy teams do to win. So a puppy might say, you know what, we'll give them TA, right? He looks at their Dota and says, okay, guys, they can't win without TA. I'm banning TA every single game. And that has been what he does just throughout history. He makes you beat him with your B strat.
Yeah, it's like, hey, why figure out a solution when you can just ban it, forehead? Yeah, I do think that that's one of those things that you do see consistently. And it was funny because when we actually got here, you and I were sitting with a few of the managers, a few of the coaches early on, just getting to talk to everybody. And with TA in particular, it was like, for this tournament, you either need to be playing TA or you need to know how to beat TA. Take a look, Kyle.
Oracle Lesh?
I like it. I'm already a fan.
I'm down. Go for it.
High highs, low lows. Kyle, you called it very, very well. We're not going to see the Lesh, but how do you feel about good old Davion?
I still would have preferred Lesh just because I think it's an easier method of taking towers, but ultimately this is still that combination that I was hoping for, because when Liquid look best, Insania is on this saving support. Pretty much means that Taiga now can play literally anything in the pool, and the core can pressure, and in theory, it is multi-lane, multi-role. Who knows who plays the DK?
And this is also, I think maybe they were also taking the DK away from Evil Geniuses, because this is what Nigma opened up against EG, was Lion plus DK. Again, big tanky here on the front lines. You need to be able to have a high damage support behind it. Lion fits that narrative beautifully.
Also could just be, assuming it's Koifa's hero, Sumail has a significantly bigger hero pool. Like Koifa, he's adjusted pretty well to the offlane, about as well as you could expect. Obviously, the team isn't performing super well at this tournament, but he can't play everything just yet, and he's trying to stick to effectively just strength heroes with Blink Stun. There's the Viper. I think Liquid banned that in the last game. It was Timber Viper. Instead, they banned Brood. We agree with that, but you know, this is a pretty damn strong counter to DK, removing all the Dragon Blood.
Yeah, it's probably going to go mid or off lane for EG, based on what they've done in the past. I've seen some teams do 5-position Viper. It's worth considering against DK if it's going to be an off-lane DK just for the lane matchup. Don't really know where EG goes from here. I'm always confused when I watch their drafts, because sometimes, like last game, the last pick just opens up my eyes and I say, wow, that really ties it all together. But the other times, their entire plan is to dominate by 12 minutes. And the rest of their game plan kind of just plays itself out because you have more items. And Viper's kind of one of those heroes that does that. He doesn't offer something specific to the game plan, but he kind of just wins his lane and then gets a lot of items.
It's also probably the best break in the game. And there's so few and far between. I'd much rather have a Viper on my team than a Hoodwink. Don't care if it won the last game. And as a laner, it's very strong. Very annoying to deal with.
So as we do look now that you saw that opening, or close to it, that you really did want to see from Team Liquid, how they round this out and actually make it come together, Kyle?
It's tough. Viper is quite annoying for almost all the heroes we were talking about liking for Sumail, especially if it was pushed back into middle. You know, all these intelligence spellcasters not really big fans of playing into corrosive. They do have overall last pick, so I'm curious to see who they're going to save that for. I actually hope that it's Mickey. I think Sumail has proven throughout his career that no matter what matchup you give him middle, as long as it's not, you know, an absolute disaster, he's gonna do better than expected. We heard from No One and Limp during the DPC season that mid is easy now. You can't lose mid. There's water runes, there's quick bottles, bounties at 3 minutes. So I want to see Mickey set up for success. I don't feel like he has been so far this tournament.
You know what's funny is Vici Gaming, they ended up going for Storm Spirit against the Viper of EG, and I would love to see a Sumail Storm come back in action.
I don't mind heroes that have innate mobility, even if the laning stage is a bit rough, like the Storm Spear, because eventually the Viper just feels pretty underwhelming catch-wise, and even though he's threatening, if you do engage him, he's 280 move speed with no mobility spells. Just ignore him.
I think you want really strong team fight as well, right? Yep. Like that is the one thing that Viper, he brings like some early team fight because of his natural tankiness, but you can usually overwhelm that with just like the really big AoEs. Yep. The Enigma, Phoenix, Snapfire, like those kind of heroes all fit nicely.
I think Liquid really would love some non-blink dagger required initiation. I think the Furion ban was really prescient from EG because that's the sort of style that Liquid tends to go into when they're down. It's like you have a Lion, weak laner, all of a sudden Furion's eating towers with your DK. Like it could put them behind quick.
Like in the iPad, you start looking up random words. Prescient. Jeez Louise, man.
Do you need a?
I know. I need to plug in my iPad. Trying to figure out what's going on here. Prescient.
I think Evil Geniuses, when you have Viper as an offlaner, it usually means your other cores have to make up for it in the initiation department. So, you know, those pucks, Faceless Voids, those kind of heroes are high value for EG at this point. Oh, God. Is this Treant Protector and Oracle? That's a
holy lock
support duo. Oh, my God.
Is that a 4-position Oracle? Like, it wouldn't really make much sense to do a Treant DK lane.
Or hold up. Off-lane tree.
Off-lane tree, Seb style, huh?
I had a feeling this is what I had hoped Liquid would look at. Initiation that does not require a blink. Absolutely incredible against the support duo. Very good against DK. An excellent synergy with Viper. And oh my God.
What?
For Luna? Team Liquid?
Okay.
In an elimination
Watch it
game.
be like mid-Oracle.
We saw Vici play against Clockwork. No. I haven't seen too many Clockwork games, but when they played, the enemy team third picked Clock. Vici just picked Faceless Void Storm, and they just do nothing. And Clockwork does nothing to these cores, right? The idea of Clock is that he either has immense amount of kill threat because of cogs, is locks you in, or he doesn't because you just get out of the cogs. And the Clock had nowhere to play the rest of the game, and they go for Clock. And then they just pick Luna. My concern is that if they fall behind even slightly or the game slows down, the Clock will just have the pick of the lot.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think I saw Crit was watching our stream earlier. I'm concerned now that Liquid was as well. They heard me say Cat Rider and thought, oh, that's a great idea.
I highly doubt they were listening.
If they were listening before that, they were not listening.
I'm pretty sure most of the people who are watching right now are muted and cannot hear us right now. Thank you for that.
EG has picked the draft I hoped Liquid would pick. And Liquid, this did work for Nigma. When they were in a must-win scenario, they were in the wildcard tiebreaker. They went for a Luna, not a DK, but a Mars. You save your last pick now, in theory, for Sumail, unless it's something wild like a mid-Oracle, which is kind of nice against Ember. You can purge the shield off and maybe help you out. It's just... I just don't know.
I'll eat my sock if it is a mid-Oracle.
Aoi had a really good point. He tweeted before.
I won't actually do that, but it's not going to be a mid-Oracle. But go ahead.
5 seconds.
Howie made a really good point that the TP change, now you have more distance you can actually port outwards to. Benefits carries like Luna that can deal a lot of damage and also have then move speed and range to like back away before they get ganked.
Oh, I actually think that I think he made a good point about these like Terrorblades, like low committal damage. But I think that's I actually think, contrary to what he was saying on Twitter, I actually think that Luna somewhat suffers from that because you have to get close to the tower. The increased range actually means you can actually TP behind Luna almost when she is hitting.
Not almost. You can absolutely TP behind any ranged hero that's not ultra long range, and it's super annoying as a carry in this patch that if you're not independent, you're most likely never going to hit a building.
It's so scary too because Ember Clock, like EG, have such a great initiation combo, and they don't need any items. They just need levels to come online. Amazing burst damage from the line of the Viper behind him. Well, not burst from Viper, but it's pretty heavy DPS. And Liquid are all in on the damage output of their Luna right now.
Please pick a mobile hero for Sumail. I don't think they can pick Clock and have no innate mobility on Liquid. I don't think you can do that. He will just kill all of you.
TB's banned, right? Okay, thank goodness.
Yes.
Same bans as last game for Liquid second round, but they put the Razor in there instead of the Naga Siren, so they respected the Razor as a means to deal with the DK.
PL, Troll, maybe just a BKB carry from EG side. I think Illusion Cores have been RTZ's specialty so far, so I'd lean PL.
It's about the best Slark game I've seen in a while.
Slark?
Beastmaster.
Whoa.
Beastmaster.
Carry Viper?
Okay.
Weird.
That's
okay. No. Carry Viper against the DK.
Oh.
That's not really laneable.
Yeah. Wonder what kind of build that hero goes. Like what? Dragonlance bots or something? What do you go on carry Viper? Same thing as a mid Viper?
Still buy offlane items if you want, but I don't think you're really playing. You're kind of just playing for the mid game, right? You want to take away Luna's Ancients ASAP.
Yeah.
Take early tier 1s. Like Liquid's lineup, they have major damage issues if they don't get ahead, and they did it.
I was going to say Invoker because it's Sumail, first of all, but I really like the look of the last time I watched Luna, it was paired up with Invoker. Alacrity Luna looked really strong.
This is nearly the identical scenario Nigma had in their tiebreaker. They had a Mars instead of DK, same other cores, and double Holy Locket heroes. So
if
it could work.
If Liquid's allowed to group up, they're going to win the game.
Yeah.
100%. Their 5-man is way better, and they just come online so quickly with the small amount of items and mostly levels. But I'm concerned. If they have to split up, you have the Beastmaster pressuring one lane, Abed playing against virtually no catch as an Ember Spirit. Clockwork has pick of the lot with all the cores. None of them can get out of cogs. If it has to be 2 to 3k net worth lead for Liquid early, and I don't think that's going to happen.
One of the things that allowed that lineup to be able to play so well was the fact they had Treant Protector, who is really good at allowing everybody else to stay grouped up, right? You don't bleed out those towers to casual pushes. He's even able to defend it. But look at this. Clockwork, Ember Spirit, Beastmaster, like that Treant Protector is not going to be able to just sit in the lane and protect against creeps and living armor other towers. Like that just won't happen in this game. So it's definitely all in on this Luna. Like you're just going to all in on one team fight, False Promise plus Alacrity, and watch Luna go.
Yeah, you guys have pretty much said it all. It's just about can they execute. I think EG have incredible amount of pressure they can apply. Liquid need to kind of stabilize, get through the lanes, get Luna some Ancients, and then, as you said, just roll with it. They need the one big fight, and then the Glaives will bounce.
And the stakes cannot be higher here for Liquid. They need to pull off the victory here to get to the tiebreaker. The question is whether or not they will make it there. We find out right now.
Thank you very much, Rich and panelists. Suns fan here with Cinderin. Why do you laugh at everything I say?
I don't.
What is wrong with
this? Is like the first time I've laughed at your intro. You're literally being a robot and accusing me of being a robot every time.
Something wrong with you, sir. I want to let you know that now, but there's nothing wrong with your television sets that you're definitely not watching on because it's 2021 and you're probably on a computer. But as the camera zooms away from us because they don't want to see anymore.
I'm really happy they got away from you as fast as possible.
Liquid.
It wasn't me. It was you.
As the panel was talking about, this is a make or break. They have to win to force tiebreaker against Team Spirit. If they lose, they are out. They are completely out. Now, the good news for them is they do have the taunt for the Luna.
Yes, that is definitely true. I was gonna say this draft from Liquid reminds me of, you know, the meme with corporate needs you to identify the difference between these two pictures, and then it's the same picture. This is literally Nigma's draft, almost hero by hero.
That's right.
It is very, very similar, and I guess, you know, you're down to the wire. You got to grab a win here. Liquid are definitely picking a strategy that we have seen another team have incredible success with, but
can they replicate it?
That's the thing, because this is not really a style, I would say, in most of Liquid games this tournament that they have played. Like Kyle was pointing out, they've had Sumail play a lot of carry-ish mid. I'm very happy to see them pick a more active hero. I think that was a great problem in the last game, like BSJ was also harping on. But my concern is, a lot of the time when Liquid have success in various metas with this roster, I think back when they had Boxy, a lot of it came off of Taiga and Boxy making plays. Your support duo in this game are not making plays. So Sumail really has to be the prime engine behind finding opportunities, which he's definitely capable of. But my concern is he has to do a very, very big part of the work himself here. It works for Liquid, or sorry, for Nigma. I think they're more accustomed to the style, and I think Mind Control as a player is a little bit more action hungry, maybe on average, than Quickfa.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can adapt to that in this very important best of one that this has turned down to for them for survival.
There are 3 bottom for Liquid to start things off. Obviously, the Treant Protector inside the trees. Ice playing the safe lane, so kind of playing a little bit of different lanes here just for the better matchups and whatnot.
Yep.
But Ice on Beastmaster, not the most common off-lane hero, if you want to call him that in this game, that we're used to seeing. I mean, we've seen it mid. It was pretty good, but I forget who actually played that, but they ended up losing because of all the
Clark gets level 2. Crescent, that's not a good... Nature's Grasp. That was...
Yeah, that was a little questionable. It's okay. Just call A and all that good stuff. But, I mean, we can go over these lanes and what you think of them. I mean, obviously, Viper's been picked a lot this tournament. It has extremely high success rate, especially against these really tanky heroes like the Dragon Knight.
Yep.
I mean, are you expecting it to go any differently for that lane in particular?
Not really. I think it's the primary reason they picked it, right? They picked it as a direct response, and they made sure to get the lane where it faces the Dragon Knight. And not only that, but the one thing you want when you have Nether Toxin against these heroes where it's really impactful is that you have a way of keeping them in there, right? You're playing with a line who has a stun and a very powerful slow in the Hex. So should definitely be able to get a lot of that damage out of it.
And we're seeing Battery Assault being used on Insania, but Ice not able to catch up with that little boar of his. I mean, in terms of like just out of curiosity, the build on the offlane Beastmaster, you don't have Necronomicon anymore. He's going for the hood. Not the hood, the Helm of the Dominator. Is it just like an aura game for him at this rate?
Yeah, I think pretty much. You have a lineup that's very tailored to be strong in the mid game, right? Like the panel talked about, it's kind of similar to the last game actually. They don't have like a true late game carry. Last game it was the Razor, this game is the Viper for RTZ. But your mid game is extremely fierce, except in specific kinds of team fights where everybody just runs into each other and all spells get cast. Then I really like Liquid's chances, because Eclipse plus Overgrowth and Invoker spells is really powerful. But once BKBs come out, this Liquid lineup doesn't look very dangerous to me.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Fly's going to get caught by the Nature's Grasp along with 3 members of Liquid. It looks like that is going to be first blood going the way of Liquid here.
Going to Mickey?
Yeah, Mickey couldn't ask for a better hero to get that one. But in terms of like EG's draft, since I've covered them a lot, as we're going to see the Earth Spike here by Crit, set up the RTZ right clicks. It's going to be turned around completely on the Crit with a Purifying Flame, and just too much damage. Quickfa's Breathe Fire and whatnot. It looks like it might be a trade here. RTZ will get the position 5 Insania Oracle. But like you said, RTZ playing these heroes that are not, you know, I mean, when I think of all the drafts from the NADPC, he always picks this Medusa, this Terrorblade, just some big carry late game guy, because it feels like they always, at least at that stage, they were winning basically every early game, and now they're going for this more high tempo, beat you quickly, and we're not going to get to the late game to begin with. So cool to see them kind of stepping outside what I assumed was their comfort zone.
They might have a read on the patch right now where they're looking at what are other teams doing, what are the successful teams doing, and feel like they need to up their pace a little bit. That they're too static in their lanes, they're too static in their farming patterns. Ice is going to die here. This will be another big kill for Mickey.
It pops the Fairy Fire, but to no avail.
And gives him a little bonus piggy here. That is hard. It's hard to juke Treant in the trees.
Yes, I actually thought they were going to counter Treant with a Hoodwink. That would have been quite fitting indeed, as it was not banned, shockingly. But they did ban the Broodmother, as the panel talked about, so that's obviously a good change if you're a Liquid fan.
And Cap made a good point about the value of Clockwork against Treant, right? It's one of the heroes, it isolates Treant, he can't really fight back, he can find him in the trees with the rocket, and they've basically picked 3 heroes that can all dive Treant in the trees. Beastmaster with Hawk, Ember Spirit with the Fire Remnant, and the Clockwork Hookshot plus Rocket. So I'm not foreseeing an easy game for Taiga here. And while in some games it doesn't really matter that much that your support dies because you can buy back and reconnect, Treant is slow, and he's a really integral part of their team fight, in my opinion, in this game. Like, some games Treant does well with just, you know, living armor, casting a Bramble here or there, or a... not Bramble, Nature's Grasp, but I think Overgrowth is massive in this game for their ability to deal with Ember, their ability to deal with Viper, and their ability to deal with BKBs, right? Like, that's really going to be an issue for their team.
Yeah.
Oh, he is going to be in trouble here, possibly.
Yep, Ice continuing to slow, but Mickey's there with that Lucent Beam. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana to speak of after the fact, and Taiga just being pushed out of lane for now, but looks like EG just want to back up here with the 2 boars in tow. Sumail we haven't really talked about, but obviously the hero you think about when you say Sumail is Stormseer, but next on the list is probably the Invoker, I would say. Obviously off to a very good start, has the level advantage right now, and the CS advantage as well. I mean, doing really well overall in this mid lane so far. And he has the, he has the Tornado, it's the Quas Wex build, so you can take off Flame Guard pretty much right away, dispel that with the Tornado.
Oh, Fly, this could be scary for Sumail if they have...
Ice getting dove, though. Taiga will be the trade, but no XP for him. So 1 for 1.
Dust on Clock or Lion, because this could be a kill.
Yeah, Fly going in.
That was not so good.
I think he changed his mind. I don't actually think he was going for that after the fact.
Oh, a regen.
Yeah, Fly's just going to get bottled by Abed, but Abed will still be bottling it. Okay.
Yeah, Fly did have a sentry, so if he had a connection there, that would have been...
Forcing out a TP. Here you see the Tornado dispelling that Flame Guard. Taiga's here with the Nature's Grasp. Abed trying to get out with that Remnant. Should be successful. And of course, has that regen, so feels pretty safe to do so. Meanwhile, bot lane, Mickey getting pressured. They can get this kill. This would be enormous, but yeah, just not quite enough damage for EG yet.
Fly's going to backstab. This is a kill on Insania for sure.
Yeah, they obviously would have preferred that Luna, but they'll take the Oracle again. This time getting some XP in the bot lane instead of the top. So, I mean, Ice, this is going to be the more interesting hero to look for this game. 20-2 right now in terms of CS. Helm the Dominator not too far away. I mean, what would you say that his... Again, I'm just not familiar with this hero played without the Necronomicon and not with that mid, you know, Ags build.
Yeah. I think you go for the Dom and some sort of boots upgrade, probably. And then, oh, hang on. This
gonna have a potential team fight here. Mickey is level 6, but the Primal Roar. Arteezy is here. Like you said, that is a great combination. And Mickey's just gonna get right-click down and out inside the cogs. Taiga can't get anything off thanks to that battery assault. So amazing rotation from Arteezy. That was out of nowhere.
Such an unexpected attacking.
Yeah.
It's a minute 7 Viper traveling on the side of bot lane.
Wow.
You can't fault Liquid for not expecting that.
I literally thought that was a Liquid person TPing at first. Not quite, but has the Dragon Tail Sumail, not able to really connect here. But yeah, that might be the first time I've seen that one. I mean, we've seen the old school, like, Tinker, Boots of Travel TPing onto Hawks, but cool to see them kind of connecting the dots here.
For sure. Thank you. So let's talk about Beast's build. You go Dom into Boots, upgrade, whatever, and then either BKB could be a possibility, or you just, like you said, ramp up auras. Solar Crest could be a possible thing to put on the Viper. It's pretty nice. Pipe is good this game against all of the Dire heroes.
He's going to be spotted out. Dragon Tail will keep him in place. Abed.
Not much going to come from that.
Yeah, quick, but no longer in Elder Dragon form, so.
Very much moving on these EG supports. Both only level 4, minute 9, so kind of want the tome on both of them, to be honest, but they're obviously not both going to get it. I imagine they will end up giving it to Crit as usual, so Fly needs to find a lane. Clock being under-leveled feels really bad. There are some supports with like, okay, Clockwork needs those levels.
All right, Ice and his army are top lane now, so it looks like that is the objective that EG wants to take. The stomp is there from the Centaur, and Fly's going to connect on the other side with that Nether Toxin, like we've talked about so many times before, against these very tanky heroes with a passive that gives you the tankiness. The Nether Toxin just helps you make them super squishy.
And obviously, Nether Toxin deals increased damage over time, so...
If you can lock them down,
yeah,
absolutely.
you have so much control.
Oh, Mickey, Abed wants to finish him off, but Liquid have many members here to help support. They can start off with a Lucent Beam. There's a Tornado. Takes off that Flame Guard. Sleight of Fist does dodge the EMP, so nicely done from Abed, but he's going to get Cold Snapped into the Lucent Beam to follow. Has the Remnant on the other side of the trees here.
So a lot of space. He's basically just countering Luna with that play, more than anything. Luna's not hitting creeps in that time.
I thought that Sumail might actually connect there, but kind of afraid of a TP onto the outpost. He's double the level right now versus that Lion. Mick8 getting some stacks now, and
Abed with the haste. He might actually go for this. Knowing Abed, he's going to dive Taiga here.
Crit. EMP is going to connect to start things out, and like you said, that is a kill on the other side from Abed. That's a 1-for-1 on the supports. And expecting this, well, we'll have to talk about the build of Sumail in just a moment. Are you expecting kind of the same that we've been seeing throughout this tournament for the Invoker? Which is the urn into...
I don't know if you get the Vessel here.
Midas.
I don't think Vessel is really worth it necessarily.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
I also don't know if Midas is that important here. When you look at the enemy team you're facing, you don't necessarily need to prepare for very late game because the game is going to largely be decided in these like heavy mid-game 20-25 minute timing fights. So maybe you're better off looking for any sort of earlier impact item that you could have. Historically, you've seen Invokers go like Orchid. I don't know how good that is here. Sometimes out of desperation going BKB, which I don't think he needs because he does have the Oracle protection, although that's largely going on Luna.
There's a good amount of spells that go through BKB this game as well.
Witchblade could be a mid-game timing item.
Oh, okay.
If he was thinking about that. He's going the Phase Boots so far and has nothing queued up. So we'll see what he ends up settling on.
Yeah, well, Fly is now level 6 on this Clockwork, so the hookshot initiation will be a thing, as long as he can hit it, of course. Abed still pressuring this mid tower, which has the Remnant out, so
Trant does not defend well against Beastmaster. They have to rotate in course every time Beastmaster hits the tower. It's overwhelming.
Yeah, all those instances of damage. Living Armor, obviously, it's good for like these slow-paced games where there's not a ton of pressure done to the tower, just like chip damage, but like you said, with Beastmaster, it just feels pretty difficult to keep up. That's Sumail. Oh, looking for the Arcane Rune. Oh, looks like it's going to be stolen here by Koikva. Interesting. Doesn't have Dragon Form quite yet, but obviously that's going to be very nice once he does pop it.
Rocket scouting out Insania. They know what's going on, and they seem to chill for now. EG, it's just you can definitely tell what the mindset is, right? They're really pressuring. Even when they're not fighting, they're always posing for a fight. So they're trying to make Liquid be inefficient on the map with the resources. Good combination of spells here.
Great layering overall. Will it be enough though? Abed, yes. Wow, Insania's Purifying Flames is actually the one to get the kill. Must have been just enough damage. But I mean, they have a lot of Dispel between the Tornado and the Fortune's End as well. So Flame Guard not really able to make Ember feel any tankier this game. It looks like Ice 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 is actually going for a BKB second item. Interesting. So feeling... I mean, they don't really have, other than Hookshot, like long-range initiation. I guess you have Ember Spirit setting up chains, potentially. They feel pretty comfortable with what they have, and maybe Blink Dagger online, of course. Fly, first Hookshot of the game, the Roar onto the Oracle to try to prevent. And look at the Centaur stomping as well. No really false promise for you. There. So they delete 2 heroes, and now Abed taking out the Courier of Sumail. And Taiga looks to be next. If they can just get one more stun, it should be a kill. Actually, the slow should suffice. Taiga has the overgrowth. It's going to actually connect on several heroes here, but Abed, I believe, should be fine. And that's 3 dead, and EG, the pressure they're applying, so fast.
That was a very, very clean engage. When I saw the hookshot, I was like, oh, is this really going to end well? You need to also cover the Oracle. So they hookshot the Dragon Knight, they roar the Oracle, they then chain Centaurs down the Oracle. So Ice 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 basically soloed him. And they isolated Koikva in the meantime. Very nicely done.
Nice Tornado, though, from Sumail as Koikva does have his Dragon Form. Will pop it, Fly basically no man to speak of as the Eclipse pops as well. And... well, looks like Fly is going to be the only casualty for EG. So if you're EG, that's absolutely great turn of events. Eclipse down now.
Oh, Sumail. Wait, oh, never mind. Okay.
Yeah, Abed with another Remnant.
He have a Remnant out. I saw he had cooldown. I was like, uh-oh, he's not getting out of that.
He's all over the place right now.
Definitely getting out of that.
Well, the tier 1 tower stays up. And remember, this is a Treant Protector lineup, so as we see, the stun from Koikfa. Abed just walking away for now. Looks like he'll be good to go. And Crit just slowing things down here. Doesn't have much mana to speak of. The Blink Dagger is Koikfa's first item. No big surprise. I feel like this is just literally every game on Dragon Knight. But are you surprised Ice going for the BKB that I mentioned earlier instead of a Blink Dagger or something like that?
It was one of the options I laid out, right? Like either you go BKB or you go Auras. I did think he was maybe going to upgrade his boots, but I think it's solid. You have one clear job in this game, and that is deal with the Oracle and the Treant, right? If Beastmaster takes care of the supports, I think the core matchups are very, very playable. Luna has quite some issues in this game with...
He finds Mickey. Battery Assault into the cogs. Insania is on the other side with that False Promise ready, so I don't think EG wants to go any further here.
It's a very difficult arena to fight into Oracle, that one. On this slopes, Oracle has a very easy time casting all spells and protecting whoever you go on. And also Invoker. He loves fighting around these small steps where all his spells just land every time on multiple heroes. So out of experience, their EG are going to back off, and they're going to try to put more pressure mid. This Living Armor is somewhat keeping it alive against the Siege Creep and Beastmaster minions, but eventually you would imagine they're going to be able to grab this tower.
Liquid are coming in numbers to try to defend, but there's the Roar to start things out. Don't really have that much damage to follow it up, especially with that Fate's Edict applied. Meanwhile, bottom lane, this is the bigger kill onto Mickey. They're focusing so much on mid is Liquid that their carry ends up dying bottom, and they still lose that tier 1 mid. Now Taiga has TP'd in. With the stun onto the Beastmaster, but not going to be able to follow it up with any damage. Is Arteezy just going to be able to blow up this Dragon Knight again? This Viper versus Dragon Knight does not feel very good for DK players. Abed now chasing Insania. Looks like they'll leave it there.
Right, you have to think that was just a full-on divide and conquer play. That was actually beautiful. Again, EG are using some really high-level concepts in this game. Like, the way they did this, it looked like a really weird Roar, right? Like, okay, there's an Oracle right behind. You can literally just save him and he probably gets out. But the thing is, what they do with this Roar is they force the other Liquid heroes to stay in the neighborhood, and that gives them the kill on Luna bottom. And then after killing the Luna bottom, Arteezy can actually travel mid to where they've started this fight. So they basically create two 3v3, 2v2s at the same time on the map. And what Liquid's lineup wants is a 5v5, and they're never getting it. Like, it's just EG splitting them apart and using the map extremely well. And these travels on Viper, man, they've paid off big time so far.
Oh, yeah.
Finding some really good moves.
I mean, just with the Boots of Travel, they've gotten 2 kills on Luna, right?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
So he has a Yasha now. We'll see what he ends up building overall. But at the Dragon Lance, the Falcon Blade, all that good stuff for Viper players.
Is he going Maelstrom?
On Viper? I think it was the Ember Spirit.
Did I see that wrong?
Javelin.
I saw it wrong.
Yes.
Yes.
Abed has it.
Okay, that seems more right.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you could go Atos into whatever the hell that item is called on Viper.
Gleipnir.
Gleipnir, yeah.
Forgot what that's actually called in Norse mythology. It's called Gleipnir or something.
Yeah.
Okay, every Icelandic Dota viewer right now is cringing Gigaheart. That's fine. You don't learn that in school anymore.
Yeah, that's a real shame. As Roshan, #1, will be taken out in favor of EG. Not even a contest coming out from Liquid. I mean, it is a 3K net worth lead. And again, just to remind you viewers out there, Liquid has to win this game or else they are out of the tournament. And if they win, it's still a tiebreaker. Best of 1, I believe, with Team Spirit. So
you have to win for a chance to win.
Well,
a chance to get into top 8 where you win something.
That is, yeah, that is true.
So a lot of winning to win to win to win, and then getting there, and then getting a chance to get top 4 for TI. So, or top 8, 6, I think it is.
It's like those loot boxes, right? You open one up, you get a better chance to get the next, and you just got to keep trying.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep trying. Like, if you lose this game, just start a new game.
Now, Abed being very annoying. Now that he has that Maelstrom, can help clear these waves a little bit faster. And the Koikfa initiation, not able to be there. Abed with the quick fingers.
That was sexy.
That's a voice line.
No, it's not.
That is a voice line.
I was going to say, don't make that a voice line. I am not trying to force in voice lines. I am naturally funny.
If Team Spirit can do it, you can do it. Team Spirit.
Damn, that's...
Defend your tower.
Well, that's Latam Defender.
Yeah, that's Latam Defender.
Or Latam, I'm not sure how you say it.
Either way, 4K net worth lead now for EG. They still have the Aegis on Arteezy for another 3.5 minutes plus some change on top is Mickey.
Are they finally going to get this mid tower?
Yeah.
Looks like it. Alacrity plus Dragonlance plus Grove Bow.
Okay.
Hitting from very far away.
Yeah, Grove Bow is pretty good.
They'll be trading for tier 2 though, so it's still bittersweet. You finally get the mid tier 1, but this trade-off is not good. You're going to lose the outpost eventually, but they are trying to surprise EG here with this move. Fly, however, is in a really good position to break smoke. I feel like this is ill-advised. We're going to see how it turns out though.
Yeah, quite fun. They're using their initiation on the fly. They blow him up pretty quickly. That's a 5v4 in favor of Liquid right now. Okay. Still, Alacrity on Luna is quite scary, Cinderin.
If they get that 1 kill and get out, it's actually not too... Are they going to get more?
Ice is clipped by the tornado, but you can see that Liquid are very scared to go in, although Dragonite jumps in, and now he's just going to get blown up inside that Nether Toxin. Down he goes before he can pop any spell. And now Liquid on the run. Sumail looks like Abed has his sight set, but Taiga with that overgrowth keeping him in place. If they can turn this around with the Eclipse, they do. Abed is dead. No Aegis for him. It is on the Viper, of course, as Arteezy. Now he's running. This is such a back and forth fight. Feels like both respective teams feel like they have advantages at different times in the fight.
That they don't have.
Overconfidence. Arteezy, that is going to be the Aegis. He is surrounded right now. Crit does have the Blink Dagger and every spell to his disposal. Arteezy puts down the Nether Toxin. There's a hookshot from Fly, who's actually respawned regularly, but there's a false promise keeping the Luna alive. How much damage do they have? Can they blow him up? I don't think so. He's just going to apply these right clicks to Fly.
He has taken so much damage that he's going to be healed to full.
And Viper, Arteezy looks like he will finally die. Tries to get out some more damage before the inevitable comes.
All right.
2K, never lead for EG, but a definite fight win for Liquid, despite it starting out horribly, really.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out well for them. So they get the first Clockwork kill free, right?
Yeah.
So it's a 5v4, but they're fighting into Aegis, and the enemy team has like a really good position up at that top line of trees with the heroes they have. Abed just jumps in with Fire Remnant and just gets caught in overgrowth and killed. If he doesn't die like that, I think this fight could have turned out really, really badly for Liquid for following up. But Abed kind of offering them a good fight there, and they took it and they won it. So nice for Liquid. They somewhat equalize. Obviously, losing the tier 2 tower never feels good, as that outpost will more than likely be a target for EG sometime soon. And having those 2 outposts against the enemy team's 1 is very nice, of course. But Mickey, probably the big winner of that fight. Look how much he's pulling ahead now with Arteezy dying. 2.5k gold.
Oh yeah.
Ahead of that that Viper, and he seems to be building a butterfly in the Luna. I guess it's pretty good. I don't know if it's the best possible item here. I kind of like BKB. I kind of like Skadi as well. I don't know if the evasion's important. I don't know if they have damage problems. But either way, just getting big items here, obviously, on the Luna is what you want for this lineup. You have a lot of protection with both Oracle and Treant, and Alacrity from Invoker. So as long as Luna stands and delivers with a net worth lead, Liquid have a good chance.
Yeah, Abed perhaps trying to bait here a bit, as the rest of EG pretty much are smoked up. Arteezy can always TP to these. Never mind, that's a Purifying Flame killing a Hawk, but he can still TP nearby thanks to the Boots of Travel. Arteezy, I believe, is about to finish a Manta Style, so that's a dispel for, a lot of things, but more notably than anything, the Overgrowth. I feel like from Abed's perspective, I feel like he needs some sort of dispel, like a BKB or a Manta himself.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Beastmaster's buying one, right?
Yeah.
So you would imagine both your Ember and your Viper would kind of follow suit, and that you hit this incredible timing for your team where you are all on the same page with that, but not the case right now. This could be a big backstab. I don't think EG are expecting this at all. This attack angle would be a very nice way for them to start the fight, to find out the Lion here, unless he blinks in time. Oh, they showed.
Yeah, they showed. But
they, okay. This is a very awkward position, actually, for both teams now. You're kind of like, okay, well, EG are going to go push up mid. And Liquid, since their smoke didn't really bear fruit, they're just going to start pushing out bottom, looking tier 2.
Tell me about EG's lineup if they start... they've started to lose a little bit of luster. Is that even the right word? I don't know. But Liquid are starting to come back.
A word at all.
A luster is definitely a word, 100%. I don't know. I don't remember what it means.
Is that when you have more lust than someone else?
No, I don't think so. But maybe in your case. But anyway, is there a point where EG's line just starts to taper off a bit? Ember Spirit can scale pretty well, but Viper feels like one of those heroes that's like, Beastmaster, it's an off lane with, again, no Necronomicon. I don't know how well he scales without going for the Ags build.
There are some really good talents on Viper to become a carry, similar to what we talked about with Razor last game. Level 20, you either get the Viper Strike DPS or the damage, and the level 25 talents on Viper are just amazing. Yeah, the hero naturally will not farm as fast as a Luna, so whether you can keep up with like the pace of the game is really the bigger question rather than Viper. In theory, should be able, like with equal net worth, shouldn't be a bad hero against Luna Ligam. Oh, that's the roar.
BKB popped by Ice 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 into the roar, but the Fate's Edict applying a little bit of damage mitigation there for Koik, but he's super healthy. He's going to pop that ult in turn.
Or staff.
Abed deep in enemy lines. They're going to try to focus on the Oracle for now. Now Mickey already at half HP. He doesn't have an Aegis or anything like that. Overgrowth is there, but there's a false promise keeping him alive. We'll see if he ends up at full HP despite taking so much damage from Arteezy on the other side of his Nature's Grasp.
He's definitely living.
Yeah, he is full HP, good to go. I mean, on the other side, you have Viper that can scale, you know, with the Shard. You can push like a mother effer. I mean, obviously, Luna on the other side can push really well as well, but we've seen these fights as Dragon Knight jumps in. Looks like Ice 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 is going to be the recipient of that death in favor of Liquid, and the chase is on. Fate's Edict, I mean, I have to say, Insania is playing out of his mind right now. His spell usage is unbelievable. As Fly gets caught by his own cogs, essentially not able to hit his hookshot on a teammate. He's going to go down. That's a double kill for Mickey. Make it a triple. Abed trying to slow them down a bit, but now Liquid, they might be doing it, Cinderin.
Yeah, a little bit of a help your friend syndrome there. They could have cut the Beastmaster, I think, and be done with it, but Fly tries to help him a little bit, then he gets caught, tries to hookshot out, misses that, then Crit tries to help Fly, then Crit gets caught and he dies. The two big cores get out, but Liquid get out with a really big win in that fight, getting at least this mid-tier 2. Maybe can look to set up for the next Roshan, early spawn in 15 seconds. So if they can start getting map control in that area, this is definitely not looking bad for them. And that fight was actually really scary. I think Liquid weathered the storm very well. So what they did was, they obviously roar to start the fight, and Ember jumps in the backline and basically zones off the two support. The Treant and the Oracle have to fend for themselves, and they get some help from Invoker eventually. But what they did was, they outlasted them with the False Promise, and they identified, wait, they have just used BKB, Roar, Ember Remnants, and I think also Hookshot. So they just turn around and run them down and find all of the kills that they can get. Nicely done from them to get themselves a little bit of an advantage.
I'm not sure if Koikfa was in the Nether Toxin. It feels like every time he is, he just gets blown up, but that it felt like he was quite tanky that time around. But either way, yeah, Liquid looking a lot stronger now as a result of that fight. And of course, I mean, Luna, one of the best pushing position ones in the game. It feels like he just can't do much once he gets into your base.
Smoke again. Liquid with the half smoke.
Trying to bait things out perhaps as Fly ready for that hook shot. And as you can see, Roshan not coming up for another minute, so ends up being close to an average spawn time for him.
Scan hits from Liquid, so they know exactly where EG are and what they're doing. And both teams are going to scout Roche with Sunstrike and Rocket respectively, so they know that that's not up, so they feel pretty safe to push bottom. I like this a lot from Liquid. They're going to try to force EG back. They know that their their tower pushing threat is just way too strong.
Yeah.
EG are kind of late to this. They don't have Glyph.
Yeah, and that Alacrity is just ripping right through the tower's not quite dead. Here's the initiation from Fly.
He's just dead.
Absolutely. And now Mickey can just finish off this tower as Abed is still coming from behind here. There's the buyback onto the Fly. Fate's Edict. Luna looks to just be resetting now. Of course, if they can just get a pick into Roche, that is a little bit safer. See what they choose to do here. As we can see, Roshan is about to spawn. And obviously this is the second rush, so Shard will be available. You'll have Luna Shard. It's not bad. You don't even like crazy good shards on this team though. I think the Luna Shard is it's like the Lucent Beam. You can cast it on the ground and it applies like 2 attacks or something like that with Moonglaive. Which, you know, as you scale it just gets even better and better.
Treant Shard is pretty decent.
Yeah, it's true. You get the stun out of trees.
I know. And the tree walking invis, but there's no like S tier ones here, right?
Yeah. All right, this is gonna be a pretty big fight. If EG can get this,
Satanic,
they can turn this back around again.
Oh,
Roshan at half HP. Hookshot does miss, like you said. Arteezy has a double damage right now.
You really want to find this Oracle. That hookshot could have ended up being crucial for EG. Starting on Oracle and bursting that hero if possible will really help.
Okay, just picks up a Hurricane Pike. Looks like they're going to apply all their pressure to Arteezy, but there's the roar to try to counteract that. Arteezy pops that Manta style, but Mickey is just ripping right through him. Looks like the space created thanks to Fly with those cogs is there. Oracle dies, buys back into the game. Looks like Treant's going to be next to a double kill for Ice 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 from the sideline.
Oracle's alive though.
Now Abed, now getting right-clicked. He has to get out with that Remnant. He'll do so successfully for now, but now Crit, nice Force Staff into the low ground. Will get healed thanks to the Purifying Flames coming out. Oh, Sumail finds him though with a deafening blast, and now he's just stuck inside the pit. Wait, there's the blink. Onto the other side, has a Spirit Vessel applied. Earth Spike to follow. Crit, I assume, is going to die here finally.
Good assumption.
Did require 1 buyback for Liquid, but they do find 3, and likely the second Roche.
This is so big for them. They're playing for tournament life.
Absolutely.
And this is Aegis Cheese. This is very likely their key.
Abed
of racks.
Abed, he gets found out by Koikfa Dragon Tail into the Sunstrike. Oh, I mean, you can question whether he should have tried for it or not.
Yeah.
But he didn't work out. Yes, he sure did.
He definitely tried. I'm still a bit confused about EG's approach to the fights. It looked like they don't have the same idea of what they want to do. Like with Beastmaster going BKB and then not having one on Ember or the Viper in these crucial moments is... You see Arteezy there. Like, yeah, you get your Manta off, but you have to run away. Like, he spent the entire fight running. He cast his ult and couldn't stand his ground afterwards. He took like 2k damage, and then that's pretty much the fight for him. It's
and that's going to be a mid lane
really
as
tough.
well.
So much magic damage. You're playing into Invoker, one of the best heroes in the game to have BKB against. Have to question whether this itemization for EG is paying off versus the alternative.
Yeah, Koikfa jumps in with that Dragon Tail. No follow-up, however. Wants to make use of this dragon form. Yep. There's a hook shot from Fly into the double Earth Spike, but Mickey gets saved again with the False Promise. Of course, still has that Aegis. Roar expended on him as well. Again, he's probably going to live through this and still has the Aegis on top of that. Koikfa pops that newly picked up BKB. Abed right in the middle of things, trying to go for that all-important Oracle who Fate's Edict himself. And there you can see the Cataclysm doing massive damage. Crit gets blown up, buys back into the game instantly. They finally do get the Dragon Knight, though, so it's a 1-for-1, and now Liquid on the run, technically speaking. There's the Eclipse to follow up all of this damage from Sumail, who's kind of on the outside of this fight. Taiga trying to get off some spells, but he's going to get battery assaulted in the meantime inside of those cogs. Double kill for Abed, and they're just kiting this Luna as much as they can. Inside this Nether Toxin now, looks like Mickey's basically by himself. Abed on the outside. Aegis is still up, though, and they cannot kill this man. Arteezy, 3-level disadvantage and so much farm as well. Taiga still on the outskirts. Abed looking for him instead. Again, if they kill him, he's still going to have a second life. Fly available to use. I mean, he can't go anywhere on Mickey.
I don't know if they can kill him, even with Nether Toxin and all their spells.
Yeah, we'll see here. Abed.
Yeah, they gotta let him go.
Absolutely. Wow.
It's kind of bizarre to watch. It's a 4v2 and they just can't. They got it 1 life only because he was like half health, had no way of attacking with his Satanic. But they hold.
They do hold. That is correct, but not looking good for EG.
Scotty for Arteezy. Okay, so we're looking at a point now where Luna is starting to get dangerously big. There was an Aegis that fight. That will obviously not be the case next time, but now he has a 9-second BKB. How do you kill this hero as EG? I don't think you can go on him first ever. So you have to try to... I think they're doing a really good target selection with aiming for the supports as early as possible with Abed, Fly, and Crit, trying to kill the backline, and then kite the Luna. It's what you've got to do. But I'm just looking at their heroes. Like, if Luna goes and hits their high ground and the other heroes are well positioned and don't get caught,
right?
Not sure how they're going to stop him with this DD from just taking a lane of barracks.
Oh, Mickey, this is a start. He's going to pop his BKB really fast.
That was a great BKB.
Roar does come out. And like you said, they're kind of lacking damage when that BKB is activated, and Fly is just going to be the sacrifice for now, and it looks like they're going to find Crit as well. So double kill for Mickey with that DD still activated right now. And they're just going to go for this bottom. This is a double damage Alacrity Mickey, although the Alacrity did finally wear off. But again, this is where Luna gets ridiculous with these glaives, just bouncing left and right. This is going to be double racks at the very least without any supports. EG not able to find much, and they're just going to go for the tier 4s, and I can't blame them. Tornado set up by Sumail. Ice Wall to follow. A Hurricane Pike into the aggressive play. The Cataclysm to follow with that Overgrowth is enough to take out Arteezy. And this looks to be going to tiebreaker, Cinderin. Unless there's some crazy comeback from EG. There's the Eclipse coming out. Ice going to mitigate all that damage thanks to that BKB. But again, the right clicks. This is why Luna can be so powerful, both magic and physical damage. GG's come out. Tiebreaker, best of 1. Team Spirit versus Liquid. That's going to be Spirit's next line for the following season PPC.
They should hire you to make their voice line.
I'd be happy to.
Imagine having a voice.